Limoges or something. No coarse coffee mugs around the Langford kitchen, not even the Dower House. And added leaves to the teapot, which was equally priceless, though not the same pattern as the cups. John had shown me how to make proper tea right after I'd asked him where to find the tea bags. "You don't drink tea from tea bags, do you?" he'd said in horror, the way you might say, "You don't drink wine from boxes, do you?" He'd taken out the tin of tea and the mismatched elegant teapot and the silver strainer, explained how much tea and how long, and I followed his recipe now. While the tea steeped, I set the cups in front of John and Rupert. Rupert was staring at the table, counting the grains in the wood, and John was frowning at the top of Rupert's head. Men, I thought. John looked up when I set the cup and saucer next to his clasped hands. "You're not having any?" "God, no, I need my beauty sleep." He rose. "I'm sorry, let me help." We fell into step without words, John finding the cream and sugar, tasting the sugar first, just to be sure, and me bearing the teapot and strainer to the table, while Rupert hunched over his cup and drew his thumbs restlessly around the edge of the saucer. He looked up gratefully when I hovered the spout over the cup's delicate rim. "Strong, I hope?" "I think so." He added cream and sugar, and John wandered over with a whiskey bottle. "Yes, yes," Rupert said, brightening. "That's the stuff. My God, I didn't know he had any left." John added a dollop and set the bottle next to Rupert's cup. "Just for special occasions." "I've heard of Irish coffee," I said, finding the chair next to John's, "but Irish tea's a first for me." "Call it Scotch tea, if you like," Rupert said. He lifted his cup and closed his eyes as he drank. "Or ambrosia, as I like." John swung back into his own chair and poured his tea, adding cream and sugar but no whiskey, which surprised me mildly. I wouldn't have said that he'd drunk a lot over the past week, but he hadn't exactly drunk a little, either. If I had a glass of sherry with him in the evening, he'd have two. When we split a bottle of wine at dinner, the split wasn't what you'd call 50-50, not by 25 or 30. He was never drunk, but he seemed to know exactly where to lay down his glass on the brink of drunk, without quite going over. And who was I to judge? He'd lost his wife. He'd lost his career. More vitally, perhaps, he'd lost what, back in that mystical past his Uncle Rupert so worshipped, they used to call honor. The man had a right to drown his sorrows. All the same, I was glad to see the bottle remain on Rupert's side of the table. "So," I said brightly, weaving my fingers together, "how was the drive?" "Marvelous," said John. "Miserable," said Rupert. "Sheets of rain. And there was some awful show on the BBC. What was it? Some American rubbish. I beg your pardon, Sarah." "I've heard worse." I sent a friendly elbow into John's ribs. "Rupert," said John, "tell Sarah what you told me in the car. A bit of a shock." Rupert sputtered his tea and set the cup hastily back in the saucer. "What? About Nigel? I really don't think the poor child wants to hear my—" No, not about Nigel. About Peregrine. Peregrine and his dispatches in the study." "Oh, yes, naturally." Rupert wiped his chin with his handkerchief and reached for the scotch. He poured about 3 ounces into his remaining tea, stirred it with a delicate spoon, and gazed thoughtfully at the damp stain on the ceiling. "Sir Peregrine Langford, our venerable ancestor, knighted for his services to a grateful nation, the chap who blew his brains out in grief when he heard his son was lost on Lusitania." Yes, John said. "She knows all that." "Learned of this tragedy before the rest of the world, you see, because he was a director of Room 40. "Room 40? I asked. "My dear child," he said tenderly, "the secret department within the Admiralty responsible for cryptoanalysis." "Decoding things, in other words," said John. "Oh," I said. And then, "Oh." "Yes, of course, his involvement was all kept quite hush-hush, and I didn't learn of it myself until they had to give me clearance for one damned thing or another. Never told the rest of the family because, well, at the time it was secret, and while the facts have been largely declassified since, I discovered all this back in Cold War days, mind you, when they used to call me in for various panicky little briefings. I'm afraid I simply forgot." He shrugged and smiled, one of those sad, vague, old man smiles. At any rate, it never came up round Christmas dinner. Well, now it's come up. John turned to me. What do you think, Sarah? My head was spinning a little, whether from shock or glee or plain tiredness. I squinted across the table at Rupert's long-lined face. I'd taken out my contacts, of course, and I hadn't grabbed my glasses before leaving the bedroom, but even my nearsightedness couldn't account for the bleariness of his expression, the way someone seemed to have smudged his edges with a pencil eraser. Next to me, John crackled with a strange, tensile energy, just as if he hadn't actually been awake for 20 straight hours and driven all the way to London and back in the company of 2 different, emotional vampires. And I hadn't even told them about the coded message yet. I think it's too much for a coincidence, I said. It's a breakthrough. What are the implications? Did he know his son was involved? Were they working together? Rupert shrugged his tweedy shoulders. I've got no idea, I'm afraid. Never imagined until now that Robert might also have been involved in espionage, to put it plainly. Given the subject of his books, I suppose we ought to have wondered about it. But nobody in the family ever raised the least hint that he was an actual spy, not just a creator of imaginary ones, least of all Robert himself. Well, Robert certainly hasn't left any hints about his father among his personal papers. I sat back in my chair and crossed my arms. Nothing we've uncovered yet, anyway. John drummed his fingers on the table. What about Peregrine's papers? Have you ever had a look at those? No, said Rupert. It's not my field of study, really. I'm afraid I never got around to any kind of comprehensive analysis. In any case, as you well know, you've got to know what you're looking for in these types of papers, or else it tends to blow straight over your head. Where are they kept? I asked. His private papers were sent to the archives at the Bodleian, I believe. He was an Oxford man. Isn't that right, John? I believe so, yes. As to his official papers, I imagine they're gathering dust in the National Archives. I uncrossed my arms again and leaned forward. And how hard would it be for us to have a look? Rupert set his fingers around the edge of his saucer and peered into the empty cup, one eye shut, as if trying to read the leaves. For some reason, his hands transfixed me. They were large, but slender, gracefully shaped, the kind of hands you might call aristocratic, except that the joints of his knuckles were pink and swollen. I wondered if he had arthritis, or whether it was just the long car journey or something else. A tiny ceramic rattle made itself known in the silence, and I realized his fingers were trembling. He seemed to have forgotten my question, and I was about to prompt him when he looked up suddenly and said, I imagine I could pull a string or 2. Excellent. John rose from the table and picked up the teacups. Shall we pop over there tomorrow morning, then? Certainly, if you like, Rupert said. There was something shaky and brave about this sentence that made me peer into his eyes, profoundly tired, pink with exhaustion. I reached across the table and touched Rupert's wrist, just below the sleeve of his white shirt. In the meantime, though, how about getting some sleep? As it turned out, Uncle Rupert had a room of his own in the dower house, one presumably not stuffed with relics from the Galactic Empire, and he didn't seem to care whether the sheets had been freshened or not. I watched him trudge up the stairs, followed by John, who'd insisted on carrying the small, old-fashioned valise that Rupert had brought along with him. I returned to the kitchen and finished drying the teacups. Just as I slung the dish towel back on its hook, switched off the light, and headed for the doorway, John appeared around the corner, rubbing his hair with both hands, like he'd just discovered his own fatigue. You should go to bed, too, I said. Yes. He stopped just inside the doorway, a few feet away. The light from the hall slanted across the side of his face, which had lost its expression of boyish rapture, and now looked grave. Everything all right with Rupert? I asked. He seemed upset. Rupert? Oh, he'll be all right. He's had another row with Nigel, that's all. Nigel? His partner. Oh, I hesitated. Business partner or partner? Partner. He smiled. Nigel's one of those chefs on the telly, a bit temperamental. Every month or 2, Rupert rings me up in tears and tells me it's over, but they always kiss and make up. I don't think Nigel could do without him. Rupert's the only chap in his entire entourage who won't take his guff. Good for him. Everyone needs someone like that. Someone you can... Yes? My skin warmed. I was glad for the dimness so he couldn't see me blushing. Be comfortable with. Be honest. Funnily enough, John said, looking at me steadily, I was thinking the same thing, driving Callie up to London this afternoon. Or yesterday afternoon, I suppose. How is Callie? I thought you said you were going to stay a couple of days. He shifted his weight and leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. Callie is just fine, Sarah. As fine as she'll ever be, anyway. I took her to her mother's house in Richmond. The old dear was a trifle taken aback, but as she's between lovers now herself, it dawned on me that this might prove an excellent opportunity for the two of them to lend mutual comfort. Or maybe that was just an excuse to follow my own, rather urgent inclination to jump straight back in the car and return home before you flew off back to New York. I doubt it, I said. If you didn't think she was in good hands, you wouldn't have left her there. Possibly you're giving me too much credit. He smiled. But they're quite alike, after all. Except at least Lady Hammond's got her alcoholism all sorted. My hope is that she'll show Callie the way to sobriety? Something like that. His gaze shifted a few inches, lengthened, so he seemed to be staring at the darkened kitchen landscape just past my left ear. His smile faded. She's not a bad egg, Callie. Of course not. You wouldn't have fallen in love with her if she were. I don't know if I ever fell in love with her. I loved her, that's all. Knew her all my life. Was sort of dazzled by her, I suppose, when she transformed into this glamorous London it-girl, surrounded by her Tatler crowd, and still had time for plain old John Langford. I thought I could save her from it all. I'm afraid it doesn't actually work that way. No, it doesn't, as I discovered. But she's got a good heart, underneath it all. She said something to me in the car, on the way to London. What's that? His eyes moved, returning to meet mine, and even though the light was dusky, even though his face had slipped into shadow, I could see every detail, every black eyelash. Without noticing, I'd stepped closer to him as he spoke, and I had to tilt my head up, while he tilted his head down at the exact complementary angle. I'll tell you some other time, maybe, he said, if she turns out to be right. And now I think I'd better step out of your way so you can go back to bed. Back to my berth in the Imperial Star Destroyer? I hope it's comfortable. You could always take the master bedroom, you know. Mrs. F could freshen it up in a jiffy. Well, perhaps not a jiffy, but... Oh, I'm all right. It's grown on me. More comfortable than that sofa in the Folly, I'll bet. The corner of his mouth turned up a little. Actually, that sofa is more comfortable than you'd think. Well cushioned. Wide, if a bit short. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. I forced a yawn I didn't feel. My nerves were buzzing, my heart smacking. I caught the drift of scent from his old green cashmere sweater, the faint warmth of his skin. Good night, then. Good night. He reached out and touched my elbow. Nice shirt, by the way. What, this? I looked down. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. That's yours, isn't it? My jersey from the 2003 boat race, in fact. Where did you find it? It was folded up with my laundry yesterday. I think Mrs. Finch must have slipped it in by accident. I was so tired last night, I just kind of grabbed it without thinking. You can have it. Sarah, he said quietly. Don't worry about it. I don't mind. In fact, I was happy to see you wearing it when I saw you on the stairs. Oh, I swallowed. Oh, good then. I mean, thanks. Thank you. So, we should really go to bed. Yes, we should. I mean, you should go to your bed and I should go to my bed and... John took hold of my other elbow and kissed me, brief and gentle, on the lips. Do you mind? He asked, raising his head a little. No, I whispered. Do you? Not the least bit. His hands moved, one to my waist and one to the side of my face, and he drew me closer and kissed me again. I had time to taste the tea on his breath, to feel the damp, delicious curve of his bottom lip, and the scratch of his unshaven chin before he lifted his mouth away and said, "Thank God. I've been wanting to kiss you all week." "Really?" "Yes, but I was afraid you'd think it was unethical and leave me." We laughed nervously, looking downward into the thin, hot chasm of air between our two bodies. His finger slid from my face to the back of my head. I said, "Probably it is unethical, though." "Then I suppose we should stop." I looked up. His face was so tender it bruised me. "Yes, we really should stop." We didn't move, went on looking at each other in awe, in disbelief. His palm at my waist lay heavy. His fingers in my hair were as warm and light as sunbeams. I lifted my own hands to rest on his collarbone so that my fingertips just reached over the ridge to touch the hollow of his throat. The extreme softness of his sweater absorbed my skin. "For the record, though, you're not plain old John Langford. You're not plain or old. You're John." "John," he said. "John and Sarah." There was nothing I could say to that, no possible reply except one. I went up on my tiptoes, slipped my hands around the back of his neck, and kissed his lips, which parted just in time. Chapter 20. Caroline. At sea. Thursday, May 6th, 1915. "What time is it?" Caroline sat straight up in bed at the clatter outside, metal and wood clanging together as if an angry cook had run amok with all of her utensils and pots. Except this was much louder, the objects being slammed against each other much bigger and heavier than mere pots and pans. A gray, filmy light filtered through the edges of her curtains, telling her that it was pre-dawn. She turned on the bedside lamp so she could see the small clock on the writing desk. 5:43. Bang. Not from the corridor, then. The noise was outside the ship and a little above her. Something on A deck. Caroline sat up, blinking as if that might clear her head. Maybe it was one of the daily lifeboat drills, a subject of quite a lot of derision among many of the other passengers Caroline had met. Not about the drills exactly, but more about the fact that the passengers were not invited to attend. Sliding on her wrapper, she padded across her room, then down the short hall to Gilbert's bedroom. Perhaps he'd know what the noise and commotion was all about. If anything, he would be able to put her worries to rest. She placed her palm against his door and smiled bitterly to herself. The first person she'd sought to set things right was her husband, her reliable and dependable Gilbert, the man she'd thought she loved, the man she'd betrayed. She rapped on the door. "Gilbert? It's Caroline. May I come in?" In the past, she would have knocked briefly, then entered, but she felt as if she'd given up that right, and now needed his permission. When there was no answer, she knocked again. "Gilbert? Are you awake?" After waiting another long moment, Caroline hesitated only briefly before turning the door handle and pushing it open. His room was similar to hers, although slightly smaller and without access to the outer corridor. She'd been surprised when he'd selected it, assuming he'd want the space and the access. But he'd told her he wanted her to be more comfortable and given her the larger room. Caroline had hoped he'd really meant that he'd be sharing the room with her, but she'd realized the very first night that she didn't actually know her husband's intentions at all. The curtains on one of his windows had been pulled open, allowing her to see the unmade bed, the indentation still on his pillow. "Gilbert?" she said to the empty room, not sure why. Maybe it was to finish their conversation from the previous morning, to ask him what it was he didn't want her to do. The banging on the deck above continued unabated, yet she didn't care anymore. She sat down on the edge of the bed, smelling his scent, feeling his cold sheets. Missing him. She'd seen him only briefly the previous evening for a politely formal dinner with two other couples, before he'd excused himself to attend to business. Not wanting to cause awkwardness, Caroline had also left the dining room and headed to her suite shortly afterward, desperate not to see Robert. Yet here she was, longing for both of them,
feeling their absence as the tides must ache for the moon. "Do not rely on any man for your happiness, Caroline. You must find your own." Caroline sat up as if her mother were standing next to her, telling her daughter what she'd told her the day Caroline's father had died. Annalise Telfair had loved her husband, and the security his position and money had offered her, but she had not stopped living just because he had. Caroline stood. It wasn't the same thing, of course, but she could certainly appreciate the sentiment. Her mother hadn't raised her to wallow in misery. She simply must decide where her happiness lay and chart her course accordingly. With renewed purpose, she made her way back to her bedroom, planning to dress quickly and without her maid's assistance, have a quick and quiet breakfast in her suite, then wait in the first-class lounge until her appointment with Marjorie Schuyler for their final rehearsal before that evening's performance. Yes, she loved her husband. But as she'd realized in the darkest hours of the night, as she tossed and turned in her lonely bed, she loved Robert Langford too. Perhaps she needed to tell him how she felt, and then depending on his reaction, she'd know what to do next. She had to know what to do next. She was so preoccupied with rehearsing what she'd say when she saw him that she almost missed the envelope that had been slid under her door from the outside hallway. Had it been there when she'd awakened? She wasn't sure. She'd been focused on the noise from the deck above and could have easily overlooked it from where it lay on the blue carpet, shoved just past the edge of the door. It had to be from Robert. Of course, he'd been wondering why she was avoiding him. Maybe he wanted to meet with her, too. Eagerly, she stooped and picked it up, examining the envelope. It was cheap paper, thin and lightweight, not the heavy linen of her own stationery. She flipped it over, frowning at the Mrs. Hochstetter written in an unfamiliar hand. Not feminine or masculine, and definitely not tidy. It seemed as if someone had written the words using the opposite hand the writer was accustomed to using, as if the writer might be trying to disguise their identity. Caroline ripped open the envelope, letting it fall to the ground as she unfolded the single sheet inside. "I know your secret. If you do not wish your husband to find out, you will deliver to me that which I ask. Wait for further instructions following this evening's concert. I will find you." Caroline felt as if she'd been plunged into the icy Atlantic, suffocating and freezing, the suck of the waves pulling her under. Who else knew? She remembered what Jones had said about there being gossip among the servants about Caroline's fight with Gilbert, and then her fleeing the dining room followed by Robert. Had they been followed? Had Robert told someone? She dismissed the second thought almost as soon as it appeared. He would never have betrayed her. He loved her, she knew that. He'd said it often enough the night they'd spent together. And she knew his character. He wasn't capable of hurting her like that. Then who? She remained standing, unwilling to give in to the urge to collapse on the bed and fall into a pathetic ball of fear and self-pity. That wasn't the daughter her mother had raised. She had no one else to blame for her predicament except for herself, and only she could extricate herself from it. Closing her eyes, she forced herself to think, to consider the motives of the blackmailer. It only took a moment. Jewelry. It had to be that. She had nothing else of any value. At least that's what everyone except for a select few would assume. She'd been wearing various pieces since she boarded the ship, visible to anyone who glanced in her direction. She wondered which pieces her blackmailer would demand, and how she'd be able to get them from the safe in the purser's office. Taking a deep breath, Caroline pressed her fisted hands against her chest as if she could slow the pounding of her heart. Think. She wasn't sure if the purser would grant her access to the jewelry, seeing how Gilbert was his only contact, but she could ask Gilbert to take out all of her jewelry from the safe and bring it to her room, claiming she wasn't sure what she wanted to wear that evening for the concert. It would make him happy to think she wanted to wear one of the gaudy pieces he'd bought for her. She swayed, but didn't buckle. The burden of yet another betrayal almost too heavy to bear. She finished dressing, then wrote 2 brief notes, one to Gilbert requesting her jewelry, and another to Robert asking him to meet her in the lounge, where she'd be alone for the next 2 hours. Then, she shoved the blackmailer's envelope and note into the back of the desk drawer and gathered her piano music. She hurriedly left the room, intent on finding Patrick to give him the notes to be delivered, letting the door shut behind her with a decisive snap.
"I'm quite sure that's supposed to be an F sharp," Marjorie said down her long nose as she peered over Caroline's shoulder to examine the music on the piano stand.
"It is," agreed Caroline, "which is why I'm wondering why you're singing in A-flat. I could certainly play the piece in another key, which would make the A-flat correct, but that would change all the other notes to the same key, which I'm afraid you might find too challenging."
Marjorie's rather large nostrils flared, at least making her mouth sore seem slightly smaller by comparison. Caroline returned to the keyboard and began playing, not even caring that she and Marjorie were apparently performing in separate keys. She simply wanted this day to be over. After she'd delivered the notes, she'd waited in the lounge for 2 hours, her anxiety growing with each ticking of the giant clock over the green marble mantel. Despite assurances from Patrick that he would deliver her note to Robert straight away, he had not appeared. She needed to speak with him before the concert and her encounter with her blackmailer. Not to seek his advice, but to let him know that she was prepared to give in to the blackmailer's demands, whatever they might be, if only to protect Gilbert. Whatever happened between them, Caroline would not make her husband a public cuckold, an object of ridicule. Only once had she ventured outside the lounge to see if she could spot Robert, thinking maybe he'd misunderstood. But she had spotted only the lifeboats on the boat deck hanging on the outside of the great ship, apparently the commotion from that morning. It was sobering to see, a reminder of the necessity of last-minute emergency preparations. The Germans had not been keeping it a secret that their U-boats were lurking in the waters off Ireland, and despite the captain's assurances that Lusitania could outrun a U-boat, it was apparent that he was taking the possible threat seriously. Caroline remembered what Gilbert had told her about the Germans not wishing to risk the ire of the American public over the potential loss of so many American lives, and how she'd thought there was more to his conviction than he was telling her. He was holding something back from her, she was sure of it. But she was no longer sure of his motives for keeping her uninformed. His actions since boarding the ship, convincing her that his reticence wasn't all about protecting her delicate sensibilities. Watching the dangling lifeboats, suspended like a held breath, had erased any comfort his words had offered, and filled Caroline with enough apprehension to force her back inside. It had taken her a while to return to the saloon lounge, as she was stopped several times by on-board acquaintances to sign their memento books. She felt odd not having one to offer in turn, but it had never occurred to her. She wondered how many of these people would remember her after only a year, as they stared at her name and tried to put a face to it. But she signed several with a smile, and then made her way back to the lounge, avoiding large droves of children led by a stewardess, apparently taking advantage of the fine weather, before finally arriving at the lounge to an annoyed Marjorie. She'd hurriedly sat on the piano bench and begun to play. Half an hour later, she was ready to toss either herself or Marjorie Schuyler over the ship's railing. "Really, Mrs. Hochstetter, if you can't play the right notes, then perhaps I should perform a cappella." Caroline was tempted to agree. Her anxiousness over Robert and discovering the identity of her blackmailer had done nothing to keep her mind focused on the music and keyboard in front of her. Not that it mattered. The most gifted pianist in the world stood no chance of sounding better than snarling traffic when paired with Marjorie's screeching soprano and grating contralto voice. Keeping her anger in check, Caroline said, "Perhaps we should try it one more time. I promise to try harder." She stifled a yawn behind her hand. "Perhaps you'd play better if you got more sleep," Marjorie said, her eyes sharp. "Excuse me?" Heat flooded Caroline's cheeks. "You're yawning. I'm thinking lack of sleep isn't helping your somewhat pedestrian abilities on the piano." Caroline stood abruptly and picked up her music from the piano stand. "I think I'm done for now. Please feel free to continue practicing without me. I'm retiring to my room to rest, and I will see you at dinner." She bowed her head slightly. "Good day." Despite Marjorie's sputtering protests, she hurried toward the lifts, halting suddenly at the strident notes of Prunella Schuyler's voice, expounding on the virtues of her stepson Philip at Harvard Law School.
She watched as Prunella and her unfortunate victim disappeared into the lift, quickly lifting her skirts to head down one flight to the promenade deck and her suite. Caroline had somehow managed to fall into a restless sleep, roused by Jones in time to dress for dinner. She watched her maid carefully to see if she might give away any signs that she might know something of the blackmail note. But the woman was efficient as always, even expressing concern over the amount of jewelry that would be left behind in the cabin after Caroline and Gilbert went to dinner, promising to stay in the room to guard it until it could be returned to the safe. She'd even suggested storing it in Gilbert's safe in the stateroom, but Caroline had declined, telling her it would be taken care of and not to worry. Gilbert escorted her to the dining room, his conversation stilted.
"You look lovely,"
he said, indicating the thick collar of rubies and matching earrings she'd chosen, a set she detested.
"Thank you,"
she said, forcing a smile, trying to think of something else to say. But they were silent on the way to the dining saloon, as if both were aware of the gaping potholes into which any words might lead them. They had joined the Schuylers for dinner, minus Miss Smythe-Smithson. It seemed no one was eager to repeat the earlier night's disaster. Caroline glanced at her dining companions, wondering if they'd noticed how she'd been unable to eat a bite of the quarters of lamb and mint sauce or the cauliflower au gratin she'd allowed a waiter to place on her plate. Her stomach felt as knotted as a ball of twine, her nerves filling any reserve space.
"Are you feeling all right?"
Gilbert's words were solicitous and without recrimination, making Caroline feel even worse.
"Are you quite sure you're not?"
He stopped, as Caroline felt the blood drain from her face. Gilbert handed her a glass of wine.
"It's possible, you know. Perhaps you should see the onboard doctor."
She shook her head, horrified to think that the one thing she and Gilbert had always wanted was now the one thing she most dreaded. What if she were expecting a child? Could she ever tell Gilbert that it might not be his? She took another sip of her wine, her next thought making her even more ill. Because even if he suspected it wasn't, Gilbert would love the child as if it were his own.
"Are you nervous, then?"
he asked.
"About the concert? You haven't eaten a bite."
He leaned closer.
"You shouldn't be nervous, you know. You're quite brilliant on the piano. I don't think I've told you that enough. How proud I am of you."
He smiled his old smile, the smile of a handsome and eager young man, the smile she'd fallen in love with, and she found herself relaxing as she returned it. "Thank you, Gil. I'm not really nervous about the concert, it's just—" She looked up at that moment, forgetting what she was going to say. She'd spotted Robert across the room being seated at an empty table for two. It stunned her for a moment. She'd been looking for him for an entire day without success, and then, when it was too late to speak with him, there he was. Gilbert followed her gaze, settling on Robert for a long moment before returning his attention to Caroline.
"Yes?"
he prompted. She brought her attention back to her husband, trying to remember what they'd been saying. "It's just... I don't think I've had enough time to practice." He placed his hand atop hers.
"You'll be fine. Even the most shrill voice couldn't hide the music you can coax from a piano."
"Thank you," she said, attempting to focus on the food and the conversation at the table, painfully aware of Robert watching them from across the room. She dared not look directly at him, aware that Gilbert's attention also seemed split between their table and Robert's. When the waiter brought the desserts and offered her a bavarois au chocolat, she quickly shook her head, feeling as if she might be sick. As soon as dinner was finished, everyone headed up to the saloon deck and the lounge for the evening's entertainment. Caroline looked through the throng of passengers for Robert, but he'd left his table by the time Gilbert held out her chair.
"I asked Patrick to bring your music to the saloon,"
Gilbert said into her ear. "You always think of everything, don't you?" She'd meant it as a compliment, but somehow it didn't sound that way. He met her eyes.
"I do. Always."
He put his hand over hers where it rested in the crook of his arm, then led her to the lifts and into the lounge. He settled them into 2 wing chairs near the piano and asked a passing waiter to bring a scotch for him and a sherry for Caroline. She didn't want it, but figured it could help settle her nerves. She and Marjorie weren't scheduled to perform until after a brief intermission, which meant she had to remain seated and not appear jittery through each performance. According to the program, the entertainment included a passenger dressed as Bonnie Prince Charlie in full Highland regalia, singing 6 Scottish songs, various poetry recitations, singing and solos on the euphonium and mandolin. There seemed to be more enthusiasm than talent, and Caroline would have enjoyed the performances more if she hadn't been eyeing the group for a glimpse of Robert, or a potential blackmailer, assuming she'd be able to ascertain such a thing just by looking through a crowd. Gilbert seemed nervous too, either because he was picking up on her own uneasiness, or because there was something else. Something else indeed. Several times when she glanced at him, she saw him watching the entrance leading to the main staircase, as if he were expecting to see someone. Exuberant applause followed an elderly man's rendition of Down by the Old Mill Stream, owing, Caroline suspected, to the copious drinks generously being served by the waitstaff. She looked down again at her program, relieved to see they were at the intermission. She counted how many more performances until the end of the concert, the last 2 items being the obligatory God Save the King, followed by My Country 'Tis of Thee. Same tune, 2 vastly different sets of lyrics. At least another hour, then. She wasn't sure she could stand it. Caroline had planned to excuse herself at the intermission and pretend to head toward the ladies' room, intent on finding Robert. But before she could stand, Captain William Turner appeared in the center of the room, resplendent in his navy dress uniform, and asked for everyone's attention. The room quieted. Faces directed toward the man who'd done little to ingratiate himself with his passengers, but who still garnered the attention and respect due a captain of such a vessel as Lusitania.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to offer a brief statement to address a few concerns you might be having. As many of you are aware, we are entering a war zone, where it is acknowledged German U-boats may be lying in wait for enemy ships. I want you all to put your worries at rest and reassure you that we are taking every precaution on board the ship and will also soon be securely in the embrace of a Royal Navy escort.
He gave the audience a perfunctory smile.
Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the concert.
He walked quickly from the room as if eager to escape further questions. Caroline stood, desperate now to find Robert, but felt someone pulling on her elbow. She turned to find Marjorie Schuyler, wearing the sort of expression one might find in a painting of a martyr being buried alive. We are first following the intermission and should settle ourselves at the piano now so we are not rushed. You might wish to do a few finger exercises to make sure they're better able to hit the correct notes. She started to protest, but Gilbert stood too and greeted Marjorie.
You are absolutely right, Miss Schuyler. I will leave my wife in your good hands while I step out for a moment. Not to worry, I won't want to miss a minute of your performance.
He bowed to them and was already walking toward the exit before Caroline realized she was trapped. She sat down at the piano and adjusted the bench, spreading out the music that had been placed there earlier, and began to play. Her playing was no better than it had been at practice. Distracted as she was by the blackmailer's promise to meet her after the concert, her aborted need to speak with Robert, and Gilbert's continued absence from the room. Matters certainly weren't improved by the finger jabs on the back of Caroline's shoulders each time she missed a note. She was near weeping with relief when they got to the end of the piece, but the surprisingly loud clapping and calls for "Encore, encore!" surely they were only being made in jest, thwarted her request to excuse herself. Despite having made 3 steps away from the piano, she was pulled back and forced to sit while Marjorie flipped through several pieces of sheet music that she assumed would suffice for an encore. From the corner of her eye, Caroline spotted Patrick, his face expressionless but walking with purpose, an unmistakable telegram clasped in one hand, approaching a man hidden in a corner. She hid a gasp as Robert stepped forward to take it, but she could not hide her surprise at seeing Gilbert appear at Robert's side, and the two acknowledge each other before, as if in mutual accord, they left the room together. She tried to stand, but Marjorie's strong hands on her shoulders pushed her back down. "Play," the older woman hissed, and because Caroline knew there was nothing else she could do, she played. Perfectly, this time, her brain finally being allowed to escape to the place Caroline went to in her music, a place where she could ignore the realities of her world, even when it appeared that world was about to explode as so much dry timber at the mercy of a single match.
Chapter 21. Tess. At sea. Thursday, May 6th, 1915. The Germans wouldn't really send the Lusitania up in flames, all to keep the English from getting that formula. Would they? And Ginny wouldn't cut Tess out, not like that. The night was chill, and Tess's hands were even colder, but she made no move to go inside. She'd escaped from supper as quickly as she could, and come up here, to the saloon deck, where the air might be no clearer, but at least she could think in peace. Along the sides of the boat, the crew labored silently, tacking dark cloth over porthole windows. In a matter of hours, they would be making their way into the North Sea, into the territory where U-boats lurked beneath the surface, ready to strike. A group of first-class passengers was practicing getting into the new body life vests, debating over the arrangement of the straps, punctuating the exercise with the odd raucous joke. The wine had been flowing freely at the first-class tables. By the rail, couples stood arm in arm, making the most of their second-to-last night on shipboard, lavishing whispered darlings on each other, the lifeboats dangling conspicuously in front of them, adding piquancy to their lovemaking. Friends giggled and shared secrets. From the grand saloon came intermittent bursts of music and applause. Tess passed by it all, past the lovers, past the confidants, past the lighted windows that one by one were being darkened. She had never, in all her born days, felt quite so alone. There was a whist drive in the second-class lounge, but Tess had never learned to play cards for pleasure, only for profit. She couldn't see herself sitting there, making conversation with Mary Kate, pretending an interest in the cards. We're all we've got. That's what Ginny had told her time and again. You and me against the world, Tenny. But now it was Ginny against the world, and Tess on the other side of it. Was this how Ginny had felt when Tess had told her that she wanted out? No, it wasn't like that. Ginny knew that Tess would rather they stay together, whether it was keeping a tea room or painting pictures on shells or taking a course in nursing. It was only the cheating she wanted out of. Yes, she might have proclaimed her independence to Ginny, but it had been an independence predicated on Ginny being there all the same. She'd assumed that Ginny would come with her, would be part of her new life in England. If not a large part, at least a pop-in from time to time and send a postcard part. But Ginny, if Ginny was telling the truth, had taken on a dangerous job without telling Tess. They didn't do dangerous. That had been part of the arrangement from the beginning. Just forgery, just substitutions. Nothing to hurt, nothing with any repercussions. Nothing like this. Ginny was just angry, that was all. She was lashing out. People did that when they were hurt. The idea that her sister would repudiate her, would walk away like that. No. She got heated up, Ginny. She didn't take kindly to being crossed, but they were sisters. And whatever scheme Ginny was messed up in, surely it couldn't be so bad that they couldn't get out of it with a little ingenuity. Together. But the thoughts felt as hollow as Tess's footsteps on the boards of the deck. The Atlantic stretched out in front of her, dark and cold, with no sign of a shore. She could lie to herself all she liked. For all intents and purposes, she was alone, unsure who or what to trust. And there was no denying that Ginny was scared. Scared in a way Tess had never seen before. Scared enough to close Tess out to save her? Alone in the dark, Tess found herself gravitating to the lights of the first-class lounge, like a child in a threadbare coat pressing her nose against an expensive toy store window, yearning for a Paris doll when she couldn't afford bread. Some clever soul had placed windows all around, so that the hoi polloi might feast themselves on the sight of their betters, carefully separated by glass, of course. The stained glass skylight set into the ceiling cast a warm light down on the polished mahogany of the walls, the green marble of the great fireplace. Everything seemed to glow. Satin gowns, white silk scarves, jewels, carefully washed and coiffured hair. It was an embarrassment of richness. and at the center of it, the grand piano, where a performance was just ending. The room exploded into applause and cries of "Encore!" Tess knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't help it. She moved closer to the glass, a shadow among shadows. And there, sure enough, was Caroline Hochstetter, sitting at the piano bench, poised and self-contained, rubies at her ears and throat, her ivory silk gown managing to be both refined and alluring. The woman standing beside her acknowledged the plaudits with a series of elaborate bows that would put any opera house diva to shame. But not Caroline Hochstetter. She inclined her head a fraction, but otherwise made no sign, accepting the accolades as her due, unworthy even of comment. Would the moon acknowledge the frantic movements of the tides? Some people, thought Tess, were so comfortable in their own sphere they didn't even need to try. They simply exerted magnetic power, and maybe it was that lack of trying that was the most attractive thing of all. All very well if you were born with rubies. Tess was about to turn away. What was the point of crying over the moon? When she noticed a minor flutter at the side of the room. Gilbert Hochstetter had risen from his seat, and so had Robert. The two men moved quietly toward the exit, not looking at each other, not talking. Tess wondered momentarily, madly, if they meant to duel for their lady's honor, like something out of a film at the cinema. It was an absurd thought. Pistols on the saloon deck, vengeance at 10 paces, with the loser to take to a lifeboat. But something about the tension between the two men made Tess follow them all the same. The shadows were her friend in this. The men's eyes must still be dazzled by the bright light of the saloon. But it wasn't just that. Tess doubted they would have been aware of her if she had been wearing clogs and playing a tuba. At first, Tess thought they meant to go into the gentlemen's smoking room, and wouldn't that be just like men, to smoke cigars over their rivalry? But they didn't. Instead, they stopped a little short of the closed doors to the gentlemen's lounge, in the lee of one of the great funnels. Tess ducked back, her dark skirt and jacket blending with the shadows. It was Hochstetter who spoke first.
"We need to speak frankly."
Robert made an involuntary movement, something like a fencer's defensive stance. Gilbert Hochstetter's lips twisted in a grim smile.
"No, not about that. It's about the plans."
Robert blinked at him.
"The plans?"
Tess didn't miss the way his eyes darted first one way, then another, as though checking for eavesdroppers, instantly on alert. Alert because he knew. The plans. Tess could picture the safe in the Hochstetter suite, the waltz that was more than just a waltz. Oh, Lord. They'd been rumbled. Somehow Hochstetter had found out. Tess's mind raced, tumbling through a dozen dodges. A diversion, perhaps. She could stumble into Hochstetter as if by accident, while Robert made a run for it. But where? Where could he run? This wasn't Topeka, where they could jump on board the next train out and thumb their nose at pursuers. Hochstetter drew a cigar from his pocket, turning it around and around in his hand. He had large hands, square and capable.
"There's no need to pretend. I was told from the first that you were my contact."
Contact? Tess froze. Contact? But Robert had said... What had he said, really? Nothing definite, just that his father was a big mucky-muck in government, that he was meant to be doing something for the war effort. Oh, Lordy.
"You were told,"
said Robert with deceptive mildness, but Tess could hear the tension beneath it.
"It would have been nice if someone had informed me. I've been searching this ruddy ship for days, trying to find the man and the documents I'm meant to guard."
It took Hochstetter a moment to reply. He stared down at the cigar, unseeing.
"I was meant to approach you sooner, but—"
The cigar cracked in Hochstetter's hand. He looked down at it as though he had forgotten it was there. Robert drew in a deep breath.
"But, be that as it may..."
Hochstetter tossed the broken pieces of cigar over the rail, the movement hiding his face. Straightening, he brushed tobacco crumbs from his hands, saying briskly, That's beside the point. It was unconscionable of me to allow my feelings to get in the way." "Understandable," said Robert. His face was in shadow, unreadable. "Not unconscionable. Don't pretend to sympathize." Hochstetter's voice cracked like a lash. With an effort, he forced something resembling a smile. "Or I may have to strike you, and then we'll be back where we began." It wasn't quite a joke, and they both knew it. Tess watched as Robert weighed Hochstetter's words, and then said slowly, "Right. Do you have them?" "I do." There was an expectant silence. Hochstetter let Robert wait before adding, "In my head. But I thought there was a coded paper." Tess could hear the amusement in Hochstetter's voice. He was a man, she suspected, used to having the upper hand, used to doing whatever he needed to do to maintain it. "Yes. That's what we wanted them to think. A nice diversion in case someone was on the trail." He didn't need to point out that Robert had fallen for it, too. Waiting for that to sink in, Hochstetter added, "And a means to smoke out any traitors along the way. But the formula, I have what they call an eidetic memory. I can reproduce anything I've seen." "I see," said Robert. "Or rather, I don't. I can't very well put you in my pocket and haul you ashore. If all goes well, you won't need to. I'll make my way to the Admiralty on my own. But just in case, these preparations give a man pause." The smoking room windows had already been veiled in dark cloth. The two men contemplated that in silence for a moment, before Mr. Hochstetter said, "Do you have something to write on? The more innocuous, the better." Robert fumbled in his waistcoat pocket, producing a torn envelope. "Is this innocuous enough?" "It will do." Stepping closer, Mr. Hochstetter murmured something to Robert, pausing so that Robert might transcribe it. Whatever it wasn't long. Strain though she might, Tess couldn't make out much at all, and what she could sounded like gibberish. But it seemed to make sense to Robert, who paused with his pencil suspended over the envelope. "Is that all?" "It's enough," said Mr. Hochstetter grimly. "It's enough to have the governments of two countries in a lather. You'll keep it safe?" Robert clapped a hand over his pocket. "It won't leave my body." "No?" There was an ironic note in Mr. Hochstetter's voice. Even in the dim light, Tess could see the color deepen in Robert's cheeks. "I am sorry for any complications I caused." "But not for loving her." Mr. Hochstetter gave a short, mirthless laugh. He reminded Tess of a lion she had seen once in a traveling show, caged, cornered, but still king of the jungle for all that, majestic in defeat. She knew how he felt. Her own heart felt rough as sandpaper, every overheard word in agony. Idiot, she told herself. Idiot. Of course she'd believed the worst of Robert. She'd wanted to believe the worst of Robert, because then it meant he didn't love Caroline Hochstetter. That he might, just might, love someone as flawed and twisted as Tess, two rogues together. "It would be easier if I could blame you for that. But you see, I love her too, more than she'll ever know." Quietly, Robert said, "What makes you think I don't love her more?" "You couldn't." Mr. Hochstetter took Robert's hand in a firm grasp and gave it a brisk shake. "Good night, Mr. Langford, and good luck. I trust we shall not have to meet again." Robert inclined his head. "Sir." Mr. Hochstetter departed without looking back, making for the first-class lounge and his wife, leaving Robert staring after him, tobacco crumbs at his feet, and the doom of nations in his pocket. Tess should leave now, return to second class, pretend to play whist. Only a day and a half more. Lie low, her father told her, not your business. Never mind that her heart was breaking in two. That was her folly. She ought to have known he was never hers to lose. She could slink off into the night, pretend none of this ever was. No kiss, no promise of dinner at the finest hotel in Liverpool. But she couldn't. The horrible reality of it hit her, sharp as the fingernails biting into her palm. She couldn't just walk away, because Ginny was in trouble, in danger, and Robert was the closest to a solution she had. He was working for the British. He could protect them, protect Ginny, no matter how much it cost Tess. "Oi there," said Tess, stepping out of the shadows, catching Robert's arm as he made to pass. He yanked away fast, sending her staggering back. It took him only a moment to recognize her, letting out a brief exhalation of annoyance. "What in the devil are you doing here?" Tess straightened her jacket, wishing her hands weren't shaking so. "I need to speak with you." Robert ran his fingers through his hair. "I seem to be in high demand this evening. Can it wait?" "No, it can't," said Tess, and placed all of her 5 feet 4 inches in front of him. She looked up into his eyes and said, as quickly as she could, "I know that you're a spy. I know that you have plans the Germans want, and I know who their agent on the ship is." Robert stared down at her, his face like granite. After a moment, he said, "I didn't know they served absinthe on this ship. Have a cup of tea and sleep it off." "And wake up to the same? There's nothing to sleep off." "I know, Robert. I know all of it. I'll tell you everything, but only if you'll promise amnesty." Tess gripped his lapels, her knuckles white against the dark fabric of his coat. The words tore out of her, each one an aching wound. The agent is my sister, Ginny. She's been working with someone on the ship. I think it might be those Germans in the hold." She expected incredulity, anger even, but this was something beyond anger. There was something in Robert's face Tess had never seen before, and it chilled her to the bone. He made no move to detach her fingers. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because she's in over her head. I'm afraid for her. I'm afraid for us." It was true. It just wasn't the whole truth. Held by that unflinching gaze, Tess blurted out, "She wanted me to steal the plans for her. I'm not really from Devon, but you knew that already, didn't you? My real name is Tennessee Schaff. Tess for short." "German?" "No, my parents were, but that was long before I was born. I can sing you a bit of a German lullaby if you like, but I can't tell you what the words mean. Just the sound of them when someone sings them." "Or so you claim." "I'm as German as your royal family. I've never been to Germany. I was born in Tennessee, but we didn't stay there long. We traveled a lot, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, wherever we could find a town with a saloon and a susceptible population." Now that she'd started, she couldn't seem to stop. The words kept tumbling out like water through a broken dam. "We were swindlers, petty con men. My father brewed up patent remedies. My talent is forgery. I can do you a nice Da Vinci if you like." "I'll remember that the next time I need to redecorate the family estate," drawled Robert. And the disdain in his voice hurt worse than any number of rebukes. Tess flushed. It was all fairly harmless stuff. Well, not harmless, but no one got hurt. Not even from Pa's potions. Just conned, fleeced, gammoned. All of those. I can't defend what I did, what I've done, but it wasn't like this. Robert cut right to the point. "You say your sister wanted you to copy the plans. What plans?" "She didn't tell me." Somehow they had stopped being Tess and Robert. This was an interrogation now, and she was in the witness stand. Not then, at any event. She told me that a collector wanted the Strauss waltz and would take a good copy. I was supposed to copy it out and bring it back to her. Whoever it was she was working with, they thought there was something coded into the manuscript. "And did you copy it?" Tess had never imagined that Robert's voice could be so clipped, or his eyes so cold. "No!" This had gone all wrong somehow. At least, not the bit that looked wrong. "I told you, this isn't my sort of con, and I'm getting out. I'm going straight. That's why I'm here, to start all over." Ginny knew that. I didn't think this was anything different from usual. Just a copy for a collector. One last time, that was all. She was floundering, helpless before that unwavering gaze. This must be how a fish felt on the hook. For the first time, Tess felt sorry for the fish, and she'd swum right at it herself. Fool, she could hear Ginny say. Ginny was right. She couldn't be trusted to look out for herself. She should have made him promise amnesty first, but she'd liked him, trusted him, loved him. Robert took a step back, folded his arms across his chest. So our chance encounters weren't so chance. Did you drop that shoe on purpose, Cinderella? It wasn't you I was following, not at first. I was following Mrs. Hochstetter. I just needed to copy that waltz, that was all. But you were always there. Tessa's voice was growing hoarse. She licked her dry lips, wishing she could find a way to make him understand. I had no idea you were involved in any of this, until... You asked me what I would do if someone I loved was doing something I knew was wrong. I thought you meant Ginny. I thought you knew, or... She barreled on. That you were talking about yourself. Someone she loved. There was a horrible silence as the full impact of her words exploded between them. Tessa's hands curled into fists at her sides. She felt naked, exposed, but she wasn't going to take the words back. Slowly, Robert said, You believed I was working for the Germans. Tess didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. Her throat dry, she said, I believed Ginny might be blackmailing you into helping her. What was I supposed to think? You said it yourself. All of that about treason, and your father in the government, and not knowing the truth about you, and the lady or the tiger. What would you have thought? Her voice cracked with stress and frustration. I don't know, Robert admitted, and the anger was gone from his voice. Instead, he sounded tired, deathly tired. Any more than I know what to make of you. Tess wanted nothing more than to bury her face in his waistcoat and weep. But why? Because he loved another woman? Because she had just betrayed her only kin? There was no going back, no showing weakness, so she straightened her shoulders, meeting his eyes defiantly. That's the truth, all of it. I just want this to be over, that's all. She dug her teeth into her lower lip, trying to keep her voice level. And I want my sister safe. Robert's face softened. Or maybe it was only the uncertain light, lending the illusion of sympathy. Not sympathy. Pity. Tess stiffened. I'm not the only one with problems close to home. Didn't you hear Mr. Hochstetter? The only way someone would think the code was in the manuscript is if someone on your side betrayed you. There was an expression on Robert's face that cut her to the core. He'd gone all bones and angles, the skull showing through his skin. When he spoke, his voice chilled her to the bone. That detail had not escaped me. Tess backed away. Well then, that's about the long and short of it. So I'll leave you to it then, shall I? She couldn't quite resist adding, if you hurry, you might be able to hear Mrs. Hochstetter play. Oh, no you don't. Robert snagged her arm. This sister of yours, how do I find her? Tess stayed stubbornly where she was. I'm not giving her up until I have some promises from you. You're not in a position to make demands, Miss Schaff, and you're not in a position to be particular. Tess glared up at him. You're missing the point. Didn't you hear me? You've one of your own to look for. Robert appeared as though it were taking every ounce of self-control not to shake her. She could feel it in the flex of his fingers. But he was a gentleman when all was said and done. At least she hoped so. And who is most likely to be able to tell me who that person is? Where do I find your sister? What do you plan to do with her? Hang her by her toes until she talks? Said Robert acerbically. Don't look like that, blast it. I'm fresh out of thumbscrews. I'll serve her tea and politely enjoin her to share her information. She believed that just about as much as the other. You might try looking for someone who looks like me. You're going to need to do better than that. Ginny is 10 years older than I am. She could give him this much. And then she'd find Ginny and tell her the game was up. No harm done. They could disappear into the sunset together. Canada, Australia, somewhere people spoke English. Let Robert track down the malefactors, clear the way for their escape. Tess cleared her throat, trying to think of details that wouldn't be details at all. She's a few inches taller. Everyone always said we had the same nose, though. And we have the same color eyes. Brilliant, said Robert in a clipped voice. I can go passenger to passenger inspecting noses. Tess shrugged. What did you expect? A distinctive birthmark? We're neither of us anything special, Ginny and I. What you are, gritted Robert, propelling her forward, is a thorn in my side. Come along, you're coming with me. Tess tugged back. What do you mean I'm coming with you? I've told you everything I know. This isn't my racket. I'm only in this by the way. Or so you say. Robert kept moving, his longer stride forcing her to scramble to keep up. Do you have any idea what you've been playing at? Do you know how ruthless these people can be? Which is why you need to let me go. She had to find Ginny, warn her. She tried to yank her arm away, but he had her fast. Where are you taking me? He glanced briefly down at her. His face was in shadow. All she could see was the bright flash of his eyes. To my cabin. Tess stumbled, her legs tangling in surprise. Well now, that's rather forward of you, isn't it? Call it prudent, said Robert tightly. Did you really think I would just let you go after that? Why not? There isn't anywhere I can go. Isn't there? Robert's grip tightened, keeping her locked against his side like a lover. Or a prisoner. Oh no, Miss Schaff. I'm keeping you close. Until I figure out what to do with you.
Chapter 22. Sarah. 5 miles west of Stonehenge, May 2013. As the grey English miles flew beneath the tires of the Range Rover, I couldn't quite shake a feeling of imprisonment. Maybe it was the drizzle which had begun to drum the windows shortly after we crossed the River Dart and never let up, creating an atmosphere of damp, leather-scented enclosure. Or maybe it was the fog of gloom that surrounded Rupert. Or maybe, just speculating here, maybe it was John's absence. When I tiptoed into the Folly that morning at 8 o'clock, I hadn't had the heart to wake him. He lay sprawled on his stomach on the sofa, one arm curled around the pillow, and one arm dangling to the floor, and even though a crack of brilliant sunlight fell on the side of his face, his expression was so slack and relaxed, so utterly void, I could have mistaken him for a college kid sleeping off a hangover. I'd smiled and thought, some hangover. Oh, he'd been a gentleman, all right. I mean, what else could you expect from John Langford at 2 o'clock in the morning? Instead of deepening that last kiss, instead of swooping me into his arms and hauling me up the stairs like Rhett Butler, cue orchestra, he'd pulled away. He'd rubbed my cheek with his thumb very gently and said, "Good night, Sarah." Said it in the kind of husky, intimate baritone that makes a girl's blood simmer in her sleepy veins, I confess. But good night means good night, in any tone of voice. And as I stared down at him on that sofa, at his long limbs boneless with exhaustion, I'd forgiven him. Walnut sat on the rug next to John's dangling arm, wagging his tail in quiet, protective welcome. I'd rubbed his ears and told him to take care of his master for me, and I'd gone to the desk and scribbled a note. Dear John. Always wanted to write a Dear John. Played trumpet voluntary, but he wouldn't wake up, so I'm headed to Q with Rupert. Rest up and have a look at what I discovered on the code front. Hint, it's right underneath this page. Be back tonight. S. P.S. Took your car. Rupert said you wouldn't mind. P.P.S. All right, his actual words were, better to ask forgiveness than permission. I made no mention of kisses, not even a casual XO before the S. I mean, what did you say to John Langford the morning after kissing him for the first time? Possibly the only time, given the fact that I had only 2 days left in the same country with him. I turned over several phrases in my head and didn't write any of them down, because if I wrote what I wanted to write, if I wrote what I actually thought, God forbid what I actually felt, he would probably change all the locks. To wit. P.P.P.S. I think I may be falling in love with you. Yes, perfect. Wonderful. Just what he needed to hear right now. Just what he needed in his life at this particular moment. A fantasizing American stalker. I turned to Rupert, who was hunched over the wheel, his gray hair now tamed by some kind of old-fashioned pomade that made the car smell faintly of medicine. "This friend of yours at the National Archives," I said. "Does he know we're coming?" "She? Yes, I rang her up this morning." He fiddled with the windshield wipers, making them speed up briefly to monsoon strength and back down again. "Used to work in the Admiralty, so she ought to know where to find old Peregrine's remains. She's pulling everything out for us right now. Terribly efficient, Priscilla. Sort of a modern Miss Moneypenny. I knew him, you know." "Peregrine? Good heavens, no, not that old, am I? I mean, Robert. I must have been about 7 or 8 when he died. And Grandmama, oh, she was a laugh, always knew how to bring him out of his funks. They adored each other. She only lasted another year or so. Smashed her heart to bits when he went." John told me they fell in love on board the ship. "Yes. I gathered it was some sort of scandal, actually. They never talked about it, for one thing, and devoid of information, as you must know, being experienced at research, only ever means skullduggery. For another thing, nobody ever knew where she came from to begin with." "Your grandmother, you mean? She was American, I thought." "Yes, American, but from where? What family? Never heard a word about her childhood, about her past, as if she came into being on the ocean itself." Or maybe she just didn't want anyone to find her. Shipwrecks are convenient that way. You can escape your past, your family, your marriage. You can start your life all over again, if you want to. I glanced down at my iPhone, thinking I'd felt a vibration, but the screen was black. Nothing. No message of any kind. "Any word from John?" asked Rupert. "Nope." "I expect he's still asleep, poor lad. Been through an awful ringer." I looked out the window where the hills rolled by, wet and silent. Yes, it makes me mad when I think about it. He doesn't deserve any of it. Oh, but it's never a question of what we deserve, Sarah. It's a question of what we can bear. And John, I'm afraid, happens to be one of those chaps who can bear a great deal. So he does. My God, he bore Callie all those years, until she broke him at last. He doesn't like to talk about it. No, of course not. He still protects her. It's absurd. Oh, she's not a bad sort, not at heart. But all the women in that family require a great deal of attention, a great and constant amount of fuss and admiration. High maintenance? Is that the current term? Well, Callie needed it more than all of them. Instead of going to university, she went up to London and started modelling and, what's the word? Hostessing, I think they call it. A pleasant little word. I'm not entirely sure what it actually means, but you understand me. Then she discovered cocaine, and that was it, I'm afraid. There was nothing he could do for her. He'd had a stint in the army after university, you know, and when he came back from Afghanistan, she simply latched onto him, the way the weak latch onto the strong. He was a bit of a hero, some sort of medal. It wasn't some sort of medal, I said. It was the MC. The MC, then. Rupert waved his hand. Whatever it was catnip to Callie. They were married straight away. He's that sort of chap. And for a short while, all was well. She helped him win his seat. She's got a knack for publicity, I'll say that. But once he settled into Parliament, devoted himself to politics, she got bored again, took up her old friends, her old habits, except this time even worse than before. What about kids? I said. Didn't they want to start a family? Oh, I expect John wants children. I don't know about Callie. One doesn't inquire. In any event, it's just as well they didn't. Something happened, I don't know what. And he moved out, started proceedings on the hush. The next thing you know, she's photographed with that Russian blackguard at One Hyde Park. And throws John under the bus. Or less. It will all blow over, however. The inquiry's in a month or two. And once it's established that they were living apart, separate lives, divorce proceedings already begun, no reasonable conflict of interest, he'll be back in good graces. Do you really think so? Rupert nodded vigorously. Haven't you been reading the papers? His constituents are outraged. He's a popular fellow, you know. Oh, he'll be back. He's a Langford, after all. Yes, he's a Langford. My phone vibrated, this time for certain, and my pulse jumped in response. I looked down. Sorry you're leaving so soon. I can come down to you. Need your help on a little project. Lunch tomorrow? J.H. John? Rupert asked. I sighed. No, just this old grad school friend of mine, wanting to meet up. He's visiting London right now. He, is it? Oh, you know. He's probably just writing a book and wants me to help him find an agent or something. Ah, yes, Small Potatoes. Nifty title, that. John told me something about it last night. I'm terribly impressed. An authoress in our midst. Thanks, but nobody says authoress anymore, just so you know. It's the kind of word that can get you banned from Twitter. Ah, I rather fancy I'd find that an honor, being banned from twittering, or whatever they call it. Unless you're actually offended, in which case I beg your pardon. An old has-been like me finds it hard to keep up with the niceties. Don't worry, I'm a New Yorker. If you want to offend me, you'll have to bring your A-game. Oh, he said, a little blank. Yes, of course. In any case, well done. I look forward to reading your work. I laughed. Are you sure about that? I'm trying to prove that your grandfather's a traitor, after all. Trying being the operative word. Well, time will tell. Time and old Sir Peregrine's papers, I hope. Poor chap. Bad enough he should kill himself because he thought his only remaining son had drowned. If he killed himself because he thought his only remaining son had betrayed his country. Wait, is that what you think? I exclaimed. I think it makes a great deal more sense than the former explanation. The one we've always been told. You must understand. Sir Peregrine was a Victorian. Family honour far more important than mere personal feeling. Nor was he particularly enamoured of Robert to begin with. You've heard about the older brother, I'm sure. The one who drowned. And Peregrine blamed Robert. Yes. So I always thought it strange he'd go mad with grief like that, without even waiting to find out whether Robert had actually survived. Maybe he got a false report? Maybe. Or perhaps he received a report of another kind entirely. Rupert turned briefly to me and winked, just as my phone buzzed again. What? Aren't you going to look? My dear girl, can't you see he's besotted? He spent 4 hours driving through a proper rainstorm last night, just in order to get back to Devonshire. For your sake. My sake. Rupert laughed out loud, a beautifully hearty British laugh. Believe me, Sarah, the heartsick uncle was merely a convenient excuse. In fact, I realized by the time we crossed the M25, when he nearly missed the junction because he was going on about your cleverness in discovering the existence of some poor chap's Irish bastard in 1871. That was not clever. It was just that no one had ever looked before. But I glanced down anyway. The screen had gone black again, but when I pressed the home button, the message alert lit before me. The penalty for auto theft is damned severe. Don't expect mercy. I tapped a reply. Just remember what happened to Jabba. Everything all right? Asked Rupert. I leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. Oh, you know, I said. The usual. I'd first visited the National Archives several years ago while I was researching Small Potatoes, and I felt the same sense of crushing disappointment now as I did then. For some reason, I still harbored an irrational expectation that the home of the Doomsday Book would present a more dignified face to the world than the cheap architectural squalor of a post-war office block. Rupert must have felt my sigh, felt it and understood its reason. He glanced up from under the dripping edge of the umbrella and said, Rather uninspired, isn't it? If by uninspired you mean ugly, then yes. It's not the outside of the building that matters, remember. Yeah, well, as I remember, the inside's pretty ugly too, and that water cooler in the cafeteria is possessed by demons. Then I suppose it's fortunate we'll be working inside the comparative luxury of Priscilla's private office. Rupert jumped nimbly over a puddle. Priscilla, I said. Tell me about this Priscilla. Priscilla, it turned out, was waiting for us in the lobby, a large, handsome woman with sharp eyes and a mane of glossy supermodel hair the color of hazelnuts. Wearing a leopard print pont dress I recognized from a recent Bowden catalog. Rupert! She exclaimed, throwing her arms around his shoulders and kissing both cheeks. You bloody bounder! You haven't been to see me in ages. And you've only gotten younger, my dear. How's that delicious crumpet of yours? The young strapping fellow, what's his name? Married, it turns out. How's Nigel? He's well. She narrowed her eyes. You haven't rowed again, have you? Oh, darling, it's a frightfully long story. We'll have a nice boozy dinner soon, I promise, just like old times. But in the meantime, poor Sarah here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sarah. Blake, isn't it? The potato book. Adored it, by the way. She held out a long-fingered hand. Priscilla Smythe-Bowman, I'll sign you in. She turned away and clattered to the visitor's log atop a pair of nude patent leather heels, at least 4 inches high. I leaned in to Rupert. You're the gay best friend, aren't you? A walking cliché. Can I help it if the young ladies seek me out in droves? I happen to be a good listener, Sarah, and an excellent judge of shoes. If more men were like me, the divorce lawyers would go straight out of business. Priscilla turned and waved us to the security gates. Up we went in the anodyne elevator, painted that particular color of industrial white that makes you feel empty inside. The air smelled of old carpet and cheap supermarket coffee. Rupert and Priscilla were chattering again about people I didn't know and love affairs gone wrong. And as I stared at the floor numbers above me, ascending with painful turpitude, something clicked softly in the back of my head, like a thumb trying to ignite a butane lighter. Something about fathers and sons and spies, secret papers. I turned to Rupert and interrupted. Which book was it? The one where the spy discovers his father's also a secret agent? What? What, a book? Robert's book. I can't remember the title. One of his later ones. The bell dinged. The doors jolted open. Haven't the foggiest, said Rupert, as we stepped into a rat maze of grey cubicles. I'm afraid I've never read them. From Rupert's hasty description outside the National Archives building, I hadn't quite understood what position Priscilla actually held there. I still didn't, but whatever it was, she had somehow managed to acquire a private office with a partial view of the Thames from its dirty window, and a cluttered, maximalist decor that suggested she'd occupied it for some time. I pulled the Langford papers for the years 1913 to 1915, she said, directing us to the lacquered coffee table before the sofa. It's all been declassified, so take your time. Want me to send Tonya for coffee? I've got my own Keurig. Status has its privileges. Yes, please, I shouted, while Rupert shuddered and refused. Priscilla disappeared out the door, and I settled myself on the sofa and reached for the file box. What about it, though? Rupert sank into the cushion next to me. Robert's book. Oh, it's probably nothing. Overanalyzing. You know how it is with books. We spend semesters pondering the meaning of the blue paint on the character's bedroom wall. And sometimes it's just blue paint, you know? But sometimes not. Anyway, I'd have to go back and look it up. I pretty much chain-read them when I started the project, so it's kind of blurry. I can't even remember which book I'm thinking of. John will know. He's read them all. You should type him. You mean text him? Don't be cheeky. I pulled out my phone and sent a quick message. Just arrived, TNA. Which book of Roberts had the father and son spy plot? Next to me, Rupert lifted a stack of old brown portfolios from the file box marked 1914. Why don't you start with 1915? He said. We'll finish sooner. There's no hurry. My dear Sarah, he said, opening the first portfolio. I have the distinct impression that if I fail to return both John's car and his resident historian before nightfall, I shall never more be welcome on his doorstep, which gives us, he checked his watch, approximately 4 hours to work. 3.5 hours later, I leaned my elbows on the edge of the coffee table and frowned at the white cardboard face of the file box. Rupert, I said. Rupert! There was a startled snort from the body lying next to me on the sofa, followed by a comfortable snore. Rupert's head lay on the sofa arm, cradled by a tweedy elbow, and his hair fell in neat, shiny pieces over his forehead. Something wrong? Asked Priscilla, who was just crossing the threshold. She bore a fresh cup of coffee, an iPhone, and an expression of deep concentration, like she'd just come out of a meeting. Are you sure these are all the files? I tapped the edge of the file box. All the Langford files from 1915. She looked up from her phone and set the coffee cup on the corner of her desk. All we've got. Untouched, too. Nobody signed them out since they were first moved here from the Admiralty offices. And when was that? I can't remember. A long time ago. Why, is something missing? I picked up the last brown portfolio. It crackled under my fingers, releasing the familiar smell of old paper. You might say that. The archive basically stops short in the middle of April. You mean April of 1915? No papers at all? Yes, there's nothing at all here that accounts for the month before the Lusitania went down, which is, as far as we're concerned, the most important part. Let me see that. Priscilla reached for the portfolio and slid the papers out. She thumbed through them carefully, scanned each typewritten page with a sharp, experienced gaze of someone who scanned pages for a living. Next to me, Rupert stirred and lifted his head. Something wrong? He asked. Priscilla reached the last page and looked up, met my gaze and raised one eyebrow. Uh-oh, she said. Uh-oh what? Asked Rupert. My phone buzzed. I picked it up and read the message. John's reply. That would be Night Train to Berlin, 1948. Uh-oh, someone's been up to no good, I said. 3 dots appeared on the message screen, pulsing softly. What do you mean? Rupert said. Priscilla handed him the papers. Seems we have a gap in the documents for the weeks preceding Langford's death. Good God. He shuffled through the stack while I stared at my screen, counting the beats of those dots. Night train to Berlin, of course. Father and son, both of them working for British intelligence during the 30s, except different departments, neither one knowing what the other was doing until what? A train crash, sabotage, the son. The son was on the train seducing a married woman whose husband had vital information. You're right, said Rupert in an astonished voice. My God, it's all missing. Just ends right here with this damned memorandum on April 17th. Are you quite sure they haven't been misfiled elsewhere? I looked through every portfolio, I said, 3 times. Then who the devil's removed them? The Admiralty? No way of knowing, I'm afraid, said Priscilla. As I said, according to our records, you're the first researcher to have a crack at these. Of course, that doesn't mean nobody has had a crack at them, just that nobody's done it officially. Which could be anyone, I said. Anyone wanting to blot this out for whatever reason. Priscilla folded her arms. What about his personal papers? At the Bodleian, said Robert. Well, I suppose you might want to have a look there if you can. They might have been mixed up if he brought his work home with him, which he wasn't supposed to do, of course, but in practice. She shrugged her shoulders. Except he did the deed in his office, said Rupert. He'd spent the night there, shot himself sometime in the late afternoon of May the 7th. His secretary discovered him at his desk at 5:10, still bleeding. The phone buzzed again. Brilliant cipher translation, Bond. Still trying to make sense of it. Chemical reaction OBS, but haven't been able to discover what. Carbon, iron, metal of some kind. I bent down, reached into my laptop bag, and pulled out my notebook. I don't suppose you happen to have a chemistry background, do you, Priscilla? Not much, I'm afraid, she said. But I happen to know a chap who does. I called John as soon as we were clear of the M25. The drizzle had diminished into a fine mist, and the motorway was a sea of red brake lights. Hello, Sarah, he said. How's my car? Your car's lovely, and so are you for letting us take it. I didn't exactly have a choice, did I? I know, I'm sorry. Filled with remorse. Rupert's sorry too, right, Rupert? Sorry, Rupert called out. Just listen, though. That chemical formula, whatever it is, it's the recipe, basically, for a metal. A new kind of alloy made with molybdenum that would have been stronger and more wear-resistant than any other steel alloy at the time. Fascinating, John said in a strange, subdued voice. Sort of a weary voice, not at all like he sounded last night. I was actually about to ring you up myself. Is something wrong? You sound upset. Not upset, exactly. Are you angry about the car? I really am. Okay, now I feel terrible. But you were sleeping so soundly, I just couldn't bear to wake you. And we really needed to make this trip. I'll make it up to you, I promise. It's not the damned car, Sarah. It's the telegram. I glanced at Rupert, who hunched back over the wheel in his familiar position, intent on the road. The lines on his forehead were deep and old, and his hair had begun to frizz from its retro prison of pomade. Which telegram? I said. The one inside the envelope, Sarah. We were so bloody obsessed with the code written on the envelope, we overlooked the obvious. The telegram inside it. He paused, and his voice dropped almost to a whisper. The one Robert never opened.
Chapter 23. Caroline. At sea, Thursday, May 6th, 1915. A telegram? Caroline had no recollection of any of the notes she had just played on the piano, her mind completely focused on the scene she'd witnessed. Robert receiving a telegram and then leaving the room with Gilbert. She lifted her hands from the keyboard, the notes quickly evaporating over the gathered audience. Now that it was over, all she could think about was finding Robert and Gilbert. But before she could gracefully exit the piano bench, she was distracted by an awful noise. It was as if the heavens above had opened and all the cherubim and seraphim painted on the ceiling above were applauding as loudly as they could, the sound nearly deafening as more and more people shouted, "Encore! Encore!" Marjorie bowed so low for a moment, Caroline thought the King of England must have entered the room. And then she decided Marjorie must pretend to be an opera diva quite a bit in the privacy of her own room. She was really that good at it. The bowing, not the singing. When Marjorie once more leaned over Caroline's shoulders to find yet another encore piece, Caroline saw her chance to escape and quickly slid from the piano bench, the ivory silk of her gown facilitating the movement. "Mrs. Hochstetter, they're asking for another encore." Although Marjorie's insistence on keeping her at the piano did make Caroline question the other woman's motives. Was she truly that much of a sadist? Caroline ignored the grating voice while making her way as quickly as she could out of the room, her progress halted by the many people who wanted to stop her and compliment her on the performance. She smiled and smiled, her cheeks beginning to hurt, wondering if she'd ever make it to the exit. She made it to the place where she'd last seen Robert and Gilbert, the exit to the hallway leading into the saloon smoking room. She looked back into the lounge, intent on finding Patrick in the hopes of sending him into the smoking room to search for her husband. And her lover. What could they be saying to each other? Robert was an English gentleman, which meant he most likely hunted and knew how to shoot. Wouldn't he? She was quite sure that Gilbert had never held a gun in his life. She spotted Marjorie coming toward her, her thin lips pressed together and her face a mottled red. Caroline considered her possible escape routes, quite certain that Marjorie would have no compunction at running after her to discuss her disappointment in Caroline's performance and her willful disobedience regarding another encore. Realizing she had no alternative, Caroline made an about-face and entered the gentleman's smoking room, rather certain that Marjorie wouldn't follow her in there. Thankfully, due to the concert, it was mostly empty. Several men looked at her with surprise, and one elderly gentleman, his white mustache oiled to a frightening point, regarded her as one might regard a rat in one's soup bowl. Ignoring the stares and doing her best to pretend that she had no idea that she wasn't supposed to be there, Caroline quickly walked the width of the room, examining every spot where two men could go to have a discussion. A private one, she hoped. She made it to the hallway by the smoking room bar without spotting them, then continued into the veranda cafe, which was completely deserted. No sign of Robert or Gilbert. She grasped the back of a chair, suddenly unsteady on her feet and unsure if it was the roiling sea beneath her or the uncertainties in her life that threatened her equilibrium. Unwilling to go back through the smoking room and desperate for fresh air, she headed to the saloon promenade, eagerly searching for the two men, ducking into shadows just in case Marjorie was as determined to find Caroline. In the pitch dark, it took Caroline a moment to realize that all the windows had been covered with black cloths, to block the light and hopefully disguise the large ship on the open ocean from unwanted attention. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the evening air. Her mother would have said it was just someone walking over her grave, and for a brief moment, while staring out at the inky black of the ocean, she believed it to be true. Being very careful not to trip in the darkness, she made her way around the promenade, finally ending up at the spot where she'd started. She pressed her fingers against her mouth, afraid she might lose what little food she'd managed to eat. The worry and fear over what Robert and Gilbert were saying to each other, making her physically ill. Knowing any decision was better than none, she headed down the promenade, bypassing the lounge where she could hear someone playing a ragtime piece on the piano. She recognized it as the Maple Leaf Rag, a song forbidden by her mother, which, of course, made it irresistible to Caroline. And she wondered if the audience had become so drunk they weren't protesting the scandalous music. Not that Caroline had ever understood why everyone considered it so scandalous. She made her way to the main staircase and, after making sure she didn't see Marjorie or anyone else she recognized, headed toward her suite. She paused for a moment in front of it, then continued walking. She'd already decided that she'd try and find Robert first. She turned a corner and stopped in front of room B38. It was the right one, of course. She'd been in it only that once, but it wasn't a visit she'd likely ever forget. Gently, she tapped on the door.
"Robert? Are you in there? It's me, Caroline."
She thought she heard movement inside, but when the door didn't open, she knocked again. Keeping her voice as quiet as she could, she said,
"Please, Robert, open the door. I need to speak with you."
Again, the slight sound of something. Someone moving inside the cabin. What if he were hurt? What if Gilbert had done something to him?
"I'm coming in,"
she said, hearing the panic in her voice. She turned the knob and found it locked. "May I be of assistance, Mrs. Hochstetter?" Caroline jerked back at the soft, lilting voice of Patrick Houlihan, relieved to see an open expression without prejudice or accusation. Something she was sure he'd perfected after years of being a steward, and for which she was extremely grateful. He knew her shameful secret, but would maintain a false ignorance as long as she did. He always seemed to be showing up right when she needed him, and she was too happy to see him at that moment to question it.
"Yes, thank you. I'm afraid I've lost a sheet of piano music I would like to perform for the concert tonight."
It was a terribly constructed lie that a small child could see through. Yet there wasn't even a twinkle in Patrick's eyes. "And do you believe it might be found in Mr. Langford's room?" She nodded vigorously, as if to add veracity to her statement.
"And if it's not, I think I'll wait for him here so I can ask him himself when he returns."
Whatever was behind the door, she didn't want Patrick to see before she could weigh the situation herself. "Of course," he said, pulling out a key ring upon which she assumed was a skeleton key for the cabins on B deck. "In that case, I will be happy to assist. The show must go on, mustn't it?"
"Yes," she agreed. "The show must go on."
Patrick unlocked the door, but she reached for the handle before he could turn it.
"I'll take it from here. I don't wish to take up any more of your time. Thank you, Patrick."
He smiled, and this time, she was quite sure his Irish eyes were twinkling. "If I see Mr. Langford, I shall be sure to let him know that you're in his room looking for your lost music." With a brief nod of his head, he left. She felt the color rise in her cheeks as she watched him walk away, waiting until he'd disappeared around a corner before turning the knob. Before she could open the door, it was flung open, the knob snatched out of her hand. She looked up, expecting to see Robert, and instead found herself staring into the face of a girl with tousled, dark blonde hair, who looked as surprised to see Caroline as Caroline was to see her. The girl was pretty, she supposed, if one liked that sort of fresh-scrubbed look of a milkmaid, her brown eyes snapping with anger.
"Pardon me,"
Caroline said, her manners reacting before the rest of her could, as if she should be apologizing to this person in Robert's cabin. A girl. Actually, a woman, Caroline realized with some surprise. A woman around the same age as herself. They took each other's measure, and Caroline had the odd impression that they'd met before, although she couldn't place exactly where. looking at the woman's rosy cheeks and bright open stare, not to mention the rough material of her cheap clothing. It was apparent they didn't run in the same social circles. Still. "You're Caroline Hochstetter," the woman said, her voice distinctly American. It wasn't the manner in which Caroline was accustomed to being addressed.
"I'm afraid I'm at a disadvantage," she said, copying Marjorie Schuyler's grating haughtiness, and groaned internally at the accuracy of the imitation.
"I'm Tess, Fairweather."
"Are you the maid?"
She hadn't meant for it to be insulting, but she couldn't imagine why this woman was in Robert's cabin. "Do I look like a maid?" "Never mind." Tess flushed, her eyes bright with anger. "Don't answer that. I presume you're looking for Robert?" Robert? He was on a first-name basis with this person? Caroline stared at the young woman for a long moment, then glanced behind her into the cabin.
"Is Mr. Langford here?"
As much as she wanted to see Robert, she didn't want Tess's answer to be yes. "No, he's not here," Tess said, trying to get past Caroline, her tone of voice one that would have made Marjorie proud. Caroline blocked her exit.
"Then why, pray tell, are you in his cabin?"
The woman drew back, and Caroline braced herself for what Tess would say. But whatever it was she was preparing herself to hear, it wasn't what flew from Tess's mouth. "Robert and I are not lovers, if that's what you're thinking. As to why I'm in his cabin, ask your husband." The words caught Caroline off guard, so that she barely noticed the woman moving past her and into the passageway. She didn't even jerk away when Tess placed a hand on her arm. "Be careful who you trust." Their eyes met briefly before Tess dropped her hand and began walking away. 1,000 questions swirled in Caroline's head, none of them coherent or logical, and none of them moving past her tongue.
"Wait!"
she called after her. Tess turned.
"Do you mean Robert? I'm afraid I don't understand."
Tess seemed to consider Caroline's words a moment before replying. "Be kind to him." The woman turned back around and continued walking. Caroline paced the small cabin while she waited for Robert to return, surprised her footsteps hadn't left a threadbare mark in the rug. She decided waiting in his cabin while Patrick searched for him would increase her chances of speaking with him before she had to face Gilbert. She sat down on a chair, then stood to pace again, then sat down on the bed momentarily before jerking herself back to stand. It wouldn't do to have Robert walk into his cabin and find her sitting on his bed. She began pacing again. The time spent waiting forced her to think, to examine the two paths her life could take once she disembarked. A life with Gilbert, perhaps changed from what she knew if he'd been serious about his plans for their future lives together. Or a life with Robert. Even if she would have to endure the social condemnation of a divorce, she couldn't deny the rush of exhilaration, of sheer joy she felt at the mere thought of a life with him, or the heat that pushed the blood through her veins at the image of waking up next to Robert Langford every morning for the rest of her life. She loved Gilbert. She knew this with the same certainty that she knew the sun would rise in the east the following morning. Yet she also loved Robert with the same conviction. Could a heart be split in half, each part loving a completely different person? And if that were true, how could she choose without the other half shriveling like a rose left too long on the vine? It might as well be a choice of the sun or the moon, except she understood that her days would be dark and her nights empty without both. The door opened, and suddenly Robert was there, staring at her with the same surprise Tess had just an hour before. Caroline faced him but didn't move, knowing she needed answers first, and if she touched him just once, she would be lost and the answers would no longer matter.
"Who is Tess Fairweather?"
Caroline asked, proud that she'd kept her voice steady. He closed the door behind him, glancing around the cabin.
"Where is she?"
His concern over Tess's absence sent a sharp stab of what felt a lot like jealousy poking Caroline in the ribs.
"She left, that's all I know. She wouldn't answer my questions, instead telling me that I should ask my husband."
Caroline heard her voice rise, like a woman on the threshold of hysteria. She took in a deep breath.
I saw you with Gilbert, and I demand to know what is going on." He made a move toward her, but she stepped back, her legs against the edge of the bed. Robert dropped his hands to his sides.
"Tess was here in my cabin as a prisoner. Nothing else. I need to question her about her sister, another passenger on board this ship. Her sister is a German spy."
For the second time that day, Caroline struggled to find the words needed to voice a question, almost as if everybody were suddenly speaking a foreign language she couldn't translate. "But why are you—" She stopped, looked up at him imploringly.
"I work for British Naval Intelligence. I was on a mission which is now complete. Tess and her sister are merely distractions."
"A mission?" She thought for a moment, remembering Patrick with the telegram, giving it to Robert, and then him leaving the lounge with Gilbert. "But I saw you with my husband, and I knew you were with him for a long while because I went to look for you, as I imagined the worst. Is he involved in your mission?"
"I'm not at liberty to tell you, but it's all over now."
He started to lift an arm toward her, but dropped it quickly. "Not at liberty." She closed her eyes, swallowing her anger at yet again being left in the dark about what was really going on. Her anger focused on Gilbert for not trusting her with the truth. She was his wife. "Was it all about business, then? Or was there something more?" His eyes darkened, studying her closely as he spoke, and for a moment she thought he wouldn't tell her what it was that haunted his face.
"There was more. He told me."
A pained expression crossed his face.
"He told me."
When Robert moved toward her, she didn't put a hand out to stop him, allowing his fingers to land lightly on her shoulders. "What did he tell you?" Caroline kept her gaze down, away from those searching eyes, focusing instead on the mother-of-pearl stud in the middle of his stiff white shirt. With a gentle finger, Robert lifted her chin so that their eyes met.
"He told me that he loved you more than I ever could, but I know that couldn't be true."
He bent his head to kiss her but stopped, his lips hovering over hers, and she felt herself relax. The blackmailer, whoever he or she was, had nothing to hold over her anymore. At another time and place, she might have found it odd that relief was the only emotion she felt at knowing Gilbert was aware of her infidelity. Robert continued.
"I want you, Caroline. Not just here and now. Forever."
He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against hers, his warm breath caressing her cheeks.
"I can't promise you the luxuries to which you've become accustomed, but I can promise you that we won't starve, and that I will love you with everything I have until the day I die."
He took a deep breath.
"But I can't keep doing this if I don't believe you feel the same way. It's wrong if you don't. Wrong for all of us."
She knew he meant Gilbert, too, and was grateful he hadn't said the name out loud. "But I can't let you go," she whispered. She closed her eyes, too, afraid of what she might see in his, afraid she might see him pulling away.
"Then you need to choose,"
he said quietly, keeping his lips separated from hers still, killing her by degree. She licked her lips, then opened her eyes. "Give me one more day, please. I'll let you know before we leave this ship. I just need one more day."
"All right,"
he said, moving closer. With a voice barely louder than a whisper, he said,
"But until then, what should we do?"
Caroline didn't hesitate. "This." She placed her hands behind his head and drew him toward her, his lips finally against hers, his strong, solid body fitting into hers as if they'd been made that way. She fell backward onto the bed with him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, with no remorse or regret or any of those things she should be feeling but couldn't while she was in Robert's arms. They took their time disrobing, exploring each other's bodies as if it were the first time, or the last. Robert made love to her tenderly, each touch, each kiss like a branding. "You are mine," they seemed to say. She allowed herself to forget who she was or where she was, giving in instead to the slow, steady rhythm of their lovemaking, yet all the time aware of the brittle space around her heart that threatened to shatter if she made herself remember. Afterward, they fell asleep in each other's arms, their legs entangled so that it was difficult to tell where he ended and she began. It was there, when she awakened in the small hours of the night, that she remembered the one word she'd said as she'd hovered between the twilight world of sleep and wakefulness, pressed against the body of her lover. Gilbert. Caroline jerked fully awake, praying it had been a dream. She listened to Robert's steady breathing, assuring her he was still asleep. After quickly disentangling herself, she slipped from the bed and dressed as well as she could in the dark. She crept from the room, offering up a silent prayer that no one else would be up and about at this hour, and that Jones would have thought to leave the door to Caroline's bedroom unlocked so that she could enter it from the hallway, and almost wept with relief when she discovered that it was. The small lamp by the bed was on, allowing Caroline to see her turned-down bedclothes and her nightgown placed carefully on the bottom of the bed. She closed the door quietly behind her and had just turned toward her wash basin when a voice called to her from a darkened corner of the room. "Mrs. Hochstetter." Caroline jerked toward the sound of the voice, her hand pressed against her heart. "Jones, you startled me." "I'm sorry, ma'am. I've been waiting for you." "Is everything all right? Is Gilbert—" "He's not in his rooms, but that Irish steward, Patrick, stopped by an hour ago with a message from your husband. There is a well-known collector on board, a Mr. Charles Laureate, and Mr. Hochstetter wants to show him the manuscript. Patrick was made to understand that you'd know which one he was referring to." "Can't this wait until morning? It's quite late." "I'm afraid there's some urgency, and it's already been an hour. Patrick said that he'd tell Mr. Hochstetter that he saw you with the Schuylers on the saloon promenade to explain your absence. But he made it clear that Mr. Hochstetter needed the manuscript as soon as possible." Caroline wrinkled her brow, too tired to attempt to make sense of any of it. "Yes, of course, thank you." She was more embarrassed than thankful at the knowledge that 2 more people were being duplicitous because of her. And even if Gilbert knew the truth of where she'd been, she found herself grateful that at least in this regard they could both pretend. She went into the parlor of their suite and knelt in front of the small safe. She knew the combination. It was the same combination as the one at their house in New York. Gilbert, for all of his intelligence, said he wasn't capable of remembering more than one combination. With the dim light of a table lamp, Caroline turned the numbers left and right, waiting for the quiet click before spinning the knob and opening the door. As Gilbert had told her, the safe was crammed with folders stuffed with papers, yet on top, unprotected and quite in the open, was the unpublished Strauss waltz. She gingerly picked it up, then handed it to Jones, almost reluctant to let it pass from her hands. "Please be careful with this. It's quite valuable and very rare." Jones inclined her head. "I will treat it as if it were mine." "I can get myself ready for bed," Caroline said. "Please go find Patrick and make sure Mr. Hochstetter gets that as soon as possible." "Yes, ma'am. Good night." "Good night, Jones." She watched as the maid headed toward the main door of their suite, then waited until she heard the door close behind her. Caroline stood in the quiet, listening to the dull throb and hum of the distant engines, going over the events of the evening, wondering what mission Gilbert and Robert might be involved in together, realizing all the things she didn't understand, including what was in her own heart. Slowly, she walked to her bedroom and got dressed for bed, then lay awake for a long time waiting to hear Gilbert return. She tossed and turned, words like vultures picking at her brain as she remembered what Robert had told her. "He told me that he loves you more than I ever could." She turned to her other side, desperate to find a way to escape her thoughts. When she finally fell asleep, she dreamed she was running through fog so thick she couldn't see her hand in front of her, nor had she any knowledge as to from what or to whom she was running.
Chapter 24. Tess. At sea, Friday, May 7th, 1915. Tess didn't run. She walked. Quickly. Down the corridor, up a flight of stairs, down another corridor, Not going anywhere in particular, just away. Away before Robert could find her. On deck, the fog was thick enough to lose herself, but the cold drove her back inside, searching for a place to hide. She knew she couldn't hide for long, not even on a ship the size of the Lusitania. She needed a respite, that was all. Time to think. Time to plan. While Robert was otherwise occupied with Caroline Hochstetter. Tess pushed aside the image of Caroline Hochstetter, all rubies and disdain. Tess should be grateful to her for giving Tess a breather. She could make this right somehow. She knew she could. But only if she wasn't locked up tight in Robert Langford's cabin. Whatever Robert might think, Ginny wasn't the problem. Well, maybe she was, but she was Tess's problem, not Robert's. The real danger wasn't Ginny. It was whoever Ginny was working for, whoever it was who was making Ginny glance over her shoulder and start at shadows. A day and a half still until Liverpool, Tess reminded herself. And more important, Ginny didn't have the manuscript yet. These people Ginny was working with, they wouldn't do anything until they had their prize in their hands. Ginny should be safe. For now. It was late. Late enough that the saloons had gone quiet, the concert over, the whist drive done. Tess found an abandoned deck chair and plopped down in it, trying to make her brain slow down and concentrate, to work out the problem as if it were one of her drawings, line by line. Each unremarkable on its own, but adding up to a coherent picture. The Germans in the brig might have been part of it in the beginning. Who knew how many agents were planted on the ship? But in retrospect, they couldn't be Ginny's contact. Not with Ginny jumping like a cat on a train track every time someone came up to her. Tess gnawed on one knuckle, ignoring the chill that crept through her clothes, straight down to her bones. It had to be someone who wasn't stuck behind bars, someone who had the run of the ship, with access to passengers and, more important, the Marconi machine.
Miss Fairweather.
Once she'd got her breathing under control, Tess recognized the Irish voice. "Patrick," she said. "I didn't see you there." It felt strange to be calling him by his first name, as Robert did, as if she were a lady and he her servant. But she realized she didn't know his last name. He was always just Patrick. Patrick who was always there. Patrick who could go anywhere he liked. Patrick who had access to everything. Who had Robert's trust. In the fog, his face seemed distorted, uncanny, sinister. Slowly, Tess said, "You're working late tonight."
"There's always a lot to do in the last days,"
said the steward. Was it Tess's imagination, or was there a double meaning to that?
"You shouldn't be out here, miss. You'll catch your death."
"We don't catch death. Death catches us. Wouldn't you say, Patrick?"
"I wouldn't know, miss."
A sudden grin lighted his tired face.
"Although, my missus has made me promise that if there's some time before the next voyage, I'll learn how to swim. She does not want the sea catching me. I've told her the ship's safe as houses, but—"
Tess wrapped her arms about her chest. "Houses burn, and ships sink. What do you think, Patrick? Everyone's talking about U-boats. Are we safe?"
"I think, miss," said Patrick carefully, "that right now you're in more danger from the night air than the Germans. Shall I escort you back to your cabin?"
There was nothing in his face to give any clue to his emotions, or his intentions. 3 days ago, Tess might have assumed it was a kindness, but not now. "Be careful who you trust," she had told Caroline Hochstetter. Flippantly, she said, "Don't you have other duties? You shouldn't be wasting your time on lowly second-class passengers."
"Every passenger is my duty, miss."
That, Tess knew, wasn't the least bit true. "Did Robert send you after me?" she wanted to ask. "Are you working with Robert or against him?" True blue, Robert had called Patrick, but what did he know about him, really? Just that Patrick remembered how he took his tea and could be trusted to pass on a package. Robert might be that trusting, but Tess knew better. Who better than a steward to have access to information others didn't? He could go anywhere, talk to anyone on the boat, and no one would think anything of it. He could steam open telegrams, with no one the wiser. Or she could just be going slowly mad, spinning conspiracies out of the mist. "All right," Tess said, rising jerkily from the chair. It's your shoe leather. I'm on E-deck."
"I know, miss."
Tess narrowed her eyes at him through the fog. "Do you know everything about everyone?" Patrick paused for a moment and then said,
"Mr. Langford has been a good friend to me, miss. I'm happy to be of service to his friends."
Which said absolutely nothing. Tess's nails dug into her palms as the steward led the way to the second-class stairs. At least, she thought, with gallows humor, they seemed to be going in the right direction. He hadn't dumped her over the rail. Not that he would. If he were working with Robert, Robert would need her alive to identify Ginny. And if he were working with the gang driving Ginny, well, then they would want her as a goad. It was some slight reassurance to know that, for the moment at least, she was probably more use alive than dead. Or Patrick might be exactly what he seemed, a steward who had been well tipped by Robert Langford over successive voyages, trying to see one of Robert's acquaintances right. "How long have you worked for Cunard?" asked Tess craftily.
"Going on 5 years now," said Patrick. "It's steady work, and it pays well, although being away from the family is hard. My wife is expecting her 6th.
"Goodness," said Tess. I mean, congratulations. You must miss them." The steward's Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
"I do, if I had the money. But what's that they say? If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Here's your berth, miss."
E22. He had led her unerringly to her door. Despite the fact that a first-class steward had no business knowing the location of second-class passengers, unless he had a reason to know. Robert might have had him discover the location of her cabin after she'd gone missing, or Patrick might have known all along. Patrick held open the door for her.
"Good night, miss. If you need anything, I'll make sure someone is near the door."
"How very kind," said Tess weakly. Patrick bowed his head.
"Just doing my job, miss. Good night."
"Good night. I hope you get to see your family soon," said Tess, and shut the door behind her, wondering if this was how a mouse in a cage felt. From the bunk on the left, Mary Kate's head popped up around the curtain screening the bed. She wore curlers with her nightdress. "A first-class steward taking care of you. You must have grand friends." Unbuttoning her boots, Tess looked up at Mary Kate. "How do you know he's a first-class steward?" The curtain dropped back into place. Mary Kate's voice, slightly muffled, emerged from behind the fabric. "I told you my Liam knew one of the stewards, didn't I?" "Would you be quiet?" Nellie's voice rose sharply from the bottom bunk. "Some of us would like to sleep. The foghorn is bad enough without you chattering on." "Sorry," caroled Mary Kate. Silently, Tess unbuttoned her jacket in the dark, but she didn't undress. Just in case. Still in her skirt and waist, she climbed up to her bunk and slung in, pulling the covers up over her head to blot out the sounds of the foghorn and Mary Kate's apologies. She would only rest for a minute, just for a minute. Through the thickness of the pillow, the horn sounded again and again, a mournful sound, like a dirge for the dead. When Tess woke, the cabin was empty. According to the clock on the mantel, it was nearly 1. She'd slept half the day away, and it felt like longer, like she was one of those princesses in a tale who awakens to find the whole kingdom buried beneath briars. A cautious foray outside revealed that Patrick's words had been an empty threat, or an empty promise, depending on how one looked at it. There was no one stationed outside the door. No one she could see at any rate. Ducking back into the room, Tess washed and dressed as quickly as she could, determined to grab Ginny while the others were at lunch. She could guess and speculate all she liked, but it was about as much use as trying to paint a landscape in a blindfold. There was only one person who knew what was going on. Ginny. "Don't find me," Ginny had said. "I'll find you." But it was too late for that. They needed to have it out now, before the boat docked in Liverpool. If the boat docked in Liverpool. Tess ran up the stairs, slipping out onto the deck. The world outside seemed to have been born new while she slept. Golden sunlight poured down on the decks, Children ran about, savoring their last day of freedom, playing jump rope and hopscotch. Behind them, like a shadow, Tess felt as though she could still see the fog of the night before, the cloth stretched tight over the windows to block the light. In her imagination, she could hear the foghorn echoing, marking the minutes, blasting a warning. The phantom sound lent urgency to her steps as she hurried past the regal suite, occupied by the Hochstetters, to the room reserved for their maid. The corridors were quiet. The first-class passengers were all at lunch. Most of them, at any rate. Tess came to an abrupt stop as Marjorie Schuyler's strident tones emerged from the door of Ginny's cabin. "Well, do you have it?" Cautiously, Tess peeked around the edge of the door. Electric light blared off blindingly white woodwork, revealing a small but well-appointed room. A chunk of soap clung to the corner of the washstand, one of the few signs of habitation. In the middle of the room stood Marjorie Schuyler, resplendent in a Liberty silk dress, in a pattern that clashed with her complexion. Sitting on the bed, in a dark frock, her hair scraped back, Ginny folded her arms across her chest. "Not yet." Marjorie paced the width of the cabin, her draperies fluttering around her. "We're only a day out. I thought you said this forger of yours was reliable." Tess felt as though she'd been hit in the head. Forger? She'd assumed Caroline Hochstetter had loaned her maid out to Marjorie for the pressing of a dress, but Marjorie Schuyler? Forger? Maybe Ginny was setting up another job on the sly, an art heist. But then wouldn't she have told Tess? They were done, that was what Ginny had said. "He is." The male pronoun stung like salt. Maybe that was what Ginny meant when she said she didn't need Tess anymore. She'd replaced her. Some jobs take longer than others. Marjorie glowered at Ginny as though she were a waiter who had delivered the wrong soup. "Well, we don't have that kind of time. I thought I made that quite clear when I hired you." "You can't rush good work," said Ginny. "This is the forger who copied Mr. Frick's Jan van Eyck Virgin Child. I can't tell you where the original is, but let's just say Mr. Frick has no idea he is a copy. My man is that good." My man. Tess could remember painting that, the feel of the brush, the smell of the paint, the celestial blue sky through dark arches as the Virgin and Child, flanked by saints, accepted the homage of a kneeling worshipper in white. Ginny hadn't replaced her. She was protecting her. Which meant Ginny hadn't told any of the others who Tess was. If Patrick had been guarding her last night, it had been on behalf of Robert Langford, not Ginny's mysterious colleagues. No wonder Ginny had been so adamant that Tess stay out of the way, away from her. She wasn't keeping her in the dark. She was shielding her. As she had done, as best she could, from the time they were little. "We don't need good work," said Marjorie in exasperation. "We just need the waltz." "I told you," said Ginny. "You can have the waltz, all 9 pages of it. But if you want the 10th, this is extortion. You want it? You pay for it." Pausing, Ginny looked up at Marjorie Schuyler with an expression Tess couldn't read. "What is this thing, anyway?" Marjorie raised her sagging chin, lifting her draperies like wings. Liberty on the battlements, if Liberty had a slightly supercilious air and a conspicuous cold sore. "Why should I tell you? Let's just say that it's a device capable of deciding this conflict once and for all. Think of it. All these military entanglements that are sapping the artistic energy of the German people ended in one blow. The world under German rule, finally freed from their bourgeois shackles, appreciating the higher things, appreciating art." Shaking herself out of it, she said crossly, "So I would very much appreciate if you would stop wasting our time. Bad enough that our man in the War Office is starting to get cold feet. I mean, never mind. You don't need to know any of that. You just need to get me that 10th page. And how do I know you'll keep your end of the bargain?" Marjorie drew herself up. "Would you doubt the word of a Schuyler?" Under the circumstances, Tess would have said yes. Ginny eyed the other woman speculatively. "You can tell your people I'll have the 10th page for them when we disembark. Not before." They won't like that. How do I know you'll keep your end of the bargain? Ginny smiled, baring her teeth. Would you doubt the word of a German patriot? It was pure bluff. Tess could tell, even if Marjorie couldn't. All right, then. But the moment we disembark, or I won't be responsible for the consequences. And Tess had just enough time to duck behind the door before Marjorie swept out in a flurry of conflicting patterns. I'm sure you won't, Ginny muttered. Crazy bat. Peering around, Tess saw Ginny dive beneath the bed, emerging with her old leather portmanteau. Philadelphia, Delaware, New York. Tess had seen that same portmanteau on so many beds in so many cities, hauled down so many platforms, tossed onto so many trains. Moving with controlled haste, Ginny flung the contents of the dresser into the bag. Combinations, 2 skirts, 2 waists, a set of battered brushes, 2 wigs, 1 blonde, 1 brown. Ginny flung open the wardrobe, ignoring the 3 identical black dresses. Another skin sloughed off, another costume discarded. From behind them she grabbed a sheaf of papers tightly furled in a roll, tied with string. Hiking her skirt, she stuffed them inside her garter. The Strauss waltz. Ginny paused to take a quick look around the room. Muttering something to herself, she yanked open a drawer and grabbed a pristine life belt. Hooking her portmanteau over her arm, she strode from the room, kicking the door shut behind her, before hurrying down the hall to the regal suite. She didn't bother going through the parlor. She went straight to the door on the side that led to Caroline Hochstetter's bedroom. Recovering from her paralysis, Tess hurried in her wake. From the Hochstetter suite came the sound of doors opening and closing, clothing rustling. Tess didn't bother to knock. She pushed open the door, catching her sister by surprise. Ginny froze, Caroline Hochstetter's fox stole dangling from one hand. The rubies at her ears and neck glimmered like blood. Her portmanteau lay on Caroline's bed, a bit of beading betraying the evening dress stuffed inside. "Damn it, Tess," hissed Ginny. "You aren't meant to be here." Tess stood, one hand on the doorknob. "What are you doing? Taking my wages?" Ginny's face twisted into a simper, her voice taking on an exaggerated drawl. "Oh, Jones, what a treasure you are! Oh, Jones, I don't know what I would do without you. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, tell me if I can go, ma'am." Scraping and bowing to her highness, hiding her little affairs, it makes me sick. Ginny's hand went to the rubies at her throat. "I've earned every penny of this." That was Ginny, truth and lies mixed all together. That wasn't why she was running, and they both knew it. But there's still a day before we land. They'll search the ship for you. A satisfied smile spread across Ginny's face. She tapped a finger against a folded piece of paper. "Oh, I don't think so. Not once Mr. Hochstetter reads this. Mrs. High and Mighty will be too busy explaining herself to worry about a few lost jewels, and neither of them will want me to go public." Tess could have shaken her sister. "I wasn't talking about the Hochstetters, Ginny. I thought you had bigger plans than a few jewels." "Oh, I've got those, too. I said I'd manage it without you, didn't I?" A wary expression crossed Ginny's face. "Is that what this is? Now that I've got it all in hand, you want in?" "No! I mean, yes." Gentling her voice, Tess stepped forward, saying, "You can steal all the jewels you like. I'll help you. Forget that waltz. We can take the jewels and disappear together. Just walk off the boat. I'll help you. I'll do whatever you say. Let's just get away." Ginny regarded her suspiciously. The light winked off the cold glass eyes of the foxes on the stole, giving them an equally skeptical air. "I thought you wanted out." "I do. I want both of us out. But I'm scared for you, Ginny. What happens when you give these people that 10th page? Do you really think they're going to give you a pat on the back and send you off to the motherland? They call it the fatherland." But Ginny's face relaxed into something between exasperation and affection. "Do you think I'm that naive, Tenny? I've made plans. They won't get the better of me, not now that you're out of it." The echo of the past swept over Tess like the rumble of a departing train. But these weren't shopkeepers' daughters or arrogant Argentines they were conning. Not this time. But what if they are better? This is their game. Desperately, Tess tried to think of anything that might move her sister. Think about what Pa would say. He left Germany to avoid serving in their wars. Ginny made a snorting sound. Turning away, she began rummaging on Mrs. Hochstetter's dressing table. Is that what he told you? Tess took a step forward, trying to see her sister's face in the mirror, trying to catch her eye. Don't hurt anyone. That was what we always agreed. Nothing to hurt. Oh, for the love of... Ginny slammed a scent bottle down hard enough to make it crack. What about the people who starved because Pa fleeced them? Or do you want to talk about the people who were dumb enough to drink his elixir? Tess bit hard on her lip. There was nothing in it to harm. Oh, because drinking turpentine is so good for babies. At the look of alarm on Tess's face, Ginny gave a short, sharp laugh. Don't look like that, Tess. It wouldn't kill anyone, not unless they knocked back a barrel of it. It was mostly vinegar and red pepper anyway. Pa said it gave them hope. And he'd believed it, too. He'd believed in the power of hope. He'd believed that if he'd only hoped enough, believed enough, Tess's mother would have lived. That was why he'd mixed his potions, striving always for the remedy he'd lacked. Yes, it had been a con, but there had been a truth of sorts in it. He was trying to help. He was trying to help himself, to their wallets. Ginny gave her head a quick shake. With a decisive gesture, she swept a pile of coins into her pocket. Why are we even discussing this? Pa is dead, and wherever he is, I'm pretty sure he's not sitting on a cloud playing a harp. Ginny, we're finished here. Relenting slightly, Ginny paused and touched Tess's cheek with one finger. Once I'm settled, I'll send for you, Tenny. If you're settled... Tess swallowed hard. Her throat felt like it was full of pins. I can't let you do this. They'll kill you. Once you hand over that manuscript, you're signing your own death warrant. They'll kill me if I don't. Seeing Tess's alarm, Ginny said, Don't you worry about me. Now that I don't have you to worry about, there's nothing they can do to harm me. I'll play their game, but I'll play it my way. You mean Marjorie Schuyler's way? Ginny froze. What do you know about that? I heard everything. There was a shiver in the ship, as though the sea itself were standing still. Ginny cursed beneath her breath. She's a lunatic, you know. I can handle her. It's the people she's working for that matter. And if you can't handle them? Tess grabbed one of her sister's hands. Please, Ginny, at least consider going to the Brits. If anyone can protect you, protect me? Tenny, you have no idea. They can't even protect themselves. This is Robert Langford's doing, isn't it? You ask him, Tenny. Ask him just who wants that code, and why. No, don't do that. Taking her by the shoulders, Ginny gave her a quick shake. You stay away from all this. Do you hear me? Go paint your seashells and lie low, and don't trust anyone. Goodbye, little sister. Letting her go, Ginny strode to the door, rubies glowing darkly against her black traveling suit, a suit Tess had never seen before. A wig and some makeup, and there would be a different woman walking out of the cabin. Tess jackrabbited after her, trying to get between Ginny and the door. Ginny, wait! There's no time, said Ginny. And then, gruffly, I do love you, you know. Love you. Love you. The words seemed to go on and on and on, as a dull thud reverberated through the air. The floor rose and tipped Tess to the side. She could feel a pain in her head. And then the world went black.
Chapter 25. Sarah. Devon, England, May 2013. By the time we turned off the road to the Langford Drive, the world had gone black. I hadn't quite gotten used to that, the way the countryside darkened to pitch at night. In a city like New York, you never could escape the light. Lamps are out, Rupert said as he pulled up the Range Rover before the Dower House and switched off the engine. He must be down in the folly. I unbuckled my seatbelt and opened the door. Then let's go straight there. Rupert made some noise of protest, but I pretended not to hear him. I stared down the infinity of black space that was the lawn, trying to make out which distant twinkle came from the folly and which from the houses on the opposite bank of the river, while he puffed around the front of the car and said something feeble about tea. "John's got an electric kettle for emergencies," I said. Rupert sighed. "All right then, my beauty, since you're so eager for the reunion, just allow me to fetch a torch from the boot, Of course, John kept a flashlight in the back of the Range Rover, along with a full emergency kit. The beam jogged along ahead of us, illuminating the imperfections in the damp, green-smelling lawn before we could stumble over them, and the sight was so familiar from all my nighttime crossings with John, I would have forgotten that Rupert walked beside me if he hadn't taken my arm. Because John had never taken my arm, not even at 2 o'clock in the morning, when we were both stumbling with fatigue. We'd hardly dared to touch each other until last night. "Dear girl," Rupert said breathlessly, "far be it from me to stand in the way of true love and that sort of thing." "Love? But do you think it might be possible to downshift your manic pace just a trifle?" "Oh." I staggered to a stop, and in the slight glow from the flashlight, I could see that Rupert's face was flushed and somewhat strained. "I'm so sorry." "Not at all, not at all. Good for the ticker, no doubt. You're dragging me along admirably. It's just that my ancient legs can't quite move fast enough." "You're not that ancient. Anyway," I added, a little defiant. "It's not John I'm eager to see, it's the telegram." "Oh, of course. The telegram." He drew in a deep, long breath. "All right, then, carry on. Let's go find that telegram." I pressed my lips together. We continued forward at a more sedate pace, and though my muscles ached to go fast, to absolutely sprint toward the illuminated windows poised below us. Yes, definitely the folly, I recognized it now. I matched my stride to Rupert's stride, bent my will to his. In the distance, I could just make out the glow of Torquay, and I thought of what John had told me that first evening, describing the nearby geography, how new and unsettling everything had seemed, and yet how I'd felt as if I were on the brink of something important, something like this, like the sight of the tall, rectangular windows growing and resolving before me, golden with the promise of John's presence. "It's all rather beautiful, isn't it?" Rupert said quietly. "Easy to forget how beautiful it all is, almost magical." "No wonder Robert liked to write here," I replied. "No wonder John liked to sleep here." The bridge appeared at the end of the flashlight's beam, and we climbed the gentle rise. As we crested the arc, I saw that the door was just ajar, and I dropped Rupert's arm and skipped down the remainder of the bridge to solid ground. To the door left ajar for me. John sat at the desk, cast in flickering blue by the light of his iPad screen. His brow furrowed into an expression of haggard concentration, and his thick, square chin rested on his hands, which were knit together and propped up by his elbows. He wore a different sweater, I saw, red faded to a rusty pink. I switched off the flashlight. "Hello there," I said. He jerked his head, and maybe I stood in some kind of shadow because he didn't seem to recognize me. His eyebrows flattened and his hands gripped the edge of the desk, like he was about to launch himself into outer space. So I stepped forward into the pool of lamplight, and his whole face simply lifted into a smile that warmed my chest, that made my heart fall and fall, made me forget, for just an instant, all about the tantalizing revelation waiting for me somewhere in this room. "Well, hello," he said. "I was just—" "John, my boy," Rupert roared over my shoulder. "Have you got any tea in there? I'm beside myself with thirst. This resident historian of yours refused to let me stop even for petrol, let alone human sustenance." John rose from the desk. "I'm glad she didn't. You're bloody well late enough as it is. I've been watching one of the old Langford movies just to stay awake." "Oh, which one?" I asked. "Night Train to Berlin." He moved to the electric kettle that perched on the edge of one of the cabinets and peered inside. "I was hoping to find some sort of clue to our little mystery." "And the telegram?" I asked. He nodded to the desk. "Right over there." I snatched it up, and even though I already knew what it said, even though I'd already turned those words over and over in my head, echoing John's deep, measured voice. I read them aloud anyway. Mission compromised. Stop. Expect imminent countermeasure. Stop. Take all necessary action, personal safety. I looked up. John had left for the sink in the bathroom. Rupert stood in the middle of the room, arms folded, staring at the paper in my hand, while the sound of rushing water floated from the doorway. So they were working together, weren't they? Robert and his father. Something to do with this chemical reaction, the one that gives the Allies a major advantage in manufacturing materials. So it seems, said Rupert. It's just odd, though, isn't it? The wording of the telegram. Obscure, as if he didn't want the Marconi operator to smoke out his meaning. Exactly, John said, returning to the room with a kettle. He set it back down and plugged it into the nearby socket. If this mission was compromised, if the Germans had caught wind, and Sir Peregrine knew it, knew they meant to sink the ship, shouldn't he have wired the captain himself? Very strange, said Rupert. He took the telegram from me and pursed his mouth as he stared at it. I sank into the armchair and watched the back of John's neck as he readied the pot and the teacups. The lamplight made his skin glow. I pressed my thumbs together and said, But I think you know the answer to that question, don't you? You know why Peregrine didn't try to stop the ship itself from sinking. I don't know for certain, John said slowly, measuring the tea into the pot. Because there's no proof, is there? Rupert looked up. You think Robert was a traitor? That his father found out and was trying to protect him? No, John said. He fixed the lid back on the tin of tea leaves and turned around, propping himself on the edge of the cabinet. His eyes were sober, his mouth drawn. I think it's the opposite. In the shock that followed, I don't remember who spoke first, who broke the stunned silence that turned the air to glass. Maybe the kettle started whistling and John turned to pour the water into the pot, and that was when I jumped from the chair and said, Peregrine. Sir Peregrine was the traitor? Or maybe that was Rupert. Rupert, who found his voice first. Either way, John didn't turn. He just went through the motions of making tea, applying all his concentration to this ritual while he spoke to us patiently. I could be wrong, of course. It was the telegram that made me suspicious, for all the reasons I just mentioned. I mean, if it were me, if I'd just decoded some sort of message in room 40 that led me to believe Lusitania was in danger, I'd bloody well wire that captain the instant he came within range of the Crookhaven Marconi station. I'd want to save my son. I'd want to save all those people on board. And moreover, I'd want to save that precious chemical reaction, wouldn't I? Unless the point was to allow the tragedy to take place, I said. The old theory that Britain needed American outrage, needed America to enter the war. He shook his head. I've never bought that one. Anyway, that wasn't Peregrine's angle, was it? He was clearly working on some sort of espionage mission, and so was Robert. And something went wrong, something so catastrophic that somebody purged all mention of it from the official records, as you discovered today. And that's when I thought about what you've said, Sarah. About what? He nodded toward the desk and the iPad propped atop. Night train to Berlin. Here you are, Uncle Rupert. No milk, I'm afraid, but there's sugar in the bowl. The book? I exclaimed. It's in the book? I couldn't find any copies lying about here, and I couldn't find it on Kindle, but the film's available online. A classic. Carol Goring directed it, his first big hit. I hurried around the corner of the desk and pulled the iPad closer. John had paused the movie, but I could see he was about 3/4 through. The blurred monochrome face of some half-familiar actor filled the screen as he walked down the narrow corridor of a Pullman coach. Tristan Beaufort, I said. He's got what was it? The formula for some kind of explosive, right? But the Germans have sabotaged the train because they don't want him to reach Paris and hand it over to his English contact there. I looked up. Oh my God. It was his father. Tristan's father was working in British intelligence. John was nodding. He hadn't taken any tea himself, and his arms were folded across his rusty pink chest. And was being blackmailed, he said. Blackmailed by the Germans. Told them where the information exchange was taking place so they could snitch the formula for themselves, and then sabotage the train to cover their tracks, so to speak. Let the British think it was just lost. Christ, Rupert whispered. Only he didn't realize that his own son was the British agent on board the train. I sat in the chair and stared at the wild, blurred eyes of the actor. He found out and tried to send a message, but it was too late. Beaufort discovers the plot and diverts the train at the last second, saves the day, but his father has already killed himself, not out of grief for his son, but because he knows his treachery is about to be unmasked. Rupert sat in the armchair, white-faced, holding the tea with both hands. It was right there all along, hiding in plain sight. He looked at me. Well, we've certainly got your story, young lady. Not quite. I mean, this isn't proof. It's all just educated speculation. And I'd never publish anything this, well, incendiary without more evidence to back it up. Why not? You've got the telegram. You've got a decent working theory, and now that you know what you're looking for... But it would destroy his reputation. I turned to John. I can't just accuse your ancestor of treachery. John's eyes met mine, steady and earnest. And as I returned his gaze, it seemed to me that I understood at last why he looked so haggard, why his voice over the phone had sounded so strained. Sarah, it's history, he said. It's what you do. The truth is far more important than the Langford family reputation. Besides, this is exactly what you need, isn't it? It's exactly what you've been looking for. Your book, your big comeback. I opened my mouth and found I had nothing to say. Both men watched me, waiting for me to speak, waiting for me to take this gift that John was handing to me. He's right, I thought. This was exactly what I was looking for. The big scandal, the big cover-up. And it all fit together so beautifully. A shocking narrative from the past finds its echo in the present Langford family scandal. For John, the timing couldn't be any worse. And yet there he stood, a few yards away, arms folded, face haggard, presenting this terrible, miraculous gift to me. He could have ripped up that telegram. He could have kept its contents forever hidden. But he hadn't. He hadn't even hesitated. I rose from the chair. John, I began. Rupert. I don't know who jumped highest. I spun toward the door and ended up folded over the chair arm. John jerked around and caught himself on the edge of the cabinet. And Rupert? He gasped and leapt from his chair, spilling his tea on the rug before he set cup and saucer on the corner of the desk. His hands shook as he turned to face the large, handsome, black-haired man who filled the doorway. Nigel, he exclaimed, in a choked voice. Well, there's a happy ending anyway, I said, watching the flashlight bob through the window glass over the crest of the bridge to disappear on the other side. I turned to John and smiled. How long should I wait before I sneak after them? I don't know. Might be a little awkward, you know. John lifted his hand and rubbed the corner of his mouth with one finger, possibly to hide the beginnings of a smile. They seem to have a great deal to talk over. So I noticed. I made a show of glancing around the room. So what should we do in the meantime? Watch the rest of the movie, maybe? You could sleep here, he said, and added hastily in the same sentence, on the sofa, I mean. I could take the daybed in the other room. I don't have a toothbrush. I might have an extra, for emergencies. Emergencies? You never know. He looked sincere, almost angelic. The dim lamplight softened the edges of his face. The color of that sweater was not his best, or maybe he was just pallid from fatigue and shock. But the surge of longing overtook me anyway, filling my chest, making my fingers tingle and ache. A toothbrush emergency, I said. This happens to you often? Not often. Hardly at all, come to think of it. Possibly it was just wishful thinking on my part. A small flicker of human hope. His voice lost its teasing edge, and my mouth went dry. I felt the intensity of his mood, the quiet Langford charisma radiating from his skin. I couldn't stand the intent shape of his eyes, so I turned away and pretended to inspect the sofa in question, tried to think of something clever to say, something to keep up the banter, and I just couldn't. No banter left inside me, no desire for wit and fun. Instead, I found myself opening my mouth and talking about my father, how he was an expert on sofas. A couch potato, was he? No pun intended. I turned my head and lifted an eyebrow. You know potatoes, he said, like your book. Sorry, never mind. It's late and my brain isn't quite. He slept on them a lot. Sofas. He was an alcoholic. I'd wake up early and come into the living room. I was only 4 when they split up. And he'd be snoring on the couch, reeking of booze. That smell still kills me. I'd turned back toward the sofa, Robert's sofa, because I couldn't look at John while I said a thing like that. The air stirred as he stepped toward me and stood by my side, staring at the furniture with me. I'm sorry, he said, like he meant it, like he understood the true meaning of the word, akin to sorrow. It was a long time ago. I'm over it, sort of. I don't think you ever really get over a thing like that, do you? He was your father. They're supposed to be heroes when you're small. Time enough when you're grown up to realize they're just human. Just people muddling through life like you are, making mistakes. But when you're little, your dad should be Superman. Well, my father wasn't Superman, least of all to me, John said. But at least I had a splendid family history to lean on. Or did. Now I'm going to blow that up for you, too. Oh, I'll be all right. As you said, I'm an adult. I don't require heroism from my ancestors anymore. In fact, I found it's rather more interesting when they're not heroic, don't you think? I didn't answer. Maybe the lack of sleep was catching up with me. I don't know. Maybe my nerves were failing after all that excitement. The air was cool because the door had been left open so long, and it smelled of the outdoors, the damp grass and the muddy, wet scent of the river nearby. John touched my shoulder. I said, he called us once when I was a teenager, and Mom was at work. He'd cleaned himself up, he said. He still loved us, still loved my mother. Wanted to know if I could go to Mom for him and ask for another chance. What did you say? I said I would, and I hung up and I didn't tell her a word about it. I never told her. I don't know whether it was because I hated him for what he'd done, or because I didn't want to share my mother with him, or because I didn't want to put her through all that hell again. Whether I was selfish or whether I was protecting her. And a few months later, he drove his car into a parkway overpass. When they tested his blood, he had an alcohol level of 0.25. It seems you made the right choice, then. I stepped to the sofa and sat down on the edge of it, folding my hands around my knees and staring at my interlocked fingers. But what if he went out and got drunk that night because of me? Because I didn't tell Mom? And what if I had told her, and everything had turned out all right? I would have had a father, and Mom would have had her true love back, and he'd still be alive. Oh, Sarah. John sat down next to me and drew me against his chest. Trust me, there was no happy ending there. Trust me. You absolutely cannot redeem another human being. You just can't. Only God can do that, I suppose. God, or whatever it is you believe in. The only person whose behavior, whose goodness, you can control is yourself. You just get up every day and do the best you can. I snuffled against his sweater. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't reach out and help others. Listen and love and support and whatever you can. But you can't expect to save them. You can't hold yourself responsible for their choices. I turned my head to face the desk. My arms had come to rest lightly across his stomach. His arm held me securely around the shoulders. I said, Is that what happened with Callie? You realized you couldn't save her? He laughed. No, I realized that much earlier. But I'm sort of old-fashioned about the better or worse business, and I'd known about the drugs and all that before the wedding, so I wasn't going to call quits because of that. It was the sex camp that did it for our marriage. I drew back and his arms loosened to let me go. Sex camp? I can't remember what they called it officially. Something about a physical therapy retreat for couples. Callie said we hadn't been connecting in bed the way we used to, and that was why our marriage was falling apart. Not the fact that she tended to stumble home high at 6 a.m. with one shoe missing. So I agreed to go because, well, what did I have to lose after all? I mean, it was sex camp. But what was it like? Very new agey. In the beginning, you weren't allowed to touch each other. They had all these classes and seminars, saucy stuff. I learned a great deal about the female orgasm, it must be said. And then, I believe it was the third night, just before we were given permission for what they called mindful touching. I went looking for my wife after dinner and found her bonking the instructor in the bondage room, so I went straight home and filed for divorce. My hand flew to my mouth. Are you laughing at me, Blake? Laughing at my misery? Of course not. It sounds... How terrible. I mean, the bondage room? Were they actually... You are laughing. I can see your shoulders shaking. I am not. What a hard woman you are. He reached out his long, rusty pink arms and gathered me up. Hard. Cruel. Do you have any idea how shattering it is to see your wife mindfully touching another man? Well, you know, I've never had a wife. And you're satirical. Also, I've never been to sex camp. Never been inside a bondage room either, I expect. Nope. I did read that book, though, almost all the way through. Child's play, John said, and he bent his head and kissed me. For an instant, when I opened my eyes, I expected to see the red LED lights glowing across R2-D2's perfectly round chest, telling me it was time to rise and shine. But the air around me was dark and musky, and a heavy arm lay across my middle, and a massive chest moved in a deep, steady rhythm against my back. And something else. I was happy. A fog of contentment inhabited my body, breathing silently through each pore. John. His name streaked across my mind, and it all rushed back. Long, intimate kisses, clothing parted, John carrying me to the daybed in the other room. I remembered a feeling of wonder mixed in with all the physical ecstasy of sex, and how I saw that wonder reflected in John's own expression. Oh my God, I'd whispered, linking my hands around the back of his neck. And I don't remember what he said in reply to that, just that it got even better from there. And when culmination finally arrived, it was like nothing and nobody I'd ever known, like a spiritual relief, followed by the kind of silence that means all the things you cannot say out loud. Then sleep. And now, I couldn't say how long I'd slept. Not long, surely, because the world outside the windows was as black as pitch, and I was still too tired to move. My brain, however, was awake and jumping, alive with the thrill of falling in love. Falling in love with John. Oh, God. John Langford. This warm, sturdy man sleeping beside me, his whole body now known to me, and alive also with another thought, another nagging question, hovering beneath all that bliss. Let it go, Blake. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. Concentrate on this precious arm against your ribs, on the thump of his heart at your back, his legs tangled comfortably around yours. Concentrate on all of this before it's gone, before you fly back to New York and real life. But my eyes wouldn't close. I picked out the shapes in the room, the faint outline of the doorway to the study, Robert Langford's study, where he wrote all his books, where his secrets lived and breathed, small secrets and large ones, the motherlode of all secrets, which he might or might not have told the world, except the world didn't notice. My father is a traitor. My father stood back and allowed the deaths of a shipful of innocent people, men and women and children, just to save his own reputation. My father nearly caused my own death. How did you forgive a man for that? How did you keep that secret all those years? What did it mean? Was Robert the one who had purged Sir Peregrine's files? Why? Why not just let the bastard swing from the gallows of public opinion? Or had we jumped to the wrong conclusion after all? Something was missing. Well, a lot of things were missing. But as I lay there counting the beats of John's heart, savoring the warmth of his breath in my hair, it seemed to me that we were missing something essential, the key to it all, the puzzle piece that made all the others fit together. Carefully I lifted John's arm and slipped out from the shelter of his body. He made a noise of discontent, but he didn't wake. The air was cold on my naked skin, so I gathered the first thing under my hand, the sheepskin throw, and wrapped it around my shoulders. The softness of it surprised me. I tiptoed from the room, shut the connecting door, and switched on the lamp on the desk. John's iPad still sat in place, paused in the middle of Night Train to Berlin. The screen was dark, and I didn't know the passcode. I sat down in the chair anyway, bringing my feet up to rest on the edge of the seat, wrapping my arms around my knees. I couldn't recall the details of the book, but I did remember that it had been one of my favorites. As I sped through the Langford oeuvre, everything had fit together so elegantly, and the characters, rendered so vividly, so lifelike I'd felt, as I read, that I knew them personally, that they actually existed in some alternate book universe. Tristan Beaufort, of course, but also the secondary characters. The father, the passengers on the train. There had been a romance, right? He'd seduced a married woman. And there was some connection to the whole espionage plot, some reason he seduced her, or maybe he found out the connection afterward. I couldn't remember, and yet it felt important somehow, urgent, maybe even the reason I'd woken up. I unfolded my legs one by one, constrained by a certain stiffness in my nooks and crannies. Sex with John Langford, it turned out, involved all the major muscle groups, and most of the smaller ones, plus a few I hadn't even known existed until now. I bent down to the stack of notes and items of interest that I kept in a file box near the desk, and I sifted through the contents with more curiosity than energy. I should go back to bed. Nothing useful could possibly come of this. In the morning, my head would be clearer, my body renewed. I could search with purpose. Still, my fingers kept flipping, looking for the right folder. My notes on Robert's books, until they came to rest not on a notebook, but something else, something smaller. Thick, sleek paper. I lifted it away from the stack. The program from the 1952 Carnegie Hall concert. The pianist, Mary Talmadge. I sat back in the chair and thumbed idly through the pages. The old advertisements, the concert notes, the thanks to benefactors. The proceeds of this concert will benefit the Talmadge Musical Conservatory in Savannah, Georgia. Of course, I'd heard of the conservatory, one of the most prestigious in the country, founded by some legendary philanthropist and his wife, who were obviously related to Mary Talmadge in some way. But of what interest to Robert? Why would he have kept this particular program from a concert in New York? Was he that obsessed with music? I peered at Mary Talmadge's photograph. She was beautiful, even and perhaps especially against the tailored black and white setting. Looking off to some point in the distance, her long, elegant pianist's fingers displayed prominently against her cheek. Maybe that was it, her beauty. Robert was a bit of a connoisseur, wasn't he? Except there was something familiar about her, wasn't there? I couldn't say what. The eyes, the expression that conveyed an age far greater than her smooth skin suggested. I'd seen her photograph before, of course. She was a legendary figure in the mid-century music scene, but it wasn't that. It was something more intimate. I tossed the program on the desk, and as I did so, a small ecru rectangle of notepaper slipped free from the last page. I caught it just before it fluttered to the floor. Albert Hall, next. Will you be there? XO. The handwriting was distinctly feminine. Sarah? I looked up. John stood in the doorway to the bedroom, blinking sleepily, wearing nothing at all. A warm glow spread across my skin. Right here, I said, and I set down the program and rose from the chair. Thank God. Thought you'd bolted already. I turned off the lamp, walked across the room, and wrapped my arms around his waist. The thing about Americans, I said just before kissing him, we're not as stupid as you think we are. Only later, as I nestled in John's arms and drifted inevitably to sleep, did my scattered mind recall that nagging detail about Night Train to Berlin. "The husband," I exclaimed. "What husband?" John mumbled. "Not yours, I hope." "No, the one in night train to Berlin. It wasn't Beaufort who knew the plans, remember? It was the husband of the woman he seduced on the train." John answered with a snore.
Chapter 26. Caroline. At sea, Friday, May 7th, 1915. A loud snore erupted from behind Caroline where she sat with Gilbert in the dining saloon, staring at the dish of ice cream Gilbert had ordered for her, but for which she had no appetite. Caroline turned slightly and recognized the old man with the extravagant mustache from the smoking room the previous evening. He sat alone, his head drooping perilously close to his plate of poudine soufflée tyrolienne, sound asleep.
In some countries, I'm sure falling asleep after a meal is meant as the highest of compliments.
Gilbert's voice held the trace of a smile. She turned to him with surprise. It had been so long since she'd seen him this relaxed, or make an attempt at light humor. His face brightened with a broad smile, showing the crease in his cheek she'd fallen in love with, reminding her of how they'd once been when he was courting her, and how full he'd made her young heart. She couldn't help but smile back, then immediately felt it falter. She stared down at her melting ice cream, wondering if she ate it very fast, if it would freeze her mind so she wouldn't have to think about the looming decision she had to make in less than a day. A decision she was no closer to reaching than she'd been the previous night as she crept from Robert's bed. Caroline pushed the bowl away in disgust, remembering, too, the shared ice cream with Robert at another garden party, and how he'd told her to press her tongue against the roof of her mouth to stop the sensation of ice imprisoning her brain when she ate it too fast.
"I'm sorry, darling," Gilbert said. "I thought you liked ice cream."
"I do." She attempted a smile, but it felt more like a grimace. "I just have no appetite." His eyes searched hers, and Caroline knew what he was hoping to find. Yet she couldn't look away. If he chose to believe that she could be expecting a child, and it was a thought that made him happy, then she wouldn't take that away from him. She couldn't. She'd already taken so much. She glanced around the dining room at the other first-class passengers enjoying lunch, surprised to see everyone eating vigorously as if it might be their last meal for days instead of just a few hours. "I'm surprised anyone has an appetite," she said, attempting to continue the light tone. "It's as if we do nothing but eat on board, with our daily schedules centered around what time the next meal will be served. I'll be amazed if I can fit into all of my clothes once we disembark in Liverpool tomorrow."
"You could be as large as an iceberg, and I'd still think you are the most beautiful woman in the world."
Caroline laughed, the genuineness of it surprising her. "Are you allowed to use that word while aboard an ocean liner, Gil? There must be some law."
"There might be, but no one will ever try to stop me from telling my wife how beautiful she is, or how her laugh can brighten my sourest moods, and how her music lights the world, or how very much I love her."
Caroline almost asked him then about what he'd said to Robert, and what Gilbert knew about Robert's mission. Even why he'd needed the Strauss manuscript the night before. The words were so close to the tip of her tongue that she could almost taste the sourness of them, the way they would snatch away this perfect moment. A moment she'd been trying to find since they'd embarked in New York. And if she spoke Robert's name out loud, it would remind her of where she'd been in the early hours of the morning, and whose lips had last touched hers. "He told me that he loved you more than I ever could." Gilbert had said that to Robert. Gilbert, the man she'd married and sworn to love and cherish. The same man sitting next to her now with searching blue eyes and a warm smile, declaring his love and waiting for her to speak. There'd be plenty of time later, she decided, when it was just the two of them again. Time to talk, to confess, to plan. "I love you too, Gilbert. More than I can ever say." She swallowed, searching for the gumption her mother had told her she had, then opened her mouth to say more. But Gilbert spoke first, almost as if he knew what she'd been about to confess.
"I owe you an apology, Caroline."
He took both of her hands in his, uncaring that there were people around them who might see. "For what?" she finally managed.
for not allowing you into my life, into all aspects of it. You have a keen mind. It's one of the many things I love about you. I thought I was protecting you from the harsh realities of life, of war. I wanted to believe that if I kept you ignorant of what was really going on, that when I returned home I'd return to a wholesome innocence. But that wasn't exactly fair to you, was it? Yet even when you asked to be let in, I still denied you, with perhaps more than my share of masculine pride.
Caroline sat still, afraid to move in case he realized what he was saying and to whom. Gilbert looked down at their hands.
I invented something. Something important. Something that could determine the outcome of this war. It's a new steel alloy that will make soldiers' helmets stronger, and stronger helmets will save lives. I knew the British have been looking for such an alloy, and I thought I might be able to help. I was good at chemistry in school, and I started playing around with some of the compounds.
He lowered his head.
I kept thinking about those young men in the trenches, how each of them is someone's father, or husband, or son. My company makes weapons that kill, and here was my chance to save lives.
And you invented this alloy? Caroline said, her heart swelling with pride.
Yes, by accident, actually. I didn't really know what I'd done at first, but there you have it.
She thought for a moment as pieces began to take shape and fit together. That's why we're on Lusitania, she said, to bring the formula to the British. She met his eyes. That was the mission you and Robert are involved in. He was sent to protect you, to keep the formula safe.
Yes,
Gilbert said, looking up briefly at the mention of Robert's name.
I have the formula memorized, but I gave it to Robert just to be safe.
So the Strauss waltz
was just a distraction, in case there were others on board who knew about the formula. We wanted them to believe the secret was in the manuscript.
He grinned.
I even added an extra page with a lot of cryptic nonsense written on it, just to throw them off it if it was indeed stolen.
Caroline sat up straighter. So, why did you want the manuscript to show to Mr. Laureate last night? Gilbert looked genuinely confused.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Last night, Jones came to me and said you needed the manuscript, and so I gave it to her. Gilbert rubbed his chin.
Good Lord. Jones?
He made to stand, then returned to his seat.
I'll let Langford know. No good rushing off right now. There's really no place she can hide, and we'll make sure to telegraph ahead to let the proper authorities know to arrest her when we arrive in Liverpool.
It was Caroline's turn to look down at their clasped hands. I've been so stupid. And not just in hiring Jones without due diligence, but for not trusting you. I've been so angry, and yet I should have known that you were only doing this because you love me and wanted to protect me, to keep me safe, and I—
Don't say it, Caroline. If you were about to say something about Robert, don't. Let this be about you and me from here on out. Let us start our new lives now that all of this is behind us.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a linen handkerchief embroidered with his monogram. She purchased them by the dozen at B. Altman on 5th Avenue and 34th Street because he lost them as quickly as she could buy them.
Here,
he said gently. She took it, surprised to find her eyes moist.
Would you like to stroll the promenade? A walk in fresh air always helps with digestion, and it's a glorious day outside. We're approaching Ireland and are close enough to see the coast.
Gilbert placed his hand on the table, palm up, his eyes an open invitation. I'd like that, she said, putting her hand in his, enjoying the sensation of security and protection as his fingers closed over hers.
We can talk about our future together, and all the plans to be made. I'll even learn to ride a horse so I can ride with you in Central Park. You've been asking me since we were married, and I think it's time.
Yes. She squeezed his hand, her heart burning with love and shame and uncertainty. I'd like that, she managed to say. Very much. And I promise to be patient with you each and every time you fall out of the saddle. He laughed, the deep, chest-rumbling laugh she loved and had heard so little over the last year. Gilbert's gaze drifted behind her, and he quickly sobered. Caroline turned to see Patrick approaching, another telegram in his hand.
"Madam,"
he said, acknowledging Caroline before turning to Gilbert.
"I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but you have a telegram and they are awaiting your reply."
Gilbert opened the telegram and read it quickly. He glanced at Caroline, his eyes uncertain.
"It's the New York office. I'm afraid it's rather urgent."
"I understand," she said, because she did. "But promise me you'll come find me on the promenade deck so we can enjoy a stroll together."
"I promise."
Gilbert took her hand and kissed it.
"I'll escort you to the lifts."
Caroline shook her head. "I'm going to stay here for a few minutes and try and eat my ice cream. Patrick can escort me."
"Good,"
he said as he pulled back his chair.
"I'll see you shortly."
Gilbert excused himself and left. Caroline picked up her spoon but replaced it on the table as soon as Gilbert disappeared through the doorway. She reached for the paper luncheon menu and pulled a gold fountain pen, a gift from Gilbert, from her purse. She didn't stop to think about her words, only that she needed to write them. When she was done, she folded the rectangular menu into quarters and handed it to Patrick. "Please make sure that Mr. Langford gets this as soon as possible." He took the folded paper, his eyes blank.
"Yes, madam."
"Thank you. And I can find my way to the lifts on my own. I just need you to hurry and find Mr. Langford." For a brief moment, it seemed as if Patrick were waiting to say something, to ask her if she was sure, as if he knew what she'd written and what she'd decided. But Caroline didn't acknowledge it, realizing it must have been a trick of the light pouring in from the skylight above that made her think the steward was more than what he seemed. She turned back to her ice cream in dismissal, and even managed a small bite while waiting for him to leave before she stood and left the dining saloon. Passengers swarmed the promenade like bees around a hive in summer, taking advantage of the warmer air and bright sunshine. The flat smoothness of the ocean reflected the brilliant blue sky like a looking glass, giving the illusion of endless heaven. Children played jump rope and ran away from nannies and stewardesses who tried to appear stern as they attempted to corral them. But everyone seemed to be smiling, owing no doubt to the good weather and the fact that the long ocean voyage was nearing its end. Caroline breathed in the fresh air, feeling as if there was more room inside her now that she'd made her decision. She tried not to think about it, having always been taught that once a decision was made, the past was the past, and there was nowhere else to go but forward. She had to believe she'd made the right choice. Moving backward was no longer an option. For the first time in a very long while, she felt happy, as if the world held only possibilities. Even the sight of Prunella and Marjorie couldn't dim her mood, or her smile as she approached the railing. She inclined her head in greeting, carefully avoiding the flappy feathers on Marjorie's wide-brimmed hat that from a distance appeared to be a large bird roosting on her head. At least it created enough shadow to hide the unfortunate mouth sore that still hadn't disappeared. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Schuyler. Miss Schuyler. What a beautiful day, isn't it?" Marjorie sniffed. "It would be, I suppose, if my rheumatism wasn't acting up, and if all of these children weren't running wild. Isn't there some sort of holding pen for them? One would think a ship such as the Lusitania would have thought to have one." Caroline's attention was focused behind the older woman, where Gilbert had just appeared on the promenade, unaware as yet of her presence nearby. She started to lift her hand in a wave, but stopped as she noticed the man only an arm's length away, equally as oblivious to the other man's presence. Robert. He was talking to the steward, Patrick, their expressions serious. She wondered if it had anything to do with the note she'd scribbled on the menu. Her decision came rushing back to her in a tidal wave of emotion, carrying with it the weight of loss and longing like so much debris. But not doubt. She'd made the right decision, she knew that now. She needed to talk with Robert, but she couldn't hear. Not in front of all these people. Not while Gilbert watched. She quickly turned back to Marjorie, but stopped at the odd sight of an object in the near distance, protruding from the glass surface of the ocean. Her two companions followed her gaze, and for once, they both seemed to be without words. Marjorie eventually found her voice. "I dare say, that looks like a periscope." Her expression was more outrage than surprise. Nobody told me that this was going to happen." She was still speaking when Caroline saw the insidious rippling of the water near where the periscope's eye peered unblinkingly at the large ship, a white, foamy snake slithering directly at them. Prunella sniffed. "That had better not be a torpedo. My husband will be most put out." Caroline had ceased to listen, to Prunella or the laughing children or the screaming gulls overhead. An eerie sense of calm enveloped her, everything moving in slow motion, the sound cushioned as if packed in cotton to be examined later. She turned once more to where she'd seen Gilbert, desperately needing to find him, to assure herself that he was there, that he was safe, that he was hers and they were going to disembark in Liverpool and live the lives they'd promised each other. She took one step in the direction of where she'd seen him, and then the world exploded. The entire ship trembled in shock, its tremendous speed suddenly halted by an invisible fist. Caroline was knocked to the ground along with most of those who'd just a moment before been standing with her on the promenade deck. Another blast sounded from beneath her as a geyser of black water splashed up and over the deck. She looked around to where she'd just seen Gilbert. Gilbert wasn't there, but she spotted Robert and Patrick, both clutching the doorway, Patrick's hat missing. Robert took something that looked like an oilskin pouch from an inside jacket pocket and handed it to the steward right before the ship buckled again and Caroline was thrown several feet toward the railing. When she looked up, they were gone. Sound came back to her with a vociferous roar. The gentle noises of just a minute before replaced now with shrieking and wailing and crying children. She grimaced in pain as she tried to use her hands to right herself, realizing she must have hurt her wrist bracing herself when she fell. The great ship listed to one side, her skirts and shoes damp as water raced across the sloping deck to return to the unforgiving ocean. "Gilbert!" she called, her word mingled with the shouts of despair from her fellow passengers. She began to rise and was pushed down again by a group of people running across the deck, shouting about lifebelts. "Hurry!" someone cried nearby, as Caroline finally managed to stand. "She's sinking fast!" A lifeboat, filled surely beyond capacity, was slowly lowered over the side of the ship from the boat deck above. Then, just as it came abreast the promenade deck, there was a loud cry as one of the ropes slackened and then caught, tipping the boat to an alarming angle. The two crewmen aboard the lifeboat tried valiantly to right it, but their efforts were in vain as the boat continued its terrifying dip until all the occupants, some without lifebelts, were thrown into the frigid sea. Caroline might have uttered a cry of distress, but the sound was buried under the cacophony of panicking passengers and of steel bolts and wooden timbers popping and splintering like wounded animals. The deck was utter chaos, and she knew there was nothing she could do for those hapless souls who'd gone overboard. She searched desperately for some sight of Gilbert, trying to determine what to do next, what Gilbert would do. People around her scrambled into their lifebelts, and she watched as a husband helped his pregnant wife fasten the straps of her lifebelt, remembering that her own vest was in her cabin. Yes, surely that's where Gilbert would have gone, to their staterooms to retrieve their lifebelts. He was always so logical and practical, and for the first time Caroline felt grateful. If he'd seen her on the promenade, he'd be with her now. Failing that, he would have done the next logical thing. She refused to consider any other option. As carefully as she could, she struggled against the tide of people pouring out onto the promenade and headed into the darkened interior of the ship. Whatever the torpedo had struck had taken out the electrical system of the great ship, throwing them all into darkness. At least she was on the same floor as their stateroom, and it was near enough that she could find it in the dark. Straight in toward the lifts, turn left, past 2 parlor suites, and then the funnel hatch on the right, and their stateroom would be on the left. She heard a woman wailing in the darkness, calling out a man's name. Caroline paused, unable to ignore the abject distress in the woman's voice, and called out for the woman to come toward her, that they would at least be together. But the hysterical woman was unreachable, unwilling or unable to respond to Caroline's offer of help. With grim determination, Caroline turned down the corridor, remembering her mother once telling her that if she ever needed saving, she shouldn't rely on anyone else to do it for her. Her fingers slid along the papered walls for balance as she made her slow progress in the darkness, brief pulses of light teasing her from open doors and the exit to the promenade deck behind her. She pushed down rising panic as the ship shifted and moaned all around her like a giant beast slowly awakening and preparing to swallow everyone on board. It listed more and more to the side, making it difficult to walk, creating an acute awareness of the passage of time as the Lusitania slowly sank bit by bit into the great abyss of the Celtic Sea. Caroline nearly cried out with relief when she reached their stateroom and threw open the main door, the rooms awash in sunlight streaming carelessly through the windows, as if unaware of the tragedy occurring directly beneath its rays. "Gilbert!" she shouted, opening up the door to his bedroom, followed by the dining room and parlor, finding them all empty. "Gilbert!" she shouted again, her voice rising, realizing she hadn't thought of what she'd do if he wasn't here, and wondered if she'd miscalculated, and if he was at that moment looking for her on the promenade, where she'd said she would be waiting for him. She heard a voice from her bedroom and felt almost weak with relief. "Gilbert!" she called and rushed to the door and threw it open. It took her a moment to register what she was seeing. "Jones?" she said, as if she needed to make sure that the woman wearing Caroline's fox fur stole and ruby earrings and splashing water on a prone at Tess Fairweather could actually be the same Jones who'd been her dutiful maid up until that morning. The same woman to whom she'd given the Strauss manuscript. The same woman whose name was to be telegraphed ahead so she could be arrested as a spy when she disembarked. The woman looked up at her, her frantic expression quickly turning to abject hatred, then returned to her attempts to revive an unconscious Tess. "Tenny, wake up. Come on, sis, you've got to wake up now." Sis? Caroline wondered if Robert knew. Walking toward the two women, she addressed her former maid. "I know who you are, and so does my husband, and you're not going to get away with it." Jones continued to ignore her, and instead issued sharp slaps to her sister's cheeks, creating bright spots of red on the pale skin. Tess's words came back to Caroline. "Be careful who you trust." Caroline frantically glanced around the room, taking in the pile of clothes and jewelry stacked on her bed, the canvas life belt lying next to it, and then back to the figure on the floor who'd just begun to moan and to move her head from side to side. "Jenny?" Caroline kneeled next to Jones. "Jenny?" and spoke firmly. "I don't care what's going on here. Right now we need to leave. The ship is sinking and we don't have a lot of time." She positioned herself behind Tess's shoulders. "You get her legs," she said to Jenny, her anger at the betrayal and subterfuge making it difficult to meet her eyes. "We can carry her out to the deck." Tess was struggling to sit up. "I'm fine, I can walk." She stuck out her hands toward her sister, her movements erratic and uncoordinated like a small child's. "Jenny, please stay with me. We can do this together." But Jenny was already standing, furtively glancing around the room. "Since you can walk on your own, little sister, it's time to say goodbye. For now." She paused. "But I'll find you." With something that sounded almost like softness, she bent down and whispered into Tess's ear. "I promise." With a sneer directed at Caroline, Jenny grabbed the pile of clothing and jewelry on the bed and began backing out of the room. "And good riddance to you, ma'am," she said, emphasizing the one word. Before Caroline could react, Jenny bolted out of the door, dropping a strand of pearls in her haste. She paused just a second, then dashed out into the corridor. The ship shuddered and groaned as Tess's eyes went wide. "What's happening?" "We've been hit by a torpedo," Caroline said. "We need to get out of here quickly." She reached for the girl's shoulders to help her stand, but Tess pulled away. "Where's Jenny? I need to go with her." "She's gone. It's up to us to get out of here." Caroline glanced over at the bed. She forgot her life belt. She stood, stumbling against the dresser as the ship trembled again. She grabbed the jacket and tossed it to Tess. "Here, put this on." Without waiting to see if Tess followed her instructions, Caroline bent down to look under her bed, where she'd stored her life belt at Claire's telegrammed request. Just to be sure. She'd hug her sister-in-law when she saw her next. Just the thought of a future plan gave her the courage to slip on the jacket and fasten it. Tess struggled with the fasteners, and Caroline hurried over to help. Tess tried to push her away, but it was clear she was still groggy and unable to coordinate her movements. "Let me help you. My husband showed me how to fasten these new body life belts correctly.
If we don't do it right, we might end up face down in the water." When she'd finished, Caroline grabbed Tess's arm and dragged her out into the darkened corridor, taking a moment to pause and get her bearings despite the panic that tugged at her hem. "Where are we going?" Tess asked, her voice stronger now. "Hopefully out to a lifeboat." Caroline moved forward into the corridor. Tess tugged her back. "But what if there aren't any left?" Caroline resumed her forward movement, pulling Tess with her. "Then I hope you can swim."
Chapter 27. Tess. At sea. Friday, May 7th, 1915. "I can swim," Tess retorted breathlessly, trying to break free of Caroline Hochstetter's arm. "Can you? Stop quibbling and run." Tess hadn't imagined that Caroline had such resolution in her. She'd always pictured her drooping romantically like a Tennyson heroine. But that was steel in Caroline's arm and her voice. "Unless you want me to leave you here." "You don't need to sound so hopeful," muttered Tess, but she upped her pace to match Caroline's longer stride. The other woman moved like a cat through the dark corridors, taking the steps two at a time, never missing her footing. Tess's head felt fuzzy as she stumbled along behind her. Maybe this was all the fault of that blow to her head. Maybe she was lying on the floor, imagining being tugged along in Caroline Hochstetter's perfume-infused wake. "A torpedo," Caroline had said. A torpedo. But Ginny had been so sure. Around them the ship shifted and rumbled. Tess yanked at Caroline's arm, pulling her back. "Are you sure? A torpedo?" She could feel Caroline check for a moment, then keep going. "I'd hardly joke about it, would I?" She didn't know. She didn't know anything. Trying desperately to keep up, Tess said, "I need to find my sister." And Robert. She needed to find Robert and tell him about Marjorie Schuyler. Robert and Ginny. Ginny and Robert. Caroline didn't bother to look back. "Then stop talking and move." "Ma'am, yes, ma'am," Tess gasped, but she was grateful for the other woman's supporting arm. She couldn't tell whether the shifting of the ground beneath her was the ship listing or the blow to her head. She could see her father standing in front of a patient, 2 fingers up. "How many fingers?" But she couldn't see anything in the dark stairwell, not her fingers, not anyone else's. There were other people on the stairs. She knew that from the thrum of footsteps, the swish of fabric against her side. But she could see them only as shadows, like ghosts. This couldn't be happening. None of this was happening. It had all been like a child's game, threatening letters in the papers, saber-rattling and bluster. Tess knew. She'd known that in France and Belgium men were fighting and dying, that in the Atlantic Ocean ships were going down beneath the waves. But it was like watching a game of soldiers played on a dusty wood floor, paper ships being sailed in a creek. Not real. Not back in New York, where the lights glowed above Broadway and the L hissed and hummed on its tracks. They burst through the door to the deck, the sunlight blinding after the lightless interior. "Just a drill," Tess expected someone to say. "Everyone back to their cabins." But everything had changed. The tubs of flowers next to the veranda cafe had tumbled sideways, spilling flowers and dirt that were being trampled into the ground by terrified passengers darting this way and that. The rusty blacks and browns of the third-class passengers mingling with the bright frocks and lush furs of the parlor set. Everyone made one. Everyone brought to the same level by the fear that distorted their faces, twisted their limbs. "You weren't joking," said Tess dumbly. But Caroline's attention was elsewhere. "Gilbert!" Caroline released Tess, sprinting to her husband, who caught her in one arm, pressing his lips against her forehead, his eyes closed as if in prayer. The expression on his face, Tess had no words for it. He was like a man finding his chance of heaven. Over them, Tess could see Robert freeze for a moment, watching them. Then he seemed to shake himself awake, going back to corralling women and children into one of the lifeboats. "This way! Women and children first!" She could hear Robert's crisp voice rising above the crowd, taking command as though he had been born to it. She watched him stoop to help a child with a life vest, and realized suddenly the unfamiliar weight of the vest on her own shoulders. Not her life vest. Ginny's. Ginny's life vest. The straps were too tight across her chest. The pain in her head receded as panic flared through her, rendering her vision more acute, all her senses on high alert. Sweat, perfume, coal dust, smoke. The pink of a child's coat, the high-pitched sound of a baby's wail. Ginny. Tess began fighting her way through the crowd, searching for a dark head, a stolen fur. She had to find Ginny. Ginny, who had no life vest. A woman grabbed at Tess's arm. In her other hand, she held a small boy by the wrist, tugging him along behind her. "My baby! Have you seen my baby? I gave it to a man in a plaid vest, but I can't find them. No, sorry." The haunted expression on the woman's face cut through to Tess's bones. "What does he look like? The baby?" She's a girl. I wrapped her in a yellow blanket." The woman surged forward again, pulling at someone else. "My baby! Have you seen my baby?" A Scotsman put out a hand to steady her. "Don't worry yourself. The captain says the ship will not be sinking this day." But the woman shook him off. The little boy stumbled, but his mother pressed forward, dragging him behind her. Tess could hear her words echoing behind her. "My baby! Have you seen my baby?" All around her, parents were searching for children, reunited families clutching each other. Those lucky enough to have life vests were shrugging into them as best they could. A portly man attempted to stick his neck through what Tess was pretty sure was an armhole. A woman struggled to tape hers over what looked like 4 layers of clothes and a heavy fur-lined coat. People everywhere, but not one of them was Ginny, or a baby in a yellow blanket, or a man in a plaid vest. "Have you seen my mother, my husband, my baby?" "No," Tess said, and again no, hating herself more with each denial, trying to tamp down the rising fear as the boat listed to the side, the water beginning to creep across the deck, dampening her shoes. She'd done nearly a full circle, but there was no sign of Ginny, no sign of her sister. No, they hadn't come so far only to be separated now. Tess would find her, she would, and then she'd deal with that when they got to then. Tess pushed past the Hochstetters, who were having a low-voiced argument about lifeboats. "I won't take a woman's place, or, God help me, a child's." "Then I won't go either." "But, Caroline, what if—" Gilbert Hochstetter touched a finger to his wife's cheek with painful tenderness, his gaze dropping to his wife's elegantly cinched waist. Caroline pressed his hand against her cheek, looking at him with such naked emotion that Tess had to turn away. "Then we'll all be together." Robert strode over, his cut-glass tones slicing through their argument. "Both of you in. This is no time to be noble, Hochstetter. I'd say this is precisely the time to be noble," said Gilbert Hochstetter quietly, but he made no move to step away from his wife. "Women and children first. You know it as well as I." Robert pointedly avoided looking at Caroline's hand on Hochstetter's cheek. Brusquely, he said, "You have other obligations." Gilbert Hochstetter pressed his wife's palm briefly to his lips, and then lowered her hand in a courtly gesture of relinquishment. "Which I have discharged. Not until someone gets to London." The two men exchanged a long look. "If you would be so kind as to look after her for me," Hochstetter began, as his wife said furiously, "I'm not a jewel box to be carried to shore." But Robert cut them both off, his words like stones, immovable. "I'm dispensable. You're not." "Robert!" The voice was Caroline's, the name ripped out of her. Robert nodded curtly, his eyes not meeting Caroline's. "Both of you, in the boat." And behind them, Tess caught sight of a familiar profile. The hair was all wrong and the coat was too big for her, but blood called to blood. She felt her sister's presence like a tug on her bones. Tess darted out around the Hochstetters, standing on her tiptoes, trying to keep sight of her sister. "Ginny!" she screamed. "Ginny!" But her voice was lost in the din, in the cries of children and shouts of sailors and the caw of the gulls overhead. Her sister lifted her hand, precious stones glinting on her fingers, a carnival of colors, red, green, blue, a king's ransom of jewels reduced to fairground baubles. Blowing a kiss, Ginny called out, "See you on the other side, Tenny." On shore. She meant on shore. But fear gripped Tess, sent a superstitious shiver down her spine. "I'm not going without you," Tess shouted. But Ginny was already turning away, the hem of her coat sweeping the deck, the crush of humanity closing around her, hiding her from Tess's view. "Damn it, Gin!" Someone grabbed her by the back of her jacket. "What are you doing?" demanded Robert furiously, hauling her up like a fish on a line, floundering and flailing. "Get into the boat." Tess paused for a moment, clutching his wrist. "Robert, I need to tell you. Ginny's contact. It's Marjorie Schuyler." Robert manhandled her toward the lifeboat. "Right now, I don't care if her contact was the Archbishop of Canterbury. Are you going to climb in, or am I going to carry you?" "I only stayed to tell you." Tess yanked away, hearing a seam rip. What did it matter? The fish on the bottom of the sea wouldn't care. "My sister—" "Won't thank you for drowning. Don't just stand there. Move!" Robert's voice was ragged, nothing like his usual calm self. His hands were shaking, and so was his voice. And Tess remembered, as from a long time ago, Robert, a different Robert, telling her about another boat, a boat that went out and never came back. He was afraid, she realized, deathly afraid, and it came out in a roar. "By all that's holy, Tess, get in the bloody boat!" "I can't leave her. I thought you would understand. You, of all people. Your brother." Tess's voice broke. Robert stopped, staring down at her, an arrested expression on his face. "You really love her." Tess resisted the urge to stamp on his foot as hard as possible. Love Ginny? Of course she loved her. "Did you love Jamie? She's my sister. She's my sister. She's all I have in the world." "Not all." Robert's hand squeezed her shoulders, and for a moment Tess felt a rush of warmth. But then he turned her around, pushing her toward the boat. "Don't be a fool, Tess. Get in the boat. Get in before it goes." Tess plucked helplessly at the fastenings of her vest. "I have to. This is her life vest, not mine. I have to get it to her." Robert's hands settled over hers, stilling them. "She'll find one." "Or she won't." How many people were there on the boat, and most of them looking frantically for life vests? Were there enough on the boat for everyone? Tess hadn't thought to ask. The boat shuddered, sending people stumbling into each other across the deck. "You won't help her by dying." Robert propelled Tess toward the lifeboat. "Dying?" Tess looked at Robert with wide eyes as he boosted her up into the boat. "What do you think we're talking about? A stroll in Hyde Park? This ship is sinking. I'm not letting you go down with it." "Then you're coming too." Tess's hand closed around his wrist, keeping him from turning away. Robert made a harsh sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "I already let one boy die. Maybe this is expiation. Maybe this is my turn." "You were a boy yourself." Tess shot back at him. "Please, you said it yourself. You can't help them by dying. Please, Robert, please." "Get in, Langford." It was Gilbert Hochstetter's voice, and it had all the command of a man who was used to the world jumping when he spoke. Caroline sat frozen beside him, her arm threaded through his, pressed tight against his side, and Tess wondered what she thought of her husband summoning her lover. Or had it all ceased to matter now? Here, between the devil and the deep blue sea. "You'll be needed if something goes wrong." "Wrong?" Next to the Hochstetters, a woman clutched her child so tightly that the toddler made a noise of protest, wriggling for freedom. "Nothing is going to go wrong," Hochstetter said quickly. "Cunard employs the most skilled seamen in the world. They're trained for this. They could launch these boats in their sleep." Even as he spoke, there was a cry from down the stern. Suspended above the deck in their flimsy craft, they watched as a rope went flying free, sending a fully loaded lifeboat tipping over, women and children toppling down, 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 into the water below. It happened so quickly that there was barely time for the passengers to scream before they hit the waves, their voices muffled by the water. And then, the horror of it would haunt Tess's nightmares, she knew. The hands reaching up, futilely waving for help. Someone on deck started flinging down lifesavers. They looked painfully small, little specks against the vast sea. On the water, a child's doll floated, face down, buttoned boots and lace-trimmed petticoats sodden with water. Not a doll. A child. Bile rose in Tess's throat. Instinctively, she leaned over, reaching down, but she was caught, useless, in the cradle of rope that held their boat suspended above the deck. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" The woman with the child rocked back and forth, hugging her toddler to her. The little boy had begun to whimper. Next to them, another woman's lips moved in a silent prayer, her fingers on the beads of her rosary. "Why aren't we moving?" a woman in a fur coat demanded, her voice high with fear. "Why aren't they doing anything?" The lifeboat was held by a pin. Although a sailor stood by with an axe, ready to free the boat, he made no move to do so. "Yes," echoed Tess, feeling the feverish color rise in her cheeks. "We have room. If you set us down, we could save them." Robert's hand squeezed painfully tight on her upper arm, cutting off her words, and, without knowing why, Tess buried her face in his arm. "Shh," he said, as though she were a child, and Tess wanted to know if this was what it had been like last time, if this was how it had felt as he watched his brother's head disappear beneath the waves. She jerked away, putting all her fear into anger. "Don't shush me! We might do something!"
"I'll second that!"
A portly man in a heavy overcoat and one of the expensive new life vests strode up to the sailor with the axe.
"Why are you just standing there? Lower the boat!"
"Captain's orders," said the sailor, holding his axe a little tighter.
"No launching until he gives a say-so." "To hell with the captain. Do you have eyes, man? Can't you see the ship is sinking?"
The man drew a revolver from beneath his coat. He held it trained on the sailor, his hand steady.
"Lower the damned boat. Don't think I won't use this. When I shoot to kill."
A ragged cheer rose from the boat.
"Yes, sir. If you say so, sir."
The sailor raised his axe and slammed it down on the pin. Tess's head spun with the boat as it lurched the wrong way, not toward the sea, but straight into the onlookers on the deck. The boat battered through them like bowling pins. Cries of fear and pain and the thud of breaking bones and shattering wood echoed through Tess's ears as she was flung sideways into Robert, her lifebelt cutting painfully into her ribs.
"Steady on,"
murmured Robert, his breath warm against her hair as he held her tight against his chest. Too tight. Tess wriggled free, trying to sit up. One shin was going to have a powerful bruise, but Robert's chest had borne the brunt of her weight. She'd banged her already sore head on his breastbone.
"What's that in your pocket?"
she asked huskily. "A flask or a brick?" But the words died on her lips as she looked up at Robert's frozen face.
"Oh, Lord,"
muttered Tess. It looked like a scene from a hellfire preacher's most dismal imaginings. People crawling, keening, cradling broken limbs, blood trickling down people's faces, bones sticking out of skin.
"The Lord hasn't anything to do with this," said Robert grimly. "This is sheer human stupidity."
"We didn't." Tess couldn't make herself voice the words.
"Straight into the crowd," said Robert.
His voice was hard, but she could feel him shaking next to her, holding her as though it was as much for his comfort as hers. The man with the revolver was crawling from beneath the boat, dragging one leg behind him, his face a red mask of blood. He paused beside what looked like a crumpled pile of clothes, lifting something. A hand. A limp hand. Not clothes. A woman. And there was another beside her, her neatly coiffed gray hair mussed, her modest skirts up over her knees. But she wouldn't care. Not anymore. Her sightless eyes stared up at the gulls circling above, cold and glassy. Dead. They were dead. A moment ago, those two women had been standing there, talking, alive, and now they were dead. The child in the water, the women by the wall. Only a day ago, an hour ago, there had been children in starched pinafores skipping rope, women in flowered hats promenading the deck, with no greater concern than which cake to choose for dessert. And now... Damp crept down her cheeks. Tess lifted a hand to dash the moisture away, but it wouldn't seem to go. It just kept seeping down, dripping onto her lips, as salty as the sea. "Hochstetter!" Robert set her aside, his voice clipped, urgent. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Mr. Hochstetter said. Tess blinked. He wasn't fine. His lips were white, and the smile he gave his wife looked like a skull's grin, all stretched bone. Buck up, Tess told herself. No time for vapors, even if her head ached and her cheeks were wet with tears she couldn't remember shedding. Ripping the scarf from around her neck, Tess thrust the cloth at Caroline. "Here, you need that set. Wrap it around as tightly as you can. It should be splinted, but I think we'll be needing those oars." When Caroline just stared at her, she added defensively, "My father was a pharmacist. I know a broken arm when I see one." "Thank you," said Caroline. She made no move to reach for the scarf. Her eyes were wide, dazed. Tess dangled it impatiently. "Oh, for the love of... It's not poisoned. Just take it. Or I'll do it if you can't." "I'm fine," said Mr. Hochstetter again, even less convincingly than last time. He was cradling his left arm, trying to look nonchalant and failing. A spark woke in Caroline's eyes. "I can do it. Thank you." But before she could take the scarf, the boat rocked on its ropes. 2 sailors were straining, pushing the boat out with the help of half a dozen bystanders, all enthusiasm and no skill. "There she goes!" shouted someone, in half exultation, half terror. A wavering voice began to sing, "Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arm hath bound the restless wave." Another voice joined in, and another, "Who bids the mighty ocean deep its own appointed limits keep." The boat was over the rail now, hanging out over the sea. This must be what it was to be a bird, coasting high above the waves, weightless on the wind. The voices rose around her, and Tess felt a strange elation grip her with the swell of the music, the motion of the ropes. Everything would be all right. How could it not be? They would sail away for a year and a day, or at least for as long as it took to get to the coast, and Ginny would be there, and this would all be a distant memory, an adventure to be told to one's grandchildren. The sun shone above from a clear blue sky, and Robert's voice joined the chorus in a well-trained tenor. "Oh, hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the..." The boat lurched. The song faltered. They were toppling, tumbling, falling. The final word of the hymn lost as they plummeted down into the sea.
Chapter 28. Sarah. Devon, England, May 2013. A sensation of falling overcame me. I startled awake, gasping and terrified. The air pressed against my skin, so gray and damp and chilled that for a murky instant I lost my place in the universe. Then a hand touched my bare hip. "Sarah, what's wrong?" asked a sleepy voice. I closed my eyes and sank back into the pillow. Nothing. Goose walked over my grave, I guess. Can't have that. John's arm draped across my belly. He pulled me gently back against his chest and nuzzled the nape of my neck. And now I knew exactly where I was, exactly where I existed in the universe. I was home. But I didn't fall back asleep. The echoes of that terror continued to pulse down my limbs, striking each nerve, and though John's arms anchored me securely to earth, I still felt the faint, unsettling vertigo that had awoken me. I stared at the outline of the window, hidden by old, dark curtains, and I whispered, "Awake or asleep?" "Awake, unless I'm dreaming." "Nope, not dreaming, unless we're dreaming together." "So we really are in bed with each other, naked, made love twice last night?" "Affirmative." He exhaled into my hair. "Thank God." I turned in his arms, so we lay on our sides, face to face. The dear, soft expression on his face made my eyes sting, and I smiled in order not to cry. "Not bad for rebound sex," I said. A serious expression sank across John's face. He picked up a piece of hair that lay across my cheekbone and brushed it back over my temple. And another piece. Apparently, I was somewhat disheveled. "Sarah," he said slowly, "last night was a lot of things, but it wasn't rebound sex." "No? Not for me, anyway. What do you think?" Well, I stared at the tip of his nose. I mean, obviously it was very special. Very special, Very. He made a small, gentle laugh. "All right, I'll be the brave one. I know you Americans expect vast outpourings of sticky emotion." "Ew. So I'll try to accommodate you as best I can, in my humble, restrained English way." He picked up another piece of hair, but instead of brushing it back, he kissed it. "Let me explain something. If I'd wanted to ease my sorrows by indulging in rebound sex with somebody, I would have done it by now. As it happens, however, I'm not that kind of bloke. I did recklessly snog one of the parliamentary aides at the Christmas do last year, I'll admit. But as we were both quite drunk on the cheap Prosecco, I managed to get my baser instincts back under control before any mistakes were made." I glanced at the spot on my wrist where my watch would lie, if I had a watch. Still waiting for the outpouring of emotion here. Be patient. I'm not exactly an expert at this, am I? I don't know. Are you? No, I'm not. But neither am I going to allow you to leave this bed, to fly away from all this thinking, because it's too important. John. All right. Here it is, in plain language. Sarah Blake, the truth is, I've suspected for some time that John Langford, that it's possible, actually quite likely, almost certain that I am in fact, John, falling in love with you. I opened my mouth, but I had no breath to speak. "All right," he said. I whispered, "All right." "And?" I cleared my throat and said huskily, "And I think it's possible, actually quite likely, that I feel pretty much the same." His face was so close in that narrow, inconvenient bed. His heavy bones lay carefully around mine, so that I seemed to be tucked into every nook and cranny of him. I thought I felt his skin everywhere, the vapor of his breath, his enormous warmth, the weight of the words we'd just spoken, and the intimacy was so intense I couldn't stand it. I started to shift away, but John gathered me up swiftly and rolled me onto my back. "Good," he said. "That's settled then." His eyelids were swollen with sleep, his skin creased. I laid my palms along his warm, thick cheekbones, and as I met his gaze at last, I felt it again, the sensation of falling. "Sarah, what's wrong?" "It's real, isn't it? This is real." "Yes, quite real. We're lovers, Sarah. No going back." "Oh my God," I said. "The complications." "Don't think about them. We'll sort everything out when the time comes. Right now it's very simple, isn't it? You and me." He lifted my left hand away from his cheek and kissed the fingertips. "Just stop worrying and bloody enjoy it." "Stop worrying." I looked away, up over the top of his head to the octagonal ceiling. "It's not impossible, you know. You can lay aside your neuroses for a minute or two." The paint on the woodwork was starting to peel. I stared at a faint, irregular tea stain and said, "John, in less than 36 hours, I'll be on an airplane to New York." "I told you we'll sort it out. Do you think I'm simply going to wave goodbye and resume my old life? We've got a great deal of research left to do, Blake. A great deal. Months and months." "But I don't have months and months. I have a mother, John. A mother who needs round-the-clock care, very expensive care. And I'm all she's got. And last night was terrific. More than terrific. I meant what I said, but... I can't ask you to turn your life upside down over some American girl you met 10 days ago, who comes with more baggage than the Orient Express. John brushed his thumbs under my leaky eyes. Sarah, please. Trust me, all right? We've all got baggage, loads of it. It doesn't matter. We'll find a place to unpack it all somewhere, God knows. This is what really matters. This is real. This is worth overturning one's life for. I knew the moment I sat across from you in that damned grotty basement bar in Shepherd's Bush. Knew what? That I couldn't hold my liquor to save my life? I knew I could trust you. I knew you were that sort of person, despite your money-grubbing American ways and your pathetic inability to hold your drink. You're true, Sarah, and God knows that means everything to me. Falling, I thought. Falling in love. This is what it feels like. As if the world's gone quiet and tender around you, and there's no bottom, nothing to hold you. Just his eyes searching yours, and his words hanging like stars. And that's why you brought me here? I said. To Devonshire? Because you knew you could trust me with a family history? Oh, God, no. I brought you here to seduce you. I made a noise of outrage and tried to wriggle out from beneath him, but he caught my wrists and started to press kisses along the line of my jaw and the quivering side of my neck. I thought to myself, Langford, you're a sorry prospect on your own, I'm afraid. Gaunt and oversized, and frankly, no David Beckham in the looks department. Can't cast a smouldering glance to save your life. John, stop. It tickles. To say nothing of all the disgrace and notoriety. But then I thought, there's no aphrodisiac like a massive ancestral pile, is there? I mean, look what it did for Darcy. Pemberley had nothing to do with it. She loved him because of what he did for Lydia. Bollocks. It was the house, full stop, and his Byronic good looks. And while Langford Hall is no Pemberley, and it's technically owned by the National Trust, you've got to agree it does come with a damned fine folly. He stopped kissing me and drew back an inch or two, and his face turned serious. Which, if I'm not mistaken, has brought happiness and good fortune to at least one lucky couple before. By the time we rose and found our clothes, it was past 11 o'clock. We walked hand in hand across the damp grass to the house, where I showered and dressed while John made coffee. He gave me a kiss as he handed me the cup, and for a moment we stood there in the middle of the kitchen, smiling idiotically at each other, and at the new, unexpected intimacy of being allowed to kiss over a cup of coffee. My turn in the shower, I suppose, John said. I guess I could have invited you into mine. Not with all the stormtroopers staring at us through the curtains, thank you very much. We'll go away somewhere for our first shower together. He kissed me again, more deeply. Possibly tonight. What about my flight? I asked, a little breathless. And our research. I feel like we're on the brink of finding out everything. And if we can just make that happen, I can head back home and feel like I've got the ground paved under me. John started for the stairs. Then I suggest you head back down and get the morning's work going, lazybones, if you're hoping to spend the night in 5-star luxury. I sent the oven mitt flying just in time to catch him in the small of his back. Still, I obeyed his instructions, not for the sake of obeying him, mind you, but because the vague, unsettling sensation had returned to me as he disappeared around the corner of the landing, and my mind flew back to last night's preoccupations, night train to Berlin, and the concert program, and Sir Peregrine's guilt. The program still lay in the middle of the desk where I had left it. I picked it up, and for some reason, as I did, my face turned in the direction of the portrait of Robert Langford that hung on the wall. I'd spent the past 10 days underneath that image, examining that face, and I knew it the way I knew my own reflection. Handsome. Nattily dressed in a dark suit and tie, a little devilish, one eyebrow raised in perpetual mystery. I wish you could speak, I said. I wish you could just tell me what you meant. Robert stared back at me with his tilted, enigmatic smile. But thank you. Whatever you did, whatever happened on that ship, it ended in John. So thank you for John. Thank you so much for him. I looked back down at the program in my hand, at Mary Talmadge. The Talmadge Conservatory, I thought. Founded by her or her family, I wasn't sure. I picked up my phone, which sat on the edge of the desk, untouched since last night, and prepared to Google Talmadge Conservatory. but the text alert on the screen before me stopped my fingers. "Oh, damn," I said, and I bolted from the room. I met John on the lawn about halfway to the Dower House. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Miss me already?" "No. I mean, yes. I just completely forgot I'd agreed to meet this old grad school friend of mine for lunch at the pub. I'm so sorry. He's been texting me, and I couldn't ignore him any longer." He raised one eyebrow. "Friend?" "Friend, totally. I mean, barely even a friend. Haven't heard from him in years. But you know the code. You go to school together, you have to answer the call." I went up on my toes and kissed his cheek. "I'll be quick, I swear. Don't worry." "I'm not worried." "Because you look a little worried." "Sarah, I trust you. It's not that. I was just going to ask you about tonight." "What about tonight?" "What we were talking about in the kitchen. I was thinking about this place on the coast, not far away. Lovely spot. Renovated, got a spa and a decent restaurant, and—" "Wait. Whoa, I thought you were kidding." "Kidding?" He looked blank. Of course I wasn't kidding. "John, you don't need to whisk me away on some luxury getaway. I mean, I've still got to pack and get organized." "Well," he said, squinting toward the river, pushing his hand through his hair. "Truth be told, I actually chose it because there's this facility nearby, and I thought, well, we might just take a quick look." "Facility?" He looked back at me. His hair was still damp, his face was still pink from shaving, and he smelled of soap and clean laundry. The sun perched high overhead, cast his features in deep relief. His voice, however, was gentle. "For your mother. You know, in case the book takes longer than you thought, or something like that. Well, I know you miss her, and these publishing contracts can take the devil's own time." "Oh, John." "And before you ask, don't worry about the money. We'll figure all that out. The important thing is that you're able to focus on your work, to say nothing of focusing on sleeping with me." "Sarah, what is it?" I threw my arms around his neck and buried my face in his shoulder. "I don't know what to say." "So I should book a room for tonight?" "Yes. Yes! I'm sorry, I'm speechless. How long have you been planning this?" "Not that long, maybe a few days." How can I ever— "Don't say it. Don't say repay. Nasty word, repay. What you've given me already is beyond price, so not one word." I pulled back, kissed him, flung my arms back around him, pulled back again, tried to gather my thoughts back together, parted my lips to speak. John laid his finger over my mouth. "Not one word, Blake." I laughed for pure joy. "Stop, all right? Just stop, or I'll yank you into the grass and show you repay." "I've no objection to that." "But I can't." I kissed his hand and pulled away. "I've got to hop, or Jared's going to think I've stood him up and he'll never stop bugging me. Just, while I'm gone, have another look at that concert program, okay? I left it on the desk. And the movie, there's something there, but I don't know what. We'll talk when I get back." "Talk? Or whatever you want. Unless, of course, you decide to run off with this persistent bloke of yours down the pub." I laughed and started away. Trust me, I'm sticking with a bloke who's spent a week at sex camp learning the nuances of the female orgasm. "Remember, there's more where that came from," he called after me. I fluttered my fingers and bounded up the slope. John's Range Rover sat by itself in the driveway. And it occurred to me that I hadn't given any thought to Rupert and Nigel since last night. Presumably, they'd driven off together into the sunset. Or the sunrise, more likely. I smiled and trotted down the lane in the direction of the Ship Inn. Happy endings all around, then. The May sun was warm, and by the time I burst through the ancient doorway, 20 minutes late, I was sweating through my blouse. The fug of stale beer and fried food enveloped me. For a second or two, I stood blinking as my eyes adjusted from the sunshine to the dim, cramped pub lighting. The dark hum of conversation ebbed away, and I felt the weight of a dozen disapproving male gazes on my breathless figure. "He's over there," said a voice near my shoulder. I turned. Davy, nice to see you too. I knew Davy wasn't exactly well-disposed toward me, but his expression of disgust surprised me. He shrugged those stocky, tight-clad shoulders and jerked his head in the direction of the pub's most obscure corner. Been waiting this half hour. Must have something important to natter about, mustn't you? Which is none of your goddamn business, I muttered, turning away. In a stroke, my good spirits dissolved, replaced by the same uneasy sensation that had woken me this morning. Maybe it was something I ate, I thought. And then I remembered I hadn't eaten anything, hadn't stopped for so much as a crumb of food on our way from London last night. So maybe that was it, fasting. Nigh unto starvation. I reached the corner and drew in a deep breath. Jared hadn't seen me yet. He was hunched over his phone, wearing a gray sweatshirt and a navy baseball cap. Funny, I could hardly even remember what he looked like. Just his dark hair and those sharp eyes. Dark blue. Medium height, still sort of skinny, the way he'd been at Columbia. A runner's build. He'd done the marathon one autumn, hadn't he? Jared, so good to see you. He jumped out of his seat and turned to me, smiling. Sarah, wow. There you are. Look at you. You look amazing. Sit down, sit down. Can I order you a beer or something? The words came rapid fire, in between the clumsy movements of clasped hands and a two-cheek kiss. I caught a blur of familiar large ears, and a memory flashed past. Jared arguing with some friend about freedom of the press in colonial America or something. Oh gosh, no thanks. Maybe some coffee? Late night? The heat rose in my cheeks. Sort of. I've been doing some research out here and we found a really good lead, which always happens right before bedtime, right? I laughed feebly. So I'm starving and under-caffeinated. Watch out. Sure. He twisted his body to wave in Davy's direction. I gotta say, the waiter is kind of flinty, even for a Brit. Davy, he's the publican, actually. The owner. He sort of hates me. Hates you? Why? Because... I bit back the sentence and frowned at Davy's approaching figure, which reminded me of an afternoon thunderstorm cresting the horizon. Oh, I don't know. Hates all Americans, probably. You know the type. Do I ever? He raised his voice. She'll have some coffee, right? Americano? Americano, sure. And I'll have another beer. Sarah, you ready for lunch? Just a burger, I guess. With chips. Lots of chips. Jared turned back to Davy. Make it 2. Davy scowled even more deeply and snatched the menus from the table. He departed without a word, storming back to the kitchen, dish towel flung over his shoulder. Jesus Christ, Jared said. What did you do to him? Steal his dog? I have absolutely no idea. I picked up the water glass, which contained no ice but plenty of liquid, thank God. After that jog in the sunshine, I was parched. So, here we are in England, huh? Long way from grad school. How's it going? What are you up to? Jared laughed. Isn't that the wrong question? It's not what I'm up to, Sarah. It's what you're up to. Me? I swallowed, choked, coughed, reached for the paper napkin. I'm just researching a book. At the country house of a member of parliament who just sort of happens to be at the center of the year's biggest political scandal? How the hell did you meet? Are you, together? Of course not, I squeaked, using the choking thing to disguise my wanton lack of veracity. He very kindly agreed to let me into the family archives for this book I'm doing about the Lusitania. His great-grandfather was on the ship, and so was mine. The family archives? Is that what they're calling it these days? Jared waggled his eyebrows. Come on, Sarah, fess up. There's nothing to fess, jeez. Jared threw up his hands. Fine, have it your way. Nothing going on in the family archives. So, what's he like? I don't know. English? Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Why did he even let you in the gates? I mean, please. The Lusitania? It's true, that's exactly what it was. I tracked him down at a Costa Coffee in Oxford Circus and... I stopped. Wait a minute. How did you know I was even here with him? What? Seriously? You haven't heard? Sarah, sweetheart, your photo was in all the damn papers. What? Oh, yeah. Meeting him in some shitty bar in Shepherd's Bush. I mean, I didn't see your name in there. You're just the mystery brunette as far as anyone else knows. He wagged his finger. But I recognized you, gorgeous. Well, aren't you the clever one? Hey, chill out. I didn't tell anyone. Thanks. I appreciate that. He leaned forward over his empty pint glass. So tell me more. Tell me the dirt. What's going on with that wife of his and the Russian dude? By now, I sat rigid in my chair, arms crossed. I'd finished my water, but a sour, sticky taste was invading my mouth, and I wanted desperately to wash it out, to wash myself off. Why the hell had I ever answered Jared's text, allowed even one curious friend? All right, friend with benefits, but that was way back in the way back. To invade the private, magical world I'd inhabited these past 10 days. Go to hell, I should have texted back. Instead of thinking I owed him anything, owed him a face-to-face send-off, a professional favor of any kind. I was an idiot. Come on, Sarah, we're old friends. Jared grinned and flipped his hand back and forth between the two of us, illustrating the close nature of our bond. Give me the scoop. I promise I'll make it worth your while. Sure, I'll give you the scoop, I said. I'll give you the scoop when... I was going to say hell freezes over, but a coffee cup crashed into the table before me, sloshing wildly, followed by a pint glass of pale amber ale that promptly discharged half its head of foam over the rim. Oops, sorry, said a female voice, not sorry at all, and I looked up into the violet-streaked hair and narrowed gaze of that bonny, buxom lass, Davy's sister. Jesus Christ, Jared said. What the hell? I pushed my napkin over the spill. It's all right, just an accident. Thanks. Thanks, Julie. Her name returned to me just in time. Any time, she snapped, and walked away, wiping her hands on her teensy apron. Awesome pub, Jared said. Can't wait to write my Yelp review. Just drink your beer, I muttered. I picked up the mug. She hadn't left any cream, and I didn't want sugar. And sipped cautiously. Tasted like regular coffee, but then the best poisons were undetectable, weren't they? I swallowed and went on, trying to steer the conversation. So, tell me about you. What have you been up to these days? Making a living. Doing what? Writing, actually. Writing? That's great. Let me know if I can do anything for you. I know a few agents who owe me favors. Jared drew off a long drink of ale and set his glass down. I'd hate to use up your credit. Hey, what are friends for? I had to blurb some pretty awful books to win those brownie points, so you might as well put them to good use. I glanced to the bar where Davy and Julie seemed to be locked in some kind of heated discussion. Davy stood behind the counter, hands braced on the edge, while Julie leaned on her elbows and spoke near his ear. I'll keep that in mind, he said. I sipped more coffee and said, So what do you write? Working on the great American novel, the next Gatsby? Nope, nonfiction. Oh, that's great. What subject? Over at the bar, Davy shot a keen glance in my direction and pulled his cell phone out of his back pocket. Ah, good question. It's sort of the nexus between celebrity culture and politics and social media. So, contemporary stuff. Pretty much. Not your wheelhouse, I know, but I think you might be able to help me out. Lend a little insight based on your recent experiences. Damn, where's my burger? I could eat an elephant right now. He picked up his glass again. His cheeks were beginning to flush. And as I watched him drink, as he swiveled to check on the possible arrival of his lunch, I remembered how little I'd liked Jared home by the time I left for Ireland. How brief and boring the sex was. How even more brief and boring the conversation afterward. He was the one you saw at all the Thursday night mixers, drink in hand, conversing with everybody and nobody because he was forever glancing over your shoulder at another prospect while he talked to you. I shouldn't have answered that damn text, I thought again. I should have remembered him better. I should have remembered how relieved I felt, escaping for Ireland, because I wouldn't have to see him again, and I hadn't even had to endure the awkwardness of an official breakup scene. But now that bill had come due. We were still friends, technically. He could still text me and ask for help with his writing, like you do when your old friends reach high places. Here we go, Jared said, finally. Julie stalked up, balancing 2 plates of burgers and chips at either end of the tall wooden ship that sailed across her bosom. I flinched under the scorn of her expression, or maybe I was just afraid she'd dump it on my lap. But she didn't. She set each plate down, grabbed a bottle of ketchup from a nearby table, and slammed it down between us. "I hear you Yanks like this stuff," she said, "so have at it." "Thanks, mate," Jared said, heavy on the sarcasm, in case you hadn't guessed, as he reached for the bottle. "Anyway, as I was saying, I appreciate your helping me out with this little project. You're the best mole ever, sent from heaven to deliver me the goods." Julie, who was just turning to stomp away, made a noise like she was trying to rip the head from a Barbie doll. "Julie, wait," I called. She froze and swiveled her head. The look on her face suggested she was currently employing her Jedi powers to impale me against the wall, without success. Maybe I'll have a glass of wine after all," I said. Red. Looking back, of course, that was the wrong thing to say. I shouldn't have stayed and had a glass of wine with my burger. I shouldn't even have had the burger, though I could have eaten 12 of them by that point. I was so hungry. I should have just risen from that table, told Jared he could stuff it, and walked away. And I think maybe it was just a lingering case of imposter syndrome. I'd gotten lucky with Small Potatoes, no doubt about it. Yes, it was a good book, a really good book, but there were plenty of great books published that summer, plenty of authors putting out outstanding original work, and I was the one who broke out. I was the lucky one. At the time, I told myself it was pure, raw talent, but I knew deep down that luck had played a role. Good timing, an eye-catching jacket, the right reviewers. And so I felt a duty to stay in my chair and finish this conversation. The same duty that had impelled me to answer Jared's text in the first place. The same duty that had urged me to the ship in for burgers and chips this afternoon. As if by engaging in grubby shop talk with a struggling, aspiring writer of no known ability, I could win back the elusive karma that had made Small Potatoes a success. By the time John arrived, pink-faced and thunderous, I was on my 3rd glass of wine, which Julie had delivered promptly after the 2nd. She and Davy had backed away to the bar, where they probably filled up a large bowl with popcorn and passed it between them. I don't know. I didn't see anything but John. Didn't have any room in my head for any other observation. I remember the way he paused in the doorway, blinking as I had done, breathless as I had been, searching for me. I think Davy pointed him toward the table I shared with Jared, but maybe it was Julie. Maybe it was both of them together. Luke and Leia, I thought. I realized now that John was Han Solo. Of course he was, despite his privileged bloodlines. Gruff on the outside, tender on the inside, mistrustful of others, capable of great devotion once you gained that trust, and loyal to the core. Anyway, not that it mattered. He spotted me, and the misery on his face equaled the misery I felt inside. He inhaled deeply, gathering himself, and strode across the room. He wore his green cashmere sweater over a white t-shirt, and in his hand he carried a piece of paper and a book. "John," I said. And then the stupidest thing I could possibly have said, even more stupid than asking for wine with my burger. "What are you doing here?" He took his cue, of course. "I might ask what you're doing here, having lunch with a Daily Mail reporter, but I'd be wasting my breath, wouldn't I, as the answer is more than obvious. Mr. Holm, I hope you've gotten your story by now." "Actually," Jared began, apparently not quite understanding that the question was rhetorical. But John had already turned back to me. He tossed the book and the paper on the table. "Here you go, if that even matters anymore. I'm assuming it was all just a cover story, but you never know. 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say." I stared down at the book. A copy of An Affair in Paris, Robert Langford's 3rd book, and the paper, which seemed to be the Talmadge concert program. The 2 items had fallen in such a way that the photographs, Mary and Robert, lay next to each other, in the same studied monochrome pose. "I don't understand," I said hoarsely. "You're a bright girl, Sarah. I think you can figure it out, if you inspect it carefully enough." He turned and walked away. Jared whistled softly and picked up the book. I was too stunned to stop him, too stunned to run after John. I just looked blankly at my wineglass and thought, "It's half empty." Wow, Jared said, holding up the book and the concert program side by side. That's kind of a weird resemblance, wouldn't you say? And I was falling again. Except this time, it was real.
Chapter 29. Caroline. At sea, Friday, May 7th, 1915. She was falling, twisting, turning, weightless. There'd been the sound of a hymn being sung, then an abrupt snap followed by screaming and crying and shouting, and the sensation of being held suspended in space and time. For a fleeting moment, Caroline wondered if this is what death felt like, to be neither here nor there, all senses held in check while the earth stops its rotation so a person could merely step off. But the screaming was real, coming from the mother with the young boy in the lifeboat beside her. She turned her head to watch them tumble over the side as they disappeared into the same dark gray water rushing up toward her. The last thing she was aware of was the sound of their lifeboat scraping against the steel and rivets of the side of the ship, and of Gilbert beside her, squeezing her hand and telling Caroline that he loved her. And then she was alone, submerged in the cold water, with bodies and debris piled on top of her. The water numbed and consoled, terrifying her. Muffled sounds penetrated the water, adding to her dreamlike state. She thought of Gilbert, of the promise of their future lives, and she began to kick furiously toward the milky light of the sun on the ocean's surface. Something dragged at her ankle, fighting against her kicking and her lifebelt's attempts to rise to the surface, slowly pulling her deeper. Reaching her fingers down to her ankle, she felt a rope, thick and strong, wrapped around her foot, the other end of the rope disappearing into the murky water, attached to an unseen object and making its slow way to the ocean's floor, intent on dragging Caroline with it. She began kicking again in earnest, seeing how close she was to the surface, desperate to reach it, to suck in a lungful of air just long enough to give her the energy she needed to free her leg. But she couldn't. It seemed the harder she kicked, the more entangled she became. "No!" she screamed into the abyss. "Not now!" Not when she'd finally figured out everything. Not when she and Gilbert had everything to live for. With renewed energy, she kicked furiously, but to no avail. Spots began to form around the periphery of her vision, either from the cold or her lack of air. She was dying, and all she could feel was regret. She closed her eyes and thought of Gilbert, wanting her last moments to be filled with him and not fear. Something nudged her shoulder, and her eyes flickered open. Tess had unfastened her life belt and was thrusting it at Caroline. Her frozen hands missed it twice, and Tess was forced to knot the ties to Caroline's vest. She could feel Tess's hands on her foot, the tightness of the rope lessening on her ankle. Caroline wanted to tell her not to bother, that her lungs were on fire and she was already dead. But then her leg was free, and Tess was pushing her up toward the surface, and they were breaking free to a world of light and sound and air. She coughed and sputtered, turning her face away from the agitated water, trying to escape the constant splashing and screaming, the incessant reminder of how helpless they all were, each of them dependent on what little resources of strength they possessed and on the kindness of strangers. "Swim!" Something tugged on her jacket, and she realized it was Tess, pulling her away from the sinking ship, managing to free her own jacket. "But Gilbert!" She searched the bobbing waves for her husband, remembering his broken arm. "He's hurt. I must find him." She began swimming back toward the ship, but found her arm nearly yanked from its socket. "No, you can't. The ship's sinking, and it will suck everything under when it happens. We have to get away. And then we'll look for Gilbert and Robert and Ginny." A look of mutual terror and uncertainty passed between them, along with an informal covenant to believe the impossible, to hope when all hope seemed lost. Without a nearby lifeboat to head toward, they both turned to the open sea and began to swim away from the ship as fast as they could. When it was clear neither one had the energy for one more stroke, they stopped to fill their lungs, instinctively turning around to watch the death throes of the Queen of the Seas. The boat deck was raised at an alarming angle, like an angry fist above the waters of the Irish Channel, as a giant wave began to wash along the starboard side, swallowing the deck and remaining passengers,
a carnivorous sea monster with an insatiable appetite. Caroline forced herself to watch, wanting to somehow pay her respects to her fellow passengers during their last moments, for them to perhaps find comfort knowing they wouldn't die alone. The ship rolled to its starboard side, and Caroline imagined the giant wave forcing itself through the writing room and library, the grand entrance, the lounge and music room, stunning works of beauty and art that were being extinguished as quickly as a candle flame in a hurricane wind. Any people remaining futilely rushed up to the stern as if that might save them. And then one by one the great funnels began to go under, and this time Caroline did turn away, unable to watch the final desecration. A great roar went up, either the cries of passengers or the sound of the water claiming its prize, but it was awesome in its terror, and Caroline pressed her hands over her ears. She and Tess bobbed alongside each other for a long moment, as if they were both waiting for the ship to reappear, as if it had all been some terrible mistake. Instead, the water returned to its glassy aloofness, a criminal hiding its deeds under a false mask. Small waves eddied out from the spot where the Lusitania had disappeared, pushing debris and bodies toward them. So many bodies, of adults and children alike. Fate had arbitrarily chosen her victims, sparing no one due to age or status, education or bank account. Too many of the victims wore incorrectly fastened life belts, their hapless wearers floating face down in the water. The lifeboats that had somehow managed to be launched, some filled to capacity and others mostly empty, rose and dipped on the water in the near distance, while a flotilla of debris carrying disheveled and white-faced survivors floated between them like lily pads. A piano bench, most likely the one Caroline had sat on many times, moved past them, the unmistakable waterlogged figures of Prunella and Marjorie Schuyler listlessly clinging to it. Prunella shifted her body, trying to raise herself higher on the bench, jostling it enough to dislodge Marjorie's feeble grip. Caroline watched for a moment longer, screaming out a warning to let Prunella know that her sister-in-law had slipped off, but Prunella didn't seem to hear. Apparently unaware of what she'd done, Prunella didn't see Marjorie's lone bejeweled hand, the precious stones catching the sun's afternoon rays, slowly slipping beneath the surface of the water, unheeded by her companion. Prunella looked around, bewildered as to her sister-in-law's absence, searching for her erstwhile companion. Her strident voice carried across the water toward them. "Marjorie? Marjorie, are you hiding from me? You can't swim away from me, it's simply rude." Her shrill tones faded over the waves as the bench floated farther and farther away from Caroline and Tess. "Gilbert!" Caroline shouted, her voice evaporating over the water. She glanced over at a pale-faced Tess, her lip bleeding where she had clenched it between her teeth. It was the face of worry, and Caroline imagined she most likely looked much the same. "Are you all right, Tess?" She paused only for a second before jerkily nodding her head. "Thank you," Caroline said, "for saving my life." Tess looked away. "I was just returning the favor. Besides, I didn't do it for you." Caroline understood, knew what it was like to love Robert Langford, knew what a woman would do to have his heart. She could feel no animosity toward Tess, only pity. "All right, then. Let's go swim to one of the lifeboats. We'll figure out what to do next once we're out of the water." "But what if—" "Don't say it." Caroline sounded much harsher than she'd intended. "Let's swim, and we'll worry about the rest later," she said in lieu of an apology, already kicking her legs to propel herself forward. Her skirts and shoes made it more difficult, as did the life vest, but she needed them for any extra warmth they could offer. The life vest kept her buoyed when her arms grew tired, and she allowed herself to rest for just a moment. She tried not to think of Gilbert without a vest, trying to keep afloat, his broken arm hindering his attempts to swim. She pushed even harder, eager to reach the nearest lifeboat, which appeared to be getting farther and farther away. True to her word, Tess was a strong swimmer, keeping up with Caroline, her face set with determination. There was something admirable and oddly likable about the young woman, something that made Caroline think that if their circumstances had been different, they might have been friends. Tess shouted, startling Caroline into taking a deep gulp of seawater. Coughing, She turned to look at her companion and spotted Tess heading away from her, paddling and kicking furiously toward an overturned lifeboat onto which 2 people clung. As she watched, one of them, a man, slowly let go and slipped beneath the waves without a sign of struggle or lament. The man next to him reached out, but his companion had disappeared. "Robert!" Tess shouted, slowing down long enough to wave her arm before continuing on her trek to the lifeboat. Robert. Caroline kicked harder, propelling herself in the direction of the boat, hoping against hope that Gilbert was with him. All she had left was hope. Tess reached them first, but Robert's gaze was focused on Caroline, his eyes and face light and dark like the half moon as he watched her, as if waiting for a sign from her as to which way he should go. Caroline's fingers touched the overturned boat, slipping off twice before she found purchase. She felt Tess next to her doing the same. "Have you seen Gilbert?" Robert turned away, but not before she saw the darkness in his face eclipse the light. He moved, and she saw a man behind him that he'd been clinging to with one hand, holding them both up as he clung to the boat with the other. She tried to call her husband's name, but couldn't force the word around the lump in her throat. His head was thrown back, leaning on Robert's shoulder to keep it out of the water, a scarlet rivulet of blood dripping from his ear. "Is he?" Caroline managed as she moved toward her husband. Neither man wore a life belt, and she was consumed with guilt, knowing that instead of going to the cabin to get his, Gilbert had remained up on deck looking for her. "He's alive." Robert's voice was brusque, as if he were talking to a stranger. Robert's hand on the side of the boat was pale white, his grip slowly slipping, lowering him and Gilbert into the water, forcing Caroline to wonder how long they'd been clinging to the boat, how long Gilbert had been bleeding, and how long Robert had kept her husband from going under. "I've got him," she said to Robert, as she placed her free arm around Gilbert's shoulder and kissed his temple, moving him slightly so that she and her life belt bore his weight. "I'm here, darling, I'm here." Robert forced words from tight lips. "Have you got him? I just need a moment." Caroline nodded and Robert pulled back, using his freed arm to help Tess up onto the side of the boat where she could hold on. Gilbert's eyes opened. Those beautiful blue eyes Caroline had fallen in love with the first time she'd seen him, the ones that darkened in passion and turned up at the edges when he laughed. A stab of loss and regret stole her breath as he looked at her, and she wanted to cry, to mourn all the wasted days. Regret, too, over what she'd done and the sure knowledge that this was her just punishment for her sins. Gilbert licked his lips. "I just wanted to see you one more time." He smiled at her, and his eyes closed as his muscles relaxed under her hand. "Don't say that, Gil. Please don't. There will be plenty enough time." She didn't finish her sentence. A large wave erupted from somewhere in the depths beneath and pushed at them, carrying with it a twirling mass of floating debris and wrenching Gilbert from her hold. "Gilbert!" Caroline screamed. She held on to the boat with one hand as her frozen fingers from the other slipped and skidded over the straps of her life belt, desperate to be free of it. Robert had already let go of the boat, the fear and fatigue she felt mirrored in his eyes. "Don't, Caroline, stay here. I'll bring him back to you, I promise." With one last look at her, his gaze as frigid and hollow as the winter sky, Robert dove under the surface and disappeared, the wave continuing to push them farther and farther from the spot from which she'd last seen Gilbert. "Robert! Gilbert!" She called their names over and over as the debris and the waves separated them until she was no longer sure of where to look for them. Full panic took over as she continued to scrabble with her fasteners, her pianist's fingers suddenly clumsy and thick, until a hand clamped itself over hers, stilling her movement. "Don't be foolish," Tess said, her eyes filled with tears and desperation. "Robert promised he'd bring back your husband, didn't he? Don't make him go after you, too." Caroline struggled just for a moment before she realized the futility of her efforts. She placed her forehead against the cool, slick side of the overturned boat and pressed her lips together so she wouldn't cry. Crying was for children, her mother had always told her, and for those foolish enough to cry for the moon and other things they could never have. She wouldn't cry, but all the fight and hope were gone from her. "So what do we do now?" Tess squared her shoulders. "We hang on. We wait. And if you think God will listen to you, then pray. I'm afraid he's all but given up on me by now." Caroline regarded Tess for a long moment, wishing she could believe in mercy enough to convince Tess that it existed. She found a tighter grip on the boat and let the cork-filled pockets of her lifebelt buoy her up, preparing herself to wait for someone to find them and pluck them out of the sea. They both managed to hoist themselves most of the way out of the water and onto the raised bottom of the overturned craft, their clothes drying by degrees, the sun warm on their backs. Caroline lost track of time as they drifted without speaking, the Irish coast seeming to get farther and farther away. The sun moved across the sky as it did every day, making a mockery of the tragedy that had just unfolded. To some, perhaps, it was just another day. But to Caroline, it was a day she was afraid she'd lost everything. She found herself praying the familiar prayers of her childhood, hoping that the God of her youth was as forgiving as she'd been told, and that somehow, miraculously, Gilbert and Robert had managed to survive. She held on to that hope, knowing that as soon as she stopped hoping, she'd have no reason not to let herself slip soundlessly into the waiting water. She became aware of Tess on the other side of the boat. Caroline glanced over at her companion, seeing Tess's tear-stained cheeks and her fair skin beginning to redden in the sun. She should be wearing a hat, or her face would be covered in freckles. Caroline caught herself before she said something. Hats and freckles didn't matter anymore. Perhaps they never had. "Are you thinking about your sister?" Caroline asked gently. Tess hesitated a moment and nodded, then rubbed her nose with her sleeve. "She's all I've got left in the world. I couldn't stand to lose her, too. She's everything to me." Caroline didn't care that the woman Tess was referring to had betrayed both of them, had stolen from her, and was probably a German spy. The heart never seemed to recognize the imperfections in others, nor was one given the chance to choose one's family. "I'm sure she made it to a lifeboat. She's young and strong. Even if she had to swim, she could have made it." Tess regarded her quietly, as if they were both thinking of Ginny, weighed down by the fur wrap and the jewels, unwilling to part with them even if it meant her survival. "And Robert?" Tess asked. "Do you think he was able to save both himself and your husband?" Caroline nodded without thinking. "He promised, and I choose to believe him." Tess looked away. "I suppose out here there are worse things than hoping." They were silent again for a long while, until a rhythmic thudding carried on the waves toward them. They both raised their heads, looking out over the open water. "It's a boat!" Tess shouted. "Come on! Wave and shout! Let them know we're here!" It was a fishing trawler, its deck already crowded with people wearing life belts and covered with blankets, 2 crewmen waving back to show they'd been spotted. Caroline tried to smile, but her worry over Gilbert and the memory of what had happened to so many people stopped her. She would be relieved to be off the lifeboat, but even she knew the journey wasn't yet over. She and Tess were helped aboard by crew members with thick Irish brogues, who settled them on the deck with 2 chunks of dark brown bread and a blanket to share. Tess was shivering uncontrollably, and Caroline moved closer to her, placing her arm around her shoulder to warm and comfort her. It helped Caroline forget about her own plight for a few moments, at least until Tess pushed her away to stand unsteadily. "I need to look for Ginny. She might be here, or maybe someone saw her." She was right, of course. If Tess chose to believe in miracles, then she could too. They walked together arm in arm, not so much for companionship, but to keep themselves upright. The shock from the day's events and what they'd seen had caught up to them, but neither one of them was willing to wait. They moved among the clusters of survivors, all but the youngest ones dazed and bewildered over what had happened to them. Most everyone was searching for a loved one, a husband, a son, a daughter, a mother. It was the same lament, a badge of belonging to a club no one wished to be a part of. Tess and Caroline answered each one before asking about Ginny, and Gilbert and Robert, receiving the same sad shake of their head they had just given. They'd almost made a full circle of the deck when they reached a crew member trying to hold a man's head and help him drink from a tin cup. The man's head was covered in dried blood, obliterating the color of his hair. But there was something about the jawline, the shape of the nose. Caroline held her breath for a moment before rushing toward the man.
"Gil, it's me. It's Caroline."
His eyes flickered in recognition as she kneeled in front of him and gently lifted his head into her lap.
"How badly is he hurt?"
she asked the crewman. The man shook his head.
Not sure, ma'am. Captain thought a wee bit of whiskey could help.
Is he alone? Tess asked. Was there another man rescued with him? He shook his head sadly, then gave the cup to Caroline before taking his leave. She looked down at her husband, and a black cloud seemed to settle around her heart. His face was too pale, his breathing short and erratic. A stout man, with kind brown eyes, whom she remembered from the first-class dining room, leaned over to her.
We're headed to shore now. There'll be doctors waiting, I'm sure.
Thank you, she said. She slipped her hand into her husband's, feeling the icy chill of his skin.
Gilbert, can you hear me?
He gave her hand a weak squeeze, and she almost cried then from relief, from gratitude, and the unspoken joy of answered prayers. Tess approached with a blanket and placed it on Gilbert, then stepped back, pressing herself against the railing as if to make the boat go faster. Caroline bent her head over her husband's, blocking the glaring sun from his face.
My darling, she whispered, let me be the strong one now. I need you to keep breathing, do you understand? That's all I want you to do. And to think of us back in New York, sharing our lives and loving each other until we're old and gray.
She leaned closer to his ear.
I know it's too early to know for sure, but I have a feeling, a woman's intuition, I think you would call it.
A tear fell on his face, and she was ashamed to see it came from her eyes. She picked up a corner of the blanket and used it to wipe up the tear and the dried blood from his cheeks.
Imagine that, Gil. Our own child to love, and for his Aunt Claire to spoil.
She tried to laugh, but the sound died halfway from her mouth. Caroline straightened, continuing to wipe at her husband's face to keep her mind busy from all the frightening thoughts she was managing to keep at bay.
Just keep breathing, Gil. Think about how much I love you, and all we both have to live for, and I promise I'll do the rest.
She leaned down to kiss his forehead.
We've got everything to live for.
The boat's engine continued to chug and hum as it made its way to the coast of Ireland, the seabirds screaming overhead as they searched for food. And underneath it all came the ragged breaths of the woman leaning against the rail, searching for her lost sister and for the man who could never be hers. Caroline squeezed Gil's hand and closed her eyes, her heart growing heavier as she thought of all that had been lost. Tess continued her vigil, her sad, lonely figure pressed against the railing as she looked toward shore, reminding Caroline of a child crying for the moon.
Chapter 30. Tess. Queenstown, Ireland. Friday, May 7th, 1915. The moon had risen by the time the fishing trawler chugged into Queenstown. Gas torches flared along the docks, turning the mist brassy. Soldiers formed a human honor guard, holding the crowd at bay, making a pathway for the survivors. As they stumbled off the boat, the crowd broke into a cheer. The sudden noise made Tess start and pull closer to Caroline. In the dark, their hands fumbled together, holding on to each other as they followed behind the stretcher on which Gilbert Hochstetter lay, wrapped in blankets. People were crowding forward, trying to push through the guards, shouting questions, crowing encouragement. Flashbulbs popped, the scent of sulfur lending a demonic twist to the red light. There had been flashbulbs that night at the Hochstetter's party. It seemed a lifetime ago, instead of just 7 days. Rescue workers hurried toward them as they made their way to the end of the cordon, offering shelter, lodging. An official-looking personage came up to the stretcher.
Is he
alive? Said Caroline sharply. She let go of Tess's hand, taking command of the situation, every inch the polished society wife, despite her salt-stained dress and disordered hair. Through a fog, Tess could hear Caroline saying, Gilbert Hochstetter, of Hochstetter Iron and Steel. Yes, that Hochstetter. Badly hurt. A doctor, as quickly as possible. Caroline's words worked their magic, or maybe it was the fierce look in her eye. "This way," said one of the men, and directed the sailors holding Gilbert Hochstetter's stretcher toward a rough infirmary that spilled out onto the street. Stretchers lying on the floor, doctors and nurses moving from patient to patient. Caroline followed, but Tess hung behind, scanning the crowd, looking for Ginny. The more able of the survivors were milling about, searching for family and friends. They seemed so many on the crowded docks, but how many had been on the boat? Row upon row of bodies covered in blankets, waiting to be delivered to wherever bodies went, gave silent testimony to the others, those who hadn't been so lucky. Cries of joy and the keening of the bereaved rang in Tess's ears. Through it she heard someone calling her name. He appeared through the brassy fog like something out of a myth, wrapped in a tunic like a Roman warrior, his hair turned bronze in the torchlight, his legs bare beneath his skirt. "Robert?" Tess's legs felt like lead. She was half afraid to move for fear that the vision would disappear. "Tess." As he drew closer, she could see that his face was scraped and bruised, one eye half swollen shut. It contrasted oddly with the garment that wrapped him about, which wasn't a Roman tunic, but something else entirely. "You're wearing a bathrobe," said Tess stupidly. "A pink one." Robert tried to smile, and almost managed it. "I wasn't in a position to be particular. Most of my clothing is now food for fish." And he might have been too, so easily. Tess's throat closed as she remembered the sights they had seen from the deck of the fishing boat, men and women floating in the water like so much rubbish. "How did you survive?" "The sea doesn't want me, it seems. This is the second time it's spat me back." Before Tess could say anything, Robert said briefly, "I was picked up by a rescue boat. Is Caroline with you?" There were so many things she ought to say, but Tess couldn't quite get her tongue or mind around any of them. She felt numb straight through. Instead, she jerked a finger behind her. "She's over there, with her husband." "He made it then." Together they moved toward the infirmary. In a manner of speaking, Tess dug her teeth into her lower lip, tasting blood from an old cut. There was no point in hiding the truth. "Not for long." "How do you know?" "My father was a pharmacist once." Tess looked up at Robert, too tired to lie to him. "I know what it means when someone looks like that." "With all due respect to your father's medical prowess..." Every bit of Tess's body ached. She spoke more sharply than she'd intended. "It's not medical training, it's common sense. There's a death look. Once you've seen it, you know it." She nodded toward Caroline, on her knees beside the stretcher. "She knows it too. Don't think she doesn't." They slowed as they approached, listening to Caroline speak to her husband in a low, sing-song voice, her southern accent more pronounced than Tess had ever heard it. There was something musical about it, like listening to a lullaby. "And then we'll go to New Orleans," Caroline was saying. "Have you ever had a beignet? They're almost impossible to eat neatly, but they're worth the mess." Tess shoved Robert in his fuzzy pink side. "You should go to her." Robert stood rock still, feet planted like a gladiator's. "That's the last thing I should do. Christ, Tess, what am I meant to do? Taunt her husband as he goes to the grave?" "She needs you." Robert's eyes never left Caroline. He stared at her like he was seeing her for the first time, or maybe for the last. "It's not me she needs." Amid the bustle of the doctors, the slow, soft voice went on. "After New Orleans, I'll take you to Savannah. You've never seen the house where I grew up. It's not the house where I was born. That burned down long ago. There was a party, you see, and someone was careless about the lanterns. The whole thing went up like a Roman candle. That's what my nurse told me. She said it was the best fireworks display the country had ever seen." Gilbert Hochstetter's lips moved. Caroline leaned closer to listen, and although the night was cool, Tess could see the beads of sweat on her brow. "Yes, an expensive one," Caroline agreed. "My daddy never did find the money to build it back up again." Her voice faltered as she glanced up, catching sight of Robert. For a moment, her face lit like that Roman candle she'd just been talking about, the blood rushing to her cheeks, a glow in her eyes. And just as quickly it disappeared again, her face reduced to bones and angles, gray and orange in the fog and torchlight. Caroline whispered something to her husband. Gilbert Hochstetter's eyes were half closed, but Tess saw him make a weak attempt to squeeze his wife's hand. Leaning over, Caroline pressed a kiss to his brow, and then, slowly, painfully rose to her feet. Next to her, Tess could feel Robert tense.
"Caroline," said Robert. "I'm so sorry." "Don't say it."
Caroline's eyes glittered fiercely, bright with unshed tears. Formally, she said, "Thank you for saving him."
"I did what I could."
Robert's voice was ragged with regret, the pain so raw that Tess could feel the ache down to her bones.
"You know that, don't you? If there had been any way—"
Caroline put her chin up. Even without her rubies, she looked like a queen, the sort one didn't dare to defy.
"You got him out of there, and I'm going to get him back to New York and make him well."
Robert bowed his head.
"Naturally."
They were both lying, thought Tess, her chest and head aching. Why did they have to lie like that? Couldn't they see they needed each other?
"Mrs. Hochstetter," she began.
"Caroline," the other woman corrected her.
"After all this, I think you could say we've progressed to first names."
Caroline held out a hand to her. Tentatively, Tess took it. The other woman's grip, she realized, was stronger than she would have supposed. Caroline was stronger than she would have supposed.
"Thank you for saving me," said Caroline.
And then, to Tess's great surprise, she wrapped her arms around her in an embrace. Her breath tickling Tess's ear, she murmured,
"Be kind to him."
Before Tess could respond, Caroline released Tess, straightening and saying briskly,
"I'd best see my husband to our lodgings. Warm broth and hot tea will do him a world of good."
There was nothing that would do Gilbert Hochstetter any good now. They all knew that. But no one would say it. Robert bowed over Caroline's hand, in a courtly style that hadn't been seen for many years.
"If I can be of service in any way—"
"You already have.
Good night, Mr. Langford."
Caroline withdrew her hand. Her voice softening, she added,
"Good night, Tess."
Robert ought to have looked absurd in his pink bathrobe, but he didn't. There was something in his face that made Tess drive her nails into her palms, the sort of grief that toppled towers and made kingdoms fall. But all he said was,
"Goodbye, Mrs. Hochstetter."
Tess wanted to shake both of them, to shove them toward each other. In all this misery, shouldn't someone take what comfort they could? They had each other, or they could have each other. To throw that away now of all times. She couldn't bear it. Tess pulled away, saying indistinctly, "I should go. I have to find Ginny." Robert put out a hand, stopping her.
"Tess, it's nearly midnight."
Tess gave a laugh that was just a little hysterical. "Where else do I have to go?"
"Several places,"
said Robert, with exasperated affection. It was as if scolding her made the tension lift from the corners of his eyes, help stop the grieving.
"Don't be a fool. Let these kind people find you lodging. Sleep a little. There'll be time enough in the morning."
"But what if—" The words faltered on Tess's tongue. What if Ginny was wounded, hurting? What if, like Gilbert Hochstetter, she had only hours left? Tess couldn't make herself voice it. She could barely make herself think it. "I need to look for her
in the morning."
Robert's hand closed over her arms, supporting her, restraining her.
"I'll help you."
He had looked for Ginny before, or meant to. Tess glared up at him, holding on to anger because anger was better than tears. "Because you want to bring her to justice?"
"What's justice now?" "No, because she's your sister, and I know what it is to lose—"
Robert broke off, but not fast enough. "You think she's dead?" said Tess accusingly. "That's it, isn't it? No life vest, weighted down with furs and jewels." Robert rubbed a hand over his eyes.
"I don't think anything. I'm too tired to think, and so are you. Stay here, I'll be right back."
Stay? What did he think she was, his lapdog? Tess tried to cultivate indignation. Anything was better than grief and fear. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Caroline Hochstetter giving directions to the stretcher-bearers. Caroline caught her arm as Tess walked past. "Do you need anything? A place to stay? Money?" "Just my sister," said Tess, trying to make a joke of it and failing miserably. Gruffly, she added, "Thank you." "No," said Caroline. "Thank you. And remember what I said. He'll need someone." With a nod of farewell, she was off, before Tess could decide whether to be touched or insulted. Not that she had time for either. The infirmary was crowded with people, some suffering little more than broken bones, others with that grey look on their faces. Tess picked her way through, searching for Ginny, not sure whether she was looking for a dark head or a fair one. The sea might have washed the dye off. "Have you seen—" But no one had. A hand closed over Tess's shoulder, making her jump like a cat. "Didn't I tell you to stay? I'm not your whippet." Robert chose to ignore that. He gestured to a well-upholstered woman standing beside him. "This is Mrs. O'Malley, the apothecary's wife. She'll put you up in their spare room and find you something else to wear." Tess lifted her chin in her best imitation of Caroline Hochstetter's queenly ways. "And what's wrong with what I have on? This is best Gimbel's." "Mr. Gimble never advised saltwater immersion," said Robert dryly. "Go on. Mrs. O'Malley will take care of you." Not for nothing, Tess was sure. She had no money and no means of acquiring any. Everything she owned in the world had gone down with the ship. "Robert, I can't accept this." "If I can accept a pink bathrobe." As he looked down into her face, Robert abandoned any attempt at levity. "In a time like this, you take what kindness you can." "Be kind to him," said Caroline Hochstetter. "He'll need someone." But it was hard to give in so easily. "I have no way to repay—" "Tess," said Robert, "if you fight me on this, I will personally toss you back in the Atlantic." "If you put it that way—" Turning to the older woman, Tess said, feeling like a schoolgirl, "Thank you, Mrs. O'Malley." The older woman clucked her tongue. "After what you've been through, there's no need to be after thanking me. Come along, hen." "I meant what I said," said Robert. "About helping you search." "There's no need." "I'll call for you at 9, said Robert, and strode away before Tess had time to protest. Tess left Mrs. O'Malley's at 8, wearing a dress that must have belonged to her landlady's mother. It smelled strongly of camphor, but by the time a few hours had passed, Tess had reason to be grateful for the medicinal tang. It covered other, less pleasant odors. Robert caught her at noon, just as the church bells were ringing the hour. The town hall had been turned into a makeshift morgue, body after body laid out on the floor. Survivors and family members moved quietly among the corpses, lifting sheets, searching for loved ones. Stoop and stand, stoop and stand. The faces began to blur. Men, women, children, a mother cradling her child. But no Ginny. Not yet. Tess set down the last sheet as gently as she could, straightening with difficulty. All of her ached, still. She'd woken covered with bruises, but it was the despair, the cold despair that permeated the room, that crippled her movements, slowed her wits. She swayed as she rose to her feet and felt a strong hand on her arm, steadying her. "Tess," said Robert. "What are you doing here?" "What do you think?" Tess cleared her throat, but her voice still came out hoarse. "I've tried all the hotels and the train station." The station had been packed with survivors attempting to book passage away anywhere. Tess had hunted for her sister, searching for either a dark head or a fair one, but there had been no sign of Ginny at the booking office, at the station, by the quay. Robert gave her elbow a squeeze. Tess made no protest as he led her away, out of the town hall. "They're still bringing in survivors." Tess squinted up at him in the sunlight. "I was down at the wharves, Robert. I know what they're bringing in." Bodies, in increasing stages of decomposition. The bodies of first-class passengers were being separated out and embalmed, to be sent to their families back in the States for proper burial. Tess had seen Marjorie Schuyler laid out among the others, being readied for the long journey home to New York. Marjorie, who had played some part in bringing this upon them. And for what? A dream of a better world? A taste of power? Tess felt that she ought to take a certain satisfaction in Marjorie's demise, but she couldn't. Not while Ginny was still missing. Robert matched his pace to hers, as though they were any couple out for a stroll. Out for a stroll in a town thronged with death.
You might have missed her. For all you know, your sister is currently on a train to London, or halfway to Germany.
She wouldn't have left without me.
Wouldn't she?
Robert looked down at her, and it was Tess's eyes that fell first. I don't know, she admitted. See you on the other side, Ginny had said. I don't think so, but I don't know. Together they strolled away from the quay, from the disturbing side of the sea, up one of the narrow, hilly straits.
There have been stories, said Robert conversationally, of survivors being washed to shore far from the site of a wreck. When the Armada smashed on these shores back in the reign of Good Queen Bess, there was many a small town that found a ragged Spaniard in its midst. It's why so many Irish have dark hair and eyes. Black Irish, they call them.
Tess wrinkled her nose at him. It sounds like a tall tale to me. You don't really believe that, do you?
Stranger things have happened.
They paused in the shadow of the cathedral. The tower was still covered in scaffolding, the building under construction, but no one was at work today. Everyone who could be spared was down at the docks. Robert looked down at Tess, all the mockery gone from his face.
When Jamie died, I refused to believe it. I pictured him clinging to a spar, like something out of The Tempest, blown to a strange shore, fighting to make his way home. I thought if only I waited long enough, he would come home again. I fought like the devil when they tried to ship me back off to school in the fall. Our housekeeper says I was like a wild thing, kicking and clawing.
Tess rested her head fleetingly against his arm, aching for the boy who had been. Did it work?
No. Looking away, he said abruptly, I had some news from home today.
His expression was as stony as the facade of the cathedral. Not good news. Robert gave a humorless laugh.
It depends on who you ask.
His lips pressed tightly together. Tess waited, tamping down the urge to pepper him with questions.
My father is dead.
Tess didn't know what to say. The spring sunlight seemed a mockery. Death. So much death. Robert, I'm so sorry.
So am I, said Robert flatly. He killed himself when he got news of the ship going down.
Gosh, all fish hooks, said Tess, reverting to the idiom of her youth. She felt her cheeks heat. I mean, goodness.
I think you had it with the first one, said Robert,
his hands locked behind his back, standing as rigid as the carved saints on the side of the cathedral. He must have thought he'd lost both his sons to the sea, said Tess softly. She could picture her father in his more maudlin moods, gathering her and Ginny in his arms, telling them he couldn't bear to lose them too. Usually right before he dosed them with one of his experimental nostrums, his attempts at immortality. But for love, always for love, love and fear of loss. To know that he'd lost you. Robert made a snorting sound. In another person, Tess might have suspected a sob.
Lost me? That's not why he did it. It wasn't losing me that killed him, it was...
What? Robert looked down at her, his eyes bleak, the skin around his lips white.
There's no harm in telling you now, is there? He's gone.
Tell me what?
That you weren't the only one with a traitor in the family.
As if he couldn't bear to be near himself, Robert began pacing, his booted feet kicking up dust from the construction site. But I thought... Tess hurried after him, coughing in the dust.
That he was the very epitome of John Bull with a roar louder than the British Lion. For he is an Englishman and all that. Oh yes, all of it. But...
Robert lifted his hands to his temples. He looked at Tess and said flatly,
My father loved another man. I don't know how you Yanks deal with such things, but at home, here, it could have ruined him. And when he had to choose between his name and his country,
He was being blackmailed. I don't know for sure. I may never know, but why in the bloody hell else would my father be so eager to keep me off that ship? Those telegrams he sent. He knew something. Something he wasn't supposed to know. Tess stared at him with dawning horror. My sister said, "Yes?" Robert whipped around. I can't remember exactly, but something about your father. Something about your not even being able to help yourself. Robert gave a short, bitter laugh. True enough, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help him. Bloody hell, Tess. If he'd only told me. Without thinking, Tess went to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest. It wasn't your fault, she said fiercely. You couldn't help him if he wouldn't let you. Because I wasn't there. I ran away, Tess. I ran away years and years ago. I wasn't there. And now all these people dead. He was trembling in her arms, and Tess could feel a suspicious moisture on her bare head. What if I'd stayed, Tess? What if I could have stopped this? No, said Tess, pulling back. She stared into his eyes, forcing him to look at her. Do you think anyone could stop this? You don't know that your father was involved, and even if he was, it's not on you, Robert, none of it. I refuse to let you blame yourself. Christ, Tess, said Robert, choking. Has anyone ever told you that you can be bloody terrifying? All you need is a chariot and to paint your face blue, and you could conquer kingdoms. Don't change the subject, said Tess, poking him in the chest. You are not to drink yourself to death out of guilt. I forbid it. You forbid it. Robert raised an eyebrow at her, then shrugged. My flask sank. That's one good thing to come of this, Tess muttered. Good thing, said Robert. He held out an arm to Tess, and they began walking again, side by side, their shadows joined on the path. I thought you liked my whiskey. I like you more, said Tess. She hadn't meant to say it, but since she had, in for a penny, in for a pound. She looked up at him, cursing the lack of a hat to shade her face and hide her expression. Promise me, Robert. Promise me you won't kill yourself over this. If not for me, for her. She saw his Adam's apple bob up and down. After a long moment, he said, Gilbert Hochstetter didn't make it. He died last night. Well then, said Tess. Have you spoken to her? No. The clerk at a hotel told me. Robert kept his eyes on the street, looking straight ahead. She's taking him home to New York to be buried. Tess followed suit, not looking at him, but painfully aware of his every movement, every nuance. When? Monday. An afternoon train and then a ship from Liverpool the next day. Have you thought of booking? Tess began, but Robert cut her off. Aren't we meant to be looking for your sister? I suggest we try the hotels again. You might have missed one. Saturday bled into Sunday, and still the bodies piled onto stretchers. Tess knew because she viewed every one, going from morgue to morgue with Robert at her side, inspecting the new arrivals as though they were a macabre sort of catch of the day. There were stories that lifted the spirits of survivors washing up on far shores, startling fishermen at their work. Some of them were even true. But for every story of survival, there were 100 more bodies beneath blankets, some so battered as to be barely recognizable. But none was Ginny. At least none was recognizably Ginny. She couldn't stay here forever, and she couldn't keep leaning on Robert. He had his own affairs to attend to. The telegrams had kept coming. There was a funeral to plan for his father. And Caroline Hochstetter was due to leave on Monday. Alone in her room at Mrs. O'Malley's on Sunday night, the room Robert had paid for, Tess borrowed 2 pieces of notepaper. Meet me at the quay, R. Meet me at the quay, C. Not exactly inventive, but the best Tess could muster under short notice. She wasn't worried about the handwriting. It was time, after all, that her talent as a forger be put to some good use. Expiation, that was what it was. And maybe in a childish way, a bargain with God. just as she used to try to bargain with him when she was young, offering to give up her stolen marbles in exchange for her mother back. It hadn't worked then, but old impulses died hard. Robert for Ginny. There was an eerie hush over the town on Monday morning as Tess dispatched her messages. Today was the day when the bodies from the ship were to be buried. Not the first-class passengers. They were to be embalmed and sent home, wherever home might be. But the others, the ones like her and Ginny. Throughout the town, the shutters were closed. No smoke rose from the roofs of the factories. There was only the sound of the army band playing something mournful and vaguely familiar. Robert would know what it was, thought Tess, as she joined the mass of mourners at the back of the procession. Robert and Caroline. She wondered if they were together right now. They could play their duets together, fall in love again. That was what she wanted for him, wasn't it? She tried to make herself be glad for them, but the slow, heavy footsteps of the mourners reverberated through her. The grim thrum of death and grief encompassed her. Stranger things, Robert had said. Tess tried to picture Ginny, unleashed on some small Irish town, the dye washed from her hair, her fingers still adorned with jewels. She might have lost her memory. She might have woken thinking herself born from the sea, like a mermaid. A Roman Catholic priest and an Anglican minister were pronouncing words that Tess didn't hear. Incense blurred the air from the elder boys standing by the side of the mass grave. Any moment now, Ginny would appear, walking out of the crowd, 18 again, with her hair in braids around her head, grabbing Tess by the arm and pulling her, half running toward the train station. Tess could almost see her through the mist, an old carpet bag over her arm, saying, "Come on, Tenny, hurry!" as they fled yet another town with the law on their heels. Running and running, running all the way across the Atlantic. Drums rumbled all around as the soldiers beat a tattoo. Incense like mist and drums like thunder, but Ginny wasn't there, striding in out of the storm. "Abide with me, fast falls the eventide, the darkness deepens, Lord with me abide." As the hymn began to swell around her, and the sailors lowered the unmarked coffins into the grave, the sobs began to tear out of Tess's chest, great, gulping, ugly sobs. It didn't matter. No one could hear her. She was just one among many, lost in the singing and the sobbing. She cried for the sister she remembered, the one who had held her in her arms and sung German songs to her, for the sister who had taught her to steal marbles and cheat at cards, for the sister who had held her up and pushed her down and loved her as best she could, for the sister who might be in an unmarked grave, or at the bottom of the sea, or lost on a far seashore decked in stolen jewels, but who would never, ever come to Tess again. Was this how their father had felt? Why he had tried and tried to come up with some magical elixir to bring their mother to life again? Why he had run and run as though by running he might catch up with all he had left behind? A multi-gun salute shuddered over the gravesite. Tess could feel the reverberation straight through to her core, as if she were disintegrating, crumbling into dust. "Tess." Robert wrapped an arm around her, moving her away from the other mourners and the guns and the dust. "Go away," said Tess, but he didn't. He wouldn't. He just held her as she cried all over his brand-new jacket. A long, long time later, when the guns had stopped and the other mourners had gone, and the sobs had run out, leaving her feeling limp and tired, Tess said, "It's over, isn't it? It's really over. She's gone, like your brother." Tess felt Robert's chin press briefly against the top of her head. "I could say something soppy about their still being here as long as we remember them. It might even be true. Or I might have to hit you." Platitudes weren't the only problem. Wiping snot on the back of her hand, Tess pushed ineffectually against him. "You aren't supposed to be here. You should be with—" "I was. And now I'm here. With you." "But—" "Tess, stop. Let me take you back to town." He led her like an invalid, supporting her steps back down the long road from the cemetery into Queenstown. Tess shook free. "But what about When she said goodbye, she meant it." In a gentler voice, Robert said, "And she was right. We couldn't. Not now." Why not now? It was absurd, Tess knew, to fight for her rival, but wasn't that the point? They'd never been rivals. It had always been Caroline. And someone deserved to be happy out of this. One selfless act, one truly good act to make up for all the wrong she'd done. There's no more husband to contend with. You don't have to worry about divorce or scandal. I don't want to share my bed with a ghost, said Robert bluntly. Tess looked up at him in shock. Robert looked faintly sheepish, but didn't back down. You were the one who told me not to mince words with you. You saw how she looked at him at the end. If he were alive, I could compete with him fairly, but now I haven't a chance. A wry expression crossed his face. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure I would have won, even then. For whatever reason, she loved the boss. She loved him. For what it's worth, I think she loved you, in her way. In her way? Robert smiled crookedly at her. That's my Tess. No false consolation. I didn't mean... Oh, never mind. Will you go home now? I suppose I shall have to. There are affairs to be put in order, secrets to be hidden for another generation. I'll miss you, Tess wanted to say, but couldn't. With an effort, she mustered a smile. Well, you made it home in the end. You just had a bit of a dunking along the way. Robert didn't return the smile. Pausing by the side of the road, he said, Come with me. Back to town? To Devon. He raised a brow. It is your ancestral home, after all. He was teasing her, and somehow that hurt worse than all the revelations and loss. She could bear him serious. She couldn't bear him flirting with her, not when this might be the last time she saw him. You know I was lying about that. I know. You told me. Putting a finger beneath her chin, he tilted her face toward his and said softly, Has anyone ever told you that you're a very honest liar, Tess Schaff? Too honest to pretend she didn't care. And if I came with you? She said, knowing everything she felt was in her eyes, and hating herself for it. What then? Will you find me a place in the scullery, scrubbing pots? No, Cinderella, said Robert with exasperated affection. As my wife. This isn't a fairy tale. Or if it was one of the darker, more gruesome ones. You can't turn a goose girl into a princess. Is this your way of saying you don't want me? What do you think? Said Tess, and rose on her toes and kissed him. He tasted of dust and breakfast kippers, but she didn't care. It was Robert, kissing her back, kissing her with a desperation born of grief and loneliness, and goodness only knew what else. His lips were on her lips, her cheek, her throat, kissing away her tears, making her forget herself, until someone shouted from the road and they fell apart in embarrassment and confusion. Robert shoved his hands in his pockets and took a step back. My original offer still stands, if you prefer, he said raggedly. I can introduce you to my friends at the papers, get you set up as a satirist. My house in Devon is a quiet place, but there's a great deal to paint, and money to hire you teachers. Tess didn't know whether to kiss him again or hit him. You don't have to bribe me with oil paints. Robert looked at her with naked eyes. Not the man about town anymore, but just Robert. The man whose father never wanted him, whose lover turned him down for a ghost. I've precious little else to offer. You have yourself, Tess wanted to say, but she knew he wouldn't believe her. Not now. Not with the sting of rejection still on him. Instead, she said, Why me, Robert? Why now? If it's because you're trying to help me, I've told you before, I don't need rescuing. No, but I begin to think I do. Need rescuing, that is. He swallowed hard, saying with difficulty, When I'm with you, the shadows on the wall don't seem so monstrous. You argue my demons into trumpery things, nursery goblins. I'm not sure I can fight them on my own. She could tell how much the admission cost him. Before she could say anything, he went on quickly. You know the worst of me, the worst of my family, and you haven't run screaming. What do you say? Will you save me from myself? He cast her a sidelong glance. If it's not you, it will be the whiskey. That's blackmail, said Tess, stalling. I mean it, Tess. Not the bit about the whiskey, but the rest of it. Would it be so terrible to marry me? Quite the contrary. And that was what made it so hard. I've always wondered what it would be like to be a lady, said Tess huskily. Robert bent his head, murmuring, Don't become too much of a lady. I rather like you as you are. They weren't exactly words of love, but Tess shivered as he did something very interesting and rather naughty to her ear. He might not love her, but he needed her. That was enough. It could be enough. Breathlessly, she said, A diamond in the rough. That's me. Nothing so dull as a diamond, said Robert. I see you more as a ruby. Tess could picture Caroline Hochstetter's rubies around Ginny's neck, wrapping her around, dragging her down. Rubies glinting in Caroline's ears as she played the piano in the Grand Saloon that now hosted concerts only for the dead. Not rubies, said Tess hastily. I've never liked rubies. Good thing I haven't any then, said Robert, setting his hands on her shoulders and looking benevolently down at her. I can stand you some rather nice pearls that belong to my mother, and I believe there's a rather dusty tiara locked away in a vault. I might once have offered you a slightly dyspeptic whippet, but he perished of old age not long before I left for New York. So long as you don't mistake a wife for a whippet, said Tess. Don't be silly. That's a whippet. He pointed to a dog that was watching them from the side of the road, a skinny creature that seemed to be all legs and a very small head. Hello there. Who do you belong to, then? The whippet ignored Robert and went straight to Tess, butting the top of his head against her hand. He likes you, said Robert. He likes what I had for breakfast, retorted Tess, but there was something rather sweet about the way the dog was licking her fingers. He looks hungry, and I don't see a collar. Do you think someone abandoned him? Another survivor, said Robert. So we find a meal for him. If you feed him, said Tess, you might never get rid of him. We have a tradition of whippets at Langford House. I never had a dog before. We never stayed in one place long enough. Tentatively, Tess ran a hand over the dog's back, marveling at the feel of the muscles beneath the skin, the way he arched closer to her touch. He's the color of walnuts. Walnut, said Robert. It's a good name for a whippet. The dog sat back on his haunches and gave a short bark of approval. Tess looked from the dog to Robert. She'd never had a dog before, or a real home. There was something solid-sounding about Langford House, and about Walnut. Walnut the whippet, Tess said, and smiled up at Robert over the whippet's tail, dog and man blurring together in the sunlight, and a sudden mist of tears. Shall we bring him home with us?
Epilogue. Sarah. Cove, Ireland, May 2015. On the slim shingled beach below the cliffs, about a mile to the east, a man is walking a dog. At least, I assume it's a man. At this distance, and in this weather, it's hard to tell. The dog is athletic and boisterous, probably still young, and though the wind blows in angry, wet gusts, he frolics heedlessly among the rocks, while his master marches in his peaked woolen cap and Wellington boots. The sight of them together, man and dog, makes my ribs ache. I turn my head back to the sea, shrouded in gray. To my right, the old head of Kinsale stretches its neck bravely into the squall, and it seems to me, as I stand on that cliff, looking out past the shelter of the harbor and across the Irish Sea, that it's looking for something. But of course, that's just my imagination. My imagination, shaped by what a therapist would probably call projection. Because we're all looking for something, aren't we? Every last one of us looking in vain, looking with futile, unassailable hope for something we've lost. Walking back into town, I'm struck by how little Cove, formerly known as Queenstown, has changed in the 100 years since Caroline Hochstetter and Robert Langford came ashore here, along with the other 765 survivors of the Lusitania's last voyage, including the unknown woman who eventually became Robert's wife. At every corner, my breath sticks in my throat at some familiar landmark, some identical sign or building from a long-ago photograph, brought back to colorful, three-dimensional life. All the trials and storms of the 20th century have left little trace on these streets and houses. Perhaps they were just too sturdily built here on the edge of the Irish Sea, where storms and shipwrecks occur at regular intervals, are endured and then consigned to memory. It shakes me, though, like now, as I climb the twisting streets and look up to find myself outside the Imperial Hotel, where Caroline Hochstetter spent her last night before returning with her husband's body to New York. An uncanny sensation overtakes me, a collapse of time and space, and I might almost be standing next to her, might almost hear the sound of clopping hooves and wheels rattling over cobblestones, smell the coal smoke and the manure amid the tang of the sea air, bear the weight of incalculable sorrow on my shoulders. Underneath my feet, the cobble seemed to have absorbed the memory of that terrible day and preserved it somehow, cold and hard and unbreakable. And something else happens. In those moments, inside this architectural landscape that brings England back to my mind. England, which I haven't seen in 2 years, not since I packed my suitcase under R2-D2's impassive LED gaze, and called an Uber to take me to the station in Totnes, and then traveled by train to Heathrow. I think of John Langford, whom I also haven't seen in 2 years. 3 hours later, as I stand at the front of a packed lecture hall in the middle of Cove, the old Cunard offices now converted to a Lusitania museum, delivering animated sentences into the ears of a fascinated crowd. Nobody would imagine me capable of standing in melancholy on a rain-dashed cliff overlooking the sea, or before the facade of an antique hotel. I consider my lectures like performances, in which I assume the role of enthusiastic professor, bounding about the stage like an intoxicated deer, in order to communicate my passion for the subject with such conviction that you, the reading public, are practically compelled to buy the book afterward. Inscribed with a flourish, of course. A signed book should be a work of art, I think. As always, I accompany my talk with illustrations, transmitted from an elegant silver MacBook Air to the screen behind me. A portrait of Caroline Hochstetter Talmadge illuminates said screen just now, and the audience gasps at her beauty. They always do. It's a particularly flattering likeness, of course, painted 2 years after she married her first husband. But there's no such thing as an unflattering picture of Caroline. Believe me, I've seen them all. In another age, she might have been a model. She has that kind of beauty, the kind that photographs perfectly from any angle. You might almost hate her for it, except that she didn't seem to care much about that beauty. She never exploited it. She devoted her life not to personal vanity, but to music. I know, right? I say after a brief pause, in order to allow Caroline's image to properly sink in. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's a young bride in this one, but she's still got a certain dignity about her. You can see why people, and men in particular, found her so fascinating. According to contemporary accounts, she had a long list of male admirers, but there's no hint she admired any of them back. She remained devoted to Hamilton Talmadge throughout their marriage, as she was to Gilbert Hochstetter before him, with one exception. I flash to the next slide. This fellow. Handsome devil, isn't he? They made a good pair, side by side. And if he looks a little familiar, it's probably because you like to read old spy novels. Anybody know who this is? I scan the crowd, but I'm presenting from a small stage, and the lighting makes it difficult to distinguish any faces. Anybody? It's Robert Langford. Sighs of revelation crisscross the auditorium. I smile and wait for the whispers to die down. Pick up my water glass at the edge of the podium and take a small sip. Scion of a prominent English family and, of course, writer of, in my humble opinion anyway, some of the best espionage fiction in the universe. If you haven't read any of his books, I highly recommend them. Night Train to Berlin is a doozy. Spies and lovers, fathers hiding unspeakable secrets. You've probably seen the film, directed by the legendary Carol Goring. I pause again and turn my head to take in Robert's image. The resemblance to John sends a shock along my nerves, as it always does. Funny, I never noticed it back in England, when Robert's portrait stared down at me daily from the wall of the Folly, and Robert's photograph stared up from the jackets of his books, and John himself was constantly nearby for comparison. Only afterward did the sight of Robert cause my breath to stop in my lungs. Only afterward did I notice how the shape of the eyes, the slant of the eyebrows, the curve of the mouth were exactly John's. By then, of course, I had nothing with which to compare them except my memory. I turn back to the crowd and smile. Of course, we don't know exactly what went on between these two aboard the Lusitania in the days before her sinking. We have only one letter from one Prunella Schuyler posted right here in Cove, what was then Queenstown, on the 9th of May 1915 to her stepson in New York, in which she assures him of her safety and makes a reference to Hochstetter's death, in such a way that suggests both his widow and Robert Langford will be pleased at this convenient turn of events. Now that, my friends, is what we in the business call hearsay, and it proves exactly nothing. This, on the other hand. I flash to the next slide, a photograph of Mary Talmadge, and the image, arriving directly after that of Robert Langford, causes another wave of gasps to seethe about the room. Mary Talmadge, I say, Caroline's only child, born in Savannah, Georgia on the 10th of February, 1916, 9 months almost to the day after the Lusitania went down. As we know, a year later, Caroline remarried her childhood friend, Hamilton Talmadge, who shared her Southern background and her love of music, and gave her all the love and security she needed after the trauma she'd endured. Not a passionate marriage, you might say, but a stable and happy one, based on mutual interests and genuine friendship. He adopted her daughter and was, to little Mary, the father she'd never known. And when Mary first showed signs of her prodigious musical talent, Caroline, with Hamilton's support, founded the renowned musical conservatory that bears their name. I glanced back at Mary's photograph, the same one that appeared in the program for the piano concert at the Carnegie, but only for an instant. I'm building up to something important, and I don't want to lose my momentum. We're all gathered here in Cove this week to commemorate the sinking of the RMS Lusitania 100 years ago, and you'll be hearing a lot about the voyage, and the cargo of munitions it may or may not have been carrying, and the historical significance of this event in the context of the First World War. But we have to remember the human scale, too, the individual lives that changed course as a result of the disaster. Caroline Hochstetter Talmadge was one of those lives, and the Talmadge Conservatory and all it represents came out of that transformation, and she's the reason I'm here, speaking to you this afternoon. Caroline Talmadge, who emerged from tragedy to reinvent herself as perhaps the greatest arts philanthropist of the 20th century. Caroline Talmadge, the subject of my new biography, Caroline's Music, Birth and Rebirth in the Wake of the Lusitania. I like to leave plenty of time for audience questions, and this crowd has many of them. When I launched the book in Savannah a week ago, readers wanted to know about Caroline's years in philanthropy and the unusual methods of musical instruction she pioneered with Mary, and then the conservatory as a whole. Here, of course, the focus is strictly Lusitania. Why were Caroline and her husband on the ship in the first place? Had I come across any evidence of a conspiracy? What about Robert Langford? Yes. What about Robert Langford? I answer that one carefully, as I always do whenever it comes up. He's a fascinating man, obviously, but the focus of this book is Caroline, not Robert, and I deliberately left the question of his involvement in, or knowledge of, British intelligence operations for other biographers to answer. I will say this. I uncovered absolutely nothing in all my research to conclude that Robert Langford ever betrayed his country, or even considered the possibility. I would say that the evidence suggests the opposite, in fact, and I'm afraid that's all the time we have. Wait. The voice booms from the back of the room, the very last row of seats. A strong voice from a masculine chest, the kind of voice that makes everybody startle, and turn in its direction. I shade my eyes against the sharp glare of the stage lights, against the charge of adrenaline shooting through my veins. I can do nothing. Sir, I'm afraid we've already run over our allotted time. Just one brief question, if you don't mind. The man has risen from his seat, and while I can't see his face in the shadows, neither can I mistake the impressive size and shape of his figure. I'm afraid it will have to be very brief, I say. It's just this. I'm curious, Miss Blake. how you came to interest yourself in the subject of Caroline Talmadge to begin with. Where that initial spark, if I may so call it, was ignited inside you. I clear my throat and reach for the water glass. Well, that's a very interesting question, Mr. Langford, he says. John Langford. A stir of voices. Somebody gasps. He disregards all this commotion and continues almost without pause. I expect a thoroughly interesting answer, Miss Blake, and I do have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. He sits down slowly, lankily, like a man whose limbs are too long to fit in his allotted space, and for an instant I remember just how long those limbs are, and how heavy. Under the warm lights. Of course, it's just the warm lights. My skin starts to flush. The truth is, I say, I was initially drawn to the Langford family as I began my research. There was a previous connection, a very deep old connection. My great-grandfather was a steward on that ship, and he died that day in May, and I was hoping to learn more about his fate and his connection to the Langfords. Sadly, however, I was unable to win the trust of certain members of the family, and my research took a new direction. But I believe in the end that change was for the best. I discovered something else. I discovered Caroline. And while it's possible she may have made some untenable choices on board the Lusitania, following her heart, you might say, in a moment of weakness, she faced the consequences of those choices and overcame them, and became, I believe, a better person. They both did. The affair, while passionate, wasn't meant to last. You might say they were better apart than together. They went on to marry other people and lead happy, productive lives. I take a deep breath and another sip of water. Have I answered the question to your satisfaction, Mr. Langford? He rises again, and the room has grown so quiet, so expectant, I can hear the scrape of his shoes against the wooden floor. To my satisfaction? I'm afraid not, Miss Blake. In fact, I find your argument entirely unconvincing. But we'll leave that aside for the moment. If you don't mind addressing my follow-up question. Which is, will you perhaps do me the great honor of having dinner with me tonight, and allow me to apologize for acting like a complete and utter ass 2 years ago? For the first 6 months or so after my return from England, I refused to think about John Langford at all. I wasn't angry at him, not exactly. After all, I couldn't really blame him for being upset, for jumping to conclusions, for storming off. We're all human, aren't we? We overreact, we assume, we see what, consciously or otherwise, we expect to see. And John Langford had been betrayed by pretty much everyone he'd ever loved in his life. The women, especially. As for me, I'd been stupid to meet with Jared Holm in the first place. Stupid and maybe even wrong. If I'd been sensible that day, I'd have followed John out that door and forced him to listen to me. I'd have apologized. I'd have explained everything. And he'd have run his hand through his hair and understood. And we'd have made it all up to each other, probably in bed, and to tremendous mutual satisfaction. But something stopped me. Pride, I told myself. But it wasn't pride at all. Looking back, I think I was grateful John gave me a reason to bolt. Back to my mother and my old life, my old worries and neuroses, my old excuses, where I depended on no one but myself, where no man could touch me, betray me, leave me, and hurt me. Maybe I even met with Jared as an act of sabotage, knowing, at least unconsciously, what might happen. Whatever it was, this something inside me, it held me fast, and I filled my time instead with my research, with my writing, with my mother and her swift decline. I sent John no emails, no drunken texts, no social media messages to his official parliamentary accounts. And yet, he was still there. I found him at Christmas when my mother unwrapped the present I'd made for her, a tiny favorite photograph of the two of us imprinted into a charm, and said, "What the fuck is this?" and threw it across the room. Naturally, I held myself together, picked up the mess and put it in a drawer, tucked her in and gave her water. But then I went into the hallway and cried in huge, shuddering, lonely sobs. Nobody was there because it was Christmas, and even people who don't celebrate Christmas will still take advantage of the holiday and stay home to eat turkey or Chinese takeout with their families. It was dark outside the window, and the hallway was cold and smelled of antiseptic, and I was alone. Just me and my shuddering, so hard and so body-racking that something broke inside me. Some barrier. And there stood John behind it, large and quiet and reassuring, stuck in my bones. "Oh, go piss off," I told him. "You're too late." But he refused to go away, and eventually I got used to him. We made peace. There were times I couldn't even remember why I'd pushed him away in the first place. John's waiting for me after the event is over. The real John, flesh and blood, sitting discreetly in the back of the room until the last book is signed, the last reader has departed. My publisher has assigned me a handler for this portion of the book tour, and she stands uncertainly near the signing table, glancing between the two of us. "That's okay, Joanna," I say. "I can find my own way back to the hotel." She picks up her coat and bag and bolts toward the door, which John opens for her. I gather my things, my Sharpies and my iPhone, my bookmarks, and place them in my tote with my laptop. Stand slowly, holding the edge of the table with one hand, in case my legs wobble at the sight of him, arms crossed, leaning against the door. "You said something about an apology," I say. "Sarah, Just kidding. I'm the one who should apologize. You tried to reach out and I ghosted you. And ever since then..." "Ghosted you? Is that what it's called?" I told myself that I couldn't handle your drama on top of my own, and maybe that was true. But well, the truth was, I was scared. You scared me. He uncrosses his arms and steps toward me. "And you scared the very devil out of me, Blake. And you'd every right to... what was it? Every right to ghost me after I walked out like that, like a bounder, not even asking for your side of the story." He stops, but he's found the light now. I can see his face, which looks older and plainer than I remember. The lines have settled around his eyes and his mouth, but he's as lean as ever, too lean maybe, and his hair is a bit longer, flopping onto his forehead. 2 years. I know what he's been up to, of course. Don't think I haven't Googled him. I have Googled him, and I've stared at his image on my computer screen, and I have almost emailed him about 8 dozen times, usually late at night after a glass or two of wine. Just enough wine to be both lucid and reckless. I think I could sure use a glass of wine now. Something to bridge the gap between us. The thick, awkward stuffing packed into the 3 or 4 yards that still separate the two of us. Him and me. John Langford and Sarah Blake. He reaches inside his jacket and pulls out a manila envelope. "I brought this for you. Something for your research." "What is it?" "You're supposed to open it and find out." I undo the clasp and stick my hand inside. Find the stiff, delicate paper inside and pull it out. It's a sketch. Oh my God. It's the same portrait, the one of Robert. Where did you find this? "In the last stack of papers, the ones we hadn't finished. Look at the signature at the bottom." I place my finger under the single word. Tess. "His wife," I whisper. "Your great-grandmother." "She was a tremendous artist. Those are her landscapes around the house. She was one of the best-known watercolorists of the 30s, until her work fell out of favor after the war." "Then why haven't I heard of her?" "She exhibited as Tennessee Fairweather. Everyone assumed she was a man. I did a little research of my own, you see." I blink at Robert's image, his crinkling eyes that had always seemed to me to contain some naughty secret between himself and the artist. I pass my fingers over the wave of hair on his forehead, and when it begins to blur before me, I hastily shove the paper back into its envelope, taking my time with the clasp. "Thank you for the flowers," I say. "I'm so sorry, Sarah. So profoundly sorry for your loss. I wanted to come to the service. I nearly did. Then I thought it was best if I didn't." "You were probably right." His head turns away slightly. "I see. But not for the reason you think. When I saw the flowers, and then the note, the beautiful note you sent with them." I break off because I can't go on. It's all I can do to blink back the dampness in my eyes, swallow back the sting at the back of my throat, the prickling in my nose. "We rushed it," he says. "I rushed it. My fault. I thought that just because I knew you were the one, because I was so certain about you, we could simply race past the preliminaries. I wanted... well, it doesn't matter. I didn't want to waste any more time. And it turns out that it's not a waste, that long dance. It's just as well. I wouldn't have written this book the way I did. You wouldn't have written that manifesto and won the by-election. Maybe not, he says, but maybe we would have. Only together. No, everything happens for a reason, Langford. Haven't you learned that by now? You can't change one thing without changing everything. We all exist on this planet, each of us, because of an extraordinary, improbable, random series of coincidences that can't be repeated. And everything you do affects everything that happens after. Look at Robert and Caroline and your great-grandmother. And I'll bet that if I'd called after you in that pub, if you'd turned around and heard me out, I would have written that Robert Langford biography instead of flying to Savannah and moving my mother to the care home there, where it took me the devil's own time to find you, even with modern technology. Oh, so you were stalking me. Weren't you stalking me? And there it is, just like that. A smile turns up the corner of his mouth. Exactly the way it used to do. The familiarity of him strikes me in the stomach. How can his smile be so familiar? It's been 2 years since I saw him smile like that, as we lay in bed together. 2 dizzying weeks in his company. 2 years without him. I find myself wondering if he slept with anybody in the meantime, kissed anybody, gone on dinner dates or dirty weekends. 2 years is a long time. In 2 years, you move on, you change, you grow, you forget. The answer to your question, he says softly, is yes. I tried, but it never took. It was just tedious, and I couldn't sort out why. I began drinking too much, threw myself into work, and eventually I realized that I wasn't myself, that I felt more myself during those 2 damned weeks in the Folly than I ever had in the 2 years since. I missed you. I missed drinking my morning coffee with you. I missed sharing your breath. I missed your naps on the sofa and the way it felt to look at you and think, that bloody woman will just fall asleep right in front of me, like she belongs there. Like she belongs there. I stand without speaking. I'm out of words. I've spoken so many tonight, stood so confidently on that stage, pretending to be an expert, as if I belonged in front of all those people, and yet I don't belong anywhere, do I? No father and no mother remaining to me, no siblings, no home, just a rented apartment in Savannah, Georgia, not far from the Talmadge Conservatory of Music. I am adrift. I am without anchor. I am between ports, belong to nothing and nowhere and nobody, really. I am just New York Times best-selling author Sarah Blake. That's all. A face on a book jacket in 10,000 bookstores. What's your next book about? Someone inevitably asks in every crowd. And my answer is always the same. I find the best ideas are the ones that come to you. So I'm just waiting for the next one to turn up. And I hope I have the good sense to know it when I see it. John lifts his arm and holds out his hand to me, palm up. If it's any incentive, Walnut's waiting in the car outside. Walnut? He missed you? Almost as much as I did. I lift my tote over my shoulder, swing around the corner of the signing table, and take his hand. His warm fingers close around mine, and I catch the scent of his soap as if I last sniffed it yesterday. And dog. He smells, very faintly, of dog. I stare at the hollow of his throat, which is just visible at the junction of his shirt collar, and admire the swift tick of his pulse, the tenderness of his skin. John whispers, I love you. I look up and find his eyes, and for an instant I experience a sense of confusion, of disorientation, as if I'm standing not before John, but before his great-grandfather. And I am somebody else cut adrift, who doesn't belong to anyone. Then the world goes back into focus. and he's John again. And I am Sarah. Just Sarah. I lay my hand along the side of his face and say, I know.